How's everybody doing?
Hey, happy Friday,
Hi,
Happy Friday.
everybody.
Jackie and Grish.
Yes.
I can't see the chat. Let me see. Oh, I'm in the wrong place.
Andrew says Jackie and Leslie must still be in makeup.
Yeah. My makeup artist and hairdresser just left.
Yeah.
You know.
Um, all right. I don't have like an opening song. I should have one like y'all do. Y'all got the redacted, redacted, redacted. I know what you did. You know. Um, but yo, thank y'all for showing up to this live. As y'all know, I'm not super experienced with running the live stream. So as ask y'all to be patient. We don't have anybody in the background just throwing stuff up, but you're here though. So everybody, let's go. Are we going clockwise? Who or we have to introduce ourselves? You want to start? You want to start first, Leslie?
Okay. Hey, I'm Leslie B. I started out with like true crime in a minute, but my name was first Leslie B on YouTube and then I changed it. But I'm back to being this is Leslie B. But same thing, same person. Just really started this as a hobby about a year ago. Been following the Dan Markel case, the Adelsons, for quite some time, and apparently a little too much. So, one thing I want to remind everybody when we are on YouTube, and Jackie and Grish, y'all tell me, but it goes up under the category entertainment. Okay, so it's not news. So everything I say is my opinion, but a lot of people share my opinion. So happy to be here. I started following Grush a long time ago, and I remember I'd be like in bed at night. My husband's asleep, and I'm on my iPhone. I've got my AirPods in, and I'm watching him. I'm like, this guy is amazing, and I just loved it. And I love Jackie's like creative, artistic spin on everything. Um, Good details, and I'm honored to be with both y'all.
Yes, me too. Yeah, I've had my YouTube channel for gosh, like 12 years now, but I did makeup stuff at first and then took like a 10-year hiatus. And I've been following the Markel case since it first happened because I was in Florida at the time. So it was, really big news everywhere there. Um, and it was just so intertwined. I feel like I kind of understand stuff like pretty easily, but this took me watching so many videos to really get my head around all the moving parts. So I'm like, I think I could, like help other people maybe understand this. I mean, there were so many, trials and everything. So that's really and my channel name is my name, Jackie St. Germain. Um, so yeah, I mean, I like doing like compilation videos about putting, screwing Wendy with her own words because she does that quite well.
Mhm.
But yeah, just, also not a professional YouTuber, barely know what I'm doing, but we're here and we have our opinions. And yeah, I had subscribers tell me about both of your guys' channels. And the first time I saw Grish's, I like emailed him because it was like during Donna's trial. I'm like, can we play your video tomorrow? And he got right back to me. So that was really cool.
Yeah.
And I've been following you for a while too, Leslie. And you know, I just love everybody has, everybody's going to see things a little bit differently.
Mhm.
Everybody's going to have a different opinion based on your own perspective, your own experiences. So I love, like collaborating and oh, Judy's here.
Yeah.
My illegal focus. Yeah. So
Yeah, I agree. I love that we can all just like work together. I mean, nobody owns just one thing. It's just fun to like bounce ideas off. And
yeah.
one thing I do want to say, the best thing the chat can do for all of us is like, share, and hype. I think you get like 3 hypes a week. So that will help. I mean, it will just like be a interweb across YouTube.
Yeah.
All
And I think
right.
with lives, you can hype after
Mhm.
it's done being live when it's like posted to
Yeah.
the replay.
I'm glad y'all are here. And if y'all are new here, I go by Grish. It's not my real name. It's my name spelled differently. Um,
Oh.
I am an artist. I am the person that figures stuff out. I'm the Rubik's sphere. I can unscramble an egg. I connect dots before people know that there's dots to connect. I know true crime not as a genre, but as an experience. So, with that being said, I'm different, and I'm glad y'all are here. So we like Jackie and Leslie said, we all have different experiences, but we kind of we merge on this Markel Adelson stuff, and not stuff. It's case, and just like many of y'all, we're just waiting on that day that the big W takes a big L.
Hmm.
So I think lately with some people getting certified mail, that there's a reason behind reputation maintenance.
I agree.
And I think that's because there's something impending.
Mhm.
So you just hope that happens as soon as possible.
I mean,
So
I'm the type of person that, like, if you're saying something about me and I haven't done it, I don't feel the need to shut
Mhm.
you up about it. Like, people are going to
Right.
know the truth, whatever the truth is going to be. So
Mhm.
the fact that, Wendy and John Lauro are pretty quick to try to shut people down now after, like, barely anybody's even talking about this case anymore. So what is the problem?
Right. So really, I think it just sparked us all to get back going, don't you?
Yeah. Motivated even more.
Yeah. Like you get, it's different when you get that letter and it's your name in bold print and all caps. You're like, okay. You is this what you want to do?
This is
Mhm.
hurting your feelings.
Yeah, it's hurting your feelings. Shit, buckle up then.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. But when you're all over YouTube and you've had 4 testimonies and a police interview and multiple
mhm.
speeches about trafficking and you've been interviewed on what's the Spanish channel? Like
Yeah,
you've
Telemundo.
written a
Tell
book.
'em, yeah, yeah, yo, I'm sorry.
You wrote
I,
a book.
yeah,
Yeah,
mm-mm.
which I'm starting to read, and I'm like 2 paragraphs in. I've had to take like a 3-day break. So
I saw a couple snippets on Amazon and a couple like screenshots, and if I do read that book, it'll be to parse information out of it, not for
obviously, for entertainment reasons.
yeah, for literary enrichment or whatever.
Hmm.
Um, that but I think that book that probably has some foreboding information in it, and that's
Hmm.
just from what they've used in court.
Yep.
Yeah.
There's probably more to that
Hmm.
with I think based on how she is. If you think about like her little subliminals, like the bourbon, bullet bourbon, things like that. I think there's probably more of that within that book that
Hmm.
we don't know about.
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah. Charlie says in one of the jail calls, um, she narrated the story. It's all there
Mhm.
in her book. I mean, he says that.
Yeah.
That was I I hate to say this, but I've been listening to those jail calls, and I hear jail calls differently because I understand like the if someone's on the phone and they're obviously their calls are being monitored, that there's a way to talk about someone without admitting guilt, and and they do that very well. And the way they were talking about Wendy bad about her. Like
Mhm.
she just couldn't help herself. All that stuff. I honestly, I'd never felt this way before, but I just was kind of had all the jail calls from his conviction the day before, the day of, and all that stuff, and I just played them all, just listening to it passively, and I'm like, if this were this man did this for the approval of his mother. He didn't do this because he had a direct problem with Dan. Nothing Dan was doing affected Charlie.
Mhm.
It's just that I believe Charlie's role within that family dynamic is he's the fixer.
Yep.
And so to win Donna's approval because he's not the highest on
Mhm.
the totem pole, he'll do whatever for her. And I really think Wendy knows that dynamic well and created the atmosphere. And that's so wrong and brilliant at the same time.
I agree. I almost, we all keep saying, Charlie, when are you going to roll? You're going to roll on her. He kind of already has in all
Yeah,
those calls.
those calls are if you if someone's talking like that on the day they get convicted,
Mhm.
it's a matter of time. In the prison he's in
Yeah.
North Dakota, it's like
So,
a lot of other people there that aren't
Hmm.
regular criminals. I don't know who he's around, but there's a lot of like police who've been convicted because they're not very safe and things like that.
He's in the wing that I heard that he was in. It houses like child predators,
Hmm.
people with severe mental health issues. And so I mean that's what he's around. But I mean you can hear just his voice and you can hear him getting more and more pissed off. Like at first he's just like, well, she couldn't help herself. And by the end of it, he's like, and that fucking bitch went to Miami and thinks she's better than everybody. And
Hmm.
so he's
Mhm.
getting like increasingly, and this is 24 hours within
Mhm.
24 hours after he was convicted. So
Yep.
how do we think he feels, 2.5 years later?
Yeah.
He's just got to be pulling apart at the seams. And even in the interview that he did after Donna's conviction, like he did some phone interview and he was like, I knew this was going to happen. I knew she was going to get convicted. I barely have any chance at this appeal, but we have to try. And then Wendy's getting her affairs in order. Donna knew
Mhm.
she was next. As soon
Mhm.
as Charlie got
Hmm.
convicted, there's
Yep.
no way Wendy doesn't know that she is next on the list.
Mhm.
How do you think Donna knew that she was next on the list though?
Well, I think she knew that they were all gonna go down. If one was going to go down, they're gonna go after everybody. I mean, they all had this umbrella of protection with Willie Meggs, and
Mhm.
he
Hmm.
said straight up, like, no Adelson will ever be convicted. But once he was out, and I truly believe that they were in his pocket,
Mhm.
and once he was out and they scooped up Charlie, well, she knew that it's not gonna be just Charlie. And there's, if you listen to any part of that trial, and all the trials have pointed to the next guy. Katie's
Hmm.
points to Charlie. Charlie's
Mhm.
points to Donna. Who are we talking about
Yep.
in Donna's the entire time? Wendy. How many things did
Yeah.
we learn about that implicates Wendy even more so than the information that we already had?
Yeah. And we saw in an email that Donna sent to Rash and Maricel and whoever else in 23. And she said, well, Willie Meg said there wasn't enough in 2016. I mean, she names him.
Oh, geez.
I mean, come on.
Yeah.
And just like you said, Jackie, in Katie's trial, it was all about Charlie. And in Charlie's trial, it was all about Donna. Go and watch the openings of all the trials, and y'all keep a tally on how many times they say any Adelson name, especially Wendy.
Hmm.
Well, then they say what now?
Any Adelson name?
How
Oh,
many
okay.
times they say that name?
Even Donna's defense lawyers were pointing at Wendy.
Yeah, they were kind of dry snitching on her.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't expect that, and that what I think both of y'all have shorts posted where um the female attorney for
Jackie
Donna.
Fulford.
Yeah,
Oh,
yes.
Tom Petty.
Fulford.
Yes. Um she was like, anyone responsible for this? And
Mhm.
like your family's like, anyone, anyone.
Yeah,
That's
including you. And that's the closest she's ever come to
Yeah.
admitting. Because before she was like, I had nothing to do with this. I had nothing to do with this. But she was so emotionally drained by the time that Jackie Fulford got a hold of her that she was just like, yeah. And that was my last short that I posted.
Yeah.
It says,
Mhm.
you said that, anybody that had anything to do with this should be, held accountable. And Wendy says, yeah. She goes, and that includes you, doesn't it? And Wendy
Mhm.
says, yep.
Anyone. And in
Anyone who's responsible.
2022 or 2023 trial, she would have been like, it wasn't me.
Well, we need to put that right, right next to her. The state isn't going to decide to arrest me.
Mhm.
Yeah. I edited that part. I had made a video editing that part.
There were people
Her
that thought that was AI, like reporters
Really?
and stuff. Yes, they were like, that didn't happen. And then people are like in the chat and they're like, no, it happened. I can show you the exact day and
Mhm.
timestamp and trial that it did. Like,
Mhm.
because it just seems crazy that anybody would be so brazen, but and that's the difference. And you've seen her demeanor at Donna's trial she was a
Oh,
different lady.
cowering.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's kind of one thing that well, actually it's two things. When you have someone like Wendy who goes up on the stand and she gets derivative use immunity, that means they have something on you. They have
Mm.
something on you. If the FBI is following you and taking picture of you, dropping your kids off, there's a reason for that.
Mhm.
And she may not know that exact reason that they have, but over time she's seeing the footage that we're seeing. So she should know, like, damn, the walls are closing in. And one thing to think about is when you see stuff like that, and then you see people like, Wendy's never going to get arrested. It's taking so long. Like, look at it on the flip side. If you're seeing yourself, you know, dropping your kids off from school from the perspective of someone with a zoom lens and just
Mhm.
hiding a camera when you turn around, you got to think like how often that stuff will
Not
bring the
wasting
worst.
resources.
Mhm.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
you're.
True.
And so when you have that type of anxiety when the walls are closing in on you, it's not a good feeling. And especially you just don't want that. So it's gonna happen one day or another. But to add on to the derivative use immunity, I don't think people are really explain derivative use immunity versus transactional immunity.
Mhm.
Yeah. They
They
just
just
can't
say
use her
immunity.
words. They can use
Yeah,
all the evidence they have against her. They can use everything that they've asked her about. They just can't say, well, you said in this trial this.
Mhm.
She has derivative use and use immunity. So they can't, start any investigations off of what she said, and they can't use her words. But everything they have against her, they can still use. And a lot of people don't understand that. And I think that just makes you look guilty as sin already. Because did
right.
Rob need immunity? Did any
No,
other witness need immunity to
Great
talk?
point.
right,
No one.
Mhm.
No
right.
one but Wendy. Wendy
Mhm.
demanded it. She even went as far to say that the defense can't even question me because I don't have immunity through them, even for
Mhm.
her mom.
That's right.
And Fulford was like pissed about that. She's like, "This is her mom. Like, what are we gonna say?" She
Yeah,
wouldn't even stand there and defend her mom because she was so afraid of what might come back on her. It's
Yep.
like, why are you
correct.
afraid of your own words that come out of your mouth, friend?
I
Friend.
loved it. Was it Judge Hankinson in the first trial when he's like, well, hold on, let's tell the jury. And he
Yes, and he
says,
explained it, and he's like, and
this
that was
doesn't
after she's
mean.
like,
Yeah.
"Hey, I didn't know what kind." He's like, and I explained this to her.
Yeah. Yeah. This doesn't
Myself.
mean she cannot be prosecuted.
Right. Like let me just for those that may not know the difference between transactional immunity and derivative use immunity. Transactional immunity is an exchange of your freedom for the information you have. You won't get prosecuted for
Mhm.
anything as long as you just go up there and tell the truth.
Mhm.
And that's the transactional agreement. Derivative use immunity is you cannot be prosecuted for the things that are derived from what you say on the stand. All right.
I think a
So
good example of that is like when Luis told them that they shot a hole through the car and they didn't know about that before. So they went and looked and found out that there was a hole. Like that was evidence that they got derived off of his, as a
right,
proffer, but derived off of his words. So, if Wendy had said something like that they didn't know about, they couldn't, investigate.
exactly. So it's that's important, but a lot of people on YouTube just
A lot of people don't
will say,
understand. They just hear
they,
immunity.
yeah, but some of these people like they know what it is, but they just put immunity in the caption and things like that, and don't explain it. And their background says they should, like
Yeah.
Nancy Grace, what's the what are we which direction are we going now?
I don't know.
Let me look at
ship.
I know. All right.
Look at your bullet points.
I got them. I got them.
Yeah, I mean, I got the text and I'm like, this is wow. Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Let's see.
It's better
I
than me
wanna
that I'll
talk-
say like one topic and then we ended up going in like 50 different directions.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to talk about the well, y'all have the FOIA with all the phone records from like Katie's appeal. Did y'all see the block of calls from May 1st? No?
No, remind me.
No, yeah.
So
Refresh.
like the call records from that are in her paperwork, they have of course like July 16th, 17th, 18th, 19th, and then they have June 4th and 5th. Like they focus on those dates, but they also have May 1st. And I want to know what y'all think about that.
May
that could
1st
be.
of 14.
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe I
don't know
didn't.
about
So is
that.
this in her appeal paperwork?
Yep. I'm going to it now. Give me a
Yeah.
second. Make sure I get the right page first, because I don't want to go past something that can't be on YouTube.
Mm.
We gotta be respectful. Let's see. I'm just
While you're looking, I'm going to say something. Y'all know I've
Okay.
been making these videos to the jail calls, and I always had remembered Charlie saying, I mean, she drove down Trescott, and I just kind of thought that was like one or two calls. It is like every call. Every
Mhm.
call. And then there's one I'm working on now, and I hope to finish it today. And he even says the name Sigfredo. I'm like, what? Like, I didn't even remember him saying that, but he's talking about how some juror had posted about him, and it's interesting.
I heard part of that where he was talking about the different jurors. He's like, the black man that was a sergeant in the army, he's
Uh-huh.
not gonna like me. Like,
Yeah,
he
he
doesn't want to
said,
be up on that jury. And just
uh-huh.
I
Yeah.
find it interesting how, I mean, people do this, but how he highlights that the person's like black or whatever. Like,
Yes.
it's not, no one's against you because they don't want to be there.
Well, because that's how they think, though.
But they're the
Like, that's
victim.
specifically why they've hired, people like Luis and Sigfredo, because they thought, oh, look, they're criminals already. Once
Mhm.
they get, they won't ever attach us to them because we're so much higher up than them. Like,
Mhm.
I mean, he says at one point, like, where is this in like the restaurant thing? He's like,
Mhm.
if they come up into my driveway and there's a dead gang member,
Leader.
they're not going to say much to me.
That's right.
I'm an
A doc?
periodontist, like,
Yeah.
Right.
pretending to be an ER doctor. Like, who is going to say it?
Yeah. And then people,
Ugh.
I've talked to people about obviously the Wendy and Sigfredo thing, and then their rationale for saying that,
As if she
oh
would
no,
never hang out.
he's a gangster, he's this, that.
Mhm.
That's the point.
Yeah.
That's the point. So you don't think that they'd be around each other. But
Yeah.
in crime, those lines don't exist.
Mhm.
Sorry.
You're gonna
Shit,
hire
they don't
somebody
even
that will do the job.
Yeah,
right.
just like
You
who Corey bought the drugs from. Same thing, you know?
right. That's exactly what it is. Is you
Mhm.
like shit. If you go to McDonald's, do you have anything to do with the person that's taking your order? Probably not. But you have you're doing business. You're getting what you want. This is the way the economy works. But in crime, definitely, there are people that you might cross paths with, and be like, you okay,
Yeah.
it's different. You cross paths with people that you would never think, oh, this is what you're about,
Mhm.
you know. So um that the class bias is wild.
It is.
Oh,
It's
yeah.
really wild.
Yeah.
And I
That's
Just
think the
because
Adelsons were banking on that too.
Mhm.
I mean, really, Charlie, when they're interviewing June, Charlie keeps saying, "Oh, well, when this is all over, talking about Katie and Sigfredo's case, like it'll be done." He thought that once they got convicted, that was going to be the end of it, as if they wouldn't realize where, like, what the hell they're from Miami, for God's sakes. You would have been better hiring somebody at least in Tallahassee. These
I
guys live in the same
I
city as we
know.
do.
It's
Like,
so
what
stupid.
idiots?
Yeah, idiots.
but they
Idiot.
don't live in the same city as Dave Markel.
I know. Well, that's what I'm saying. They live where the Adelsons live. They would have been smarter to at least go, geez, Charlie, can't go bang somebody up in Tallahassee for a weekend and find their ex-boyfriend that'll kill somebody for you.
I
Mhm.
mean, I think if he wanted to do something like, well, he did, I think he would be better off finding someone that has nothing to do with anybody he knows.
Exactly.
And if
Yeah.
he knows someone that's just not no intermediary,
Yeah.
could be. And here's the thing, like the Katie Madbanawa in this whole thing is the reason why from proposition to actual action didn't take place, because she wasn't passing along the money. We see that in her bank records.
Yeah.
So
Mhm.
if you watch any video where um they're setting up someone who's trying to get do a murder for hire, the person who wants the job done speaks to the person doing the job. They don't go through an intermediary. They always, you see what I mean?
So
In
many
real life,
hands in the
that's
pot.
Mhm.
right.
Very
And the
sloppy.
person who's doing the job is running the show. And I think a lot of people have it the other way around, thinking that Charlie and and Charlie and them are the boss because they're the upper echelon people. No, it's Sigfredo. He's the boss in the situation, and he can put people onto the job or whatever he wants to do. So a lot of I think that's kind of wild how people like talk about the order, the chain of command and the order of operations, and it's just not the Adelson case. The people, the Adelsons aren't the boss in the situation at all.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah. They set it up, but he, kind of took it from there.
Yeah, when do you think they found out about Luis? Do you think Katie ever said anything? Because she knew. Do you think she told Charlie, or do you think it was in 2016 when he was indicted
What, finding out that Luis was there?
with Sigfredo, that Sigfredo got someone else?
I mean, if we're to believe what Luis says, Wendy gets on the phone immediately as soon as she sees them.
Right.
And Luis says in his proffer, like, it's not hard. If you look, you can find, basically, you can connect me to Sigfredo easily because I'm a tiny guy. He's this tall guy, and she gets on her phone immediately. And then right after, Sigfredo calls Katie and says, "Hey, what is she doing here?" She says, "Oh, she's just checking up. By the way, he needs to be dead by tomorrow because he's going out of town." Like,
I
so
think
Katie knew. Katie knew. She was calling Luis to figure out where Sigfredo was. Like,
But do you think Donna and Charlie and all them knew that about Wendy and
yes,
all? You do?
Yeah. I think Charlie. Remember in this phone tap, he's like the dead gang member in my driveway. How you know that they're in a gang?
Yeah.
Like
I mean, he
I
talks about a
know
rental car that in that same conversation too.
I think
Idiot.
that Sigfredo at the time of his arrest, you know how they say like Luis is a Latin king and Sigfredo is not.
Right.
Now I believe that for about 2 seconds because I know about this case from the Latin Kings RICO in 2015. So I was already familiar with King Tato and King Tuto
Yeah, that's wild
before
to me.
they were arrested for this case. So when I heard their names, when I finally learned about this case, I was like, oh, I heard of these fools. And it says in the FBI paperwork, it mentions Sigfredo. He was on the wiretap. They called him King Tuto. So I think that he might have got what's called in the Latin Kings a golden gate, and that's your ability to amicably leave the gang.
Mm.
And I think that, I mean, I can ask someone, but like the way to get out is doing something significant to benefit
The
the
gang.
gang to get out. So by the time he was arrested, he was out. And I'm not 100% sure of that. I could probably find out, but it's like, that's what I think.
Yeah, that's interesting. If that makes
And,
sense.
and I think that Luis probably had like a under the table agreement, like he's not a Latin king. And you're not going to talk about him as if he is one.
Yeah, to keep himself, you know.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I mean, he kept saying over and over, like, I didn't do this. This is not a gang related, you know, issue. Like I went up as, you know, myself. I mean, he was kind of born into, you know, I mean, wasn't his uncle the head of Latin Kings? And then he became the head at like 15 years old.
Right.
That's crazy.
Crazy.
But that's a gang that you can be born into.
Yeah.
Like some gangs you can be associated with if you're from the area that gang controls, I guess. But you have to, you know, get put on, as some say, like get jumped or whatever you got to do. Go on a mission, do something crazy. But Latin Kings, you can be born into that gang, which is wild. Most gangs aren't, not in like California, they're not like that.
Right.
In Chicago, they are. Where the Latin Kings started, you can be born into gangs in Chicago. What was it? Ask y'all. Are y'all familiar with the what's it called? I'm still getting the May 1st thing, but are y'all familiar with the Latin Kings RICO at all?
No, and I remember you saying something about that. I don't remember if it was in a video, if you and I were just talking separately, but you saying like I already knew about these guys from, you know, a case before, and that blew my mind. I mean, I had no idea.
It's interesting. Like you really understand Luis's role in Dan Markel's murder from understanding his role in the Latin Kings, because he's basically the logistics. He's the person that does the reconnaissance and all that
I
stuff.
very much got that from him, from his proffer and everything.
Right.
Give us the details on it. I want to know.
Right. He remembers the address of the house. All these little things that
He's
show
looking
that
at where the cameras are when they're pulling into the thing, you know. Yeah, he's paying really close attention to all that. And he's thinking about all these things like, this woman just saw me. She saw me with somebody that they already know is up here. Like, they're going to know who I am, like that.
Right. And the thing is what bothered me about that is how he doesn't speak on their frequency. So when he talks about the cameras and things like that, he's telling you essentially, I am the brains of every project and I'm responsible for all these people.
Are you talking about when they pulled up at the motel And
Yeah,
he
Mhm.
he was
said,
like,
"Hold on," and he's
yeah.
like, "I'm looking at the
Mhm.
cameras," and he's saying, like, Sigfredo shouldn't be
Yeah,
drunk.
yeah. So Fredo's wasted the whole
Yes,
time, and
yeah,
he's like,
okay.
"No, we have to be careful about like if we're being recorded, like all this stuff.
Right.
Where
Mhm,
are we gonna park so we're not,
So
right in
like
front of the camera?"
he thinks about what eyes and ears see him or cameras and thinks about what that information can be used against them later
Hmm.
because the cameras aren't calling the police immediately.
mhm,
They're
Exactly.
worried about is if they're going to be found out later. So when Wendy sees them, he's thinking about what can she do with it with what she's seeing right now.
Hmm.
She can if she knows Sigfredo, which I think she does, and he's not telling me, I need to figure out how to know for sure if she's looking into us on her own.
mhm,
Hmm.
And if in a type of situation where you may be working with the intermediary and that intermediary is working with those people, if the intermediary tells you extra information about the other side, you have to consider that they know more about you,
Yeah, than you realize. Yeah.
mm,
right, than you about them. And when that becomes a when you sense that problem, you might have to do something to verify and or check that shit.
Hmm.
Hence the owl t-shirt, the owl
Yeah.
post.
Yeah.
mhm,
Which is
Um,
makes so much sense to me. And I mean,
mhm,
yeah.
a lot of people, I feel like, you know, especially, I the first time I ever heard, I watched all your little Wendy videos, which are like 3 minutes long, and you get like 4 hours of information
yes,
in on these. I'm
Mhm.
like, Jesus Christ. Like, but, you know, a lot of people I feel like have a hard time wrapping their head around things that they can't see and touch and hear. Like I always
Right.
tell people, I'm like, I'm really good about hearing everything that's being said. Grish hears shit that is not being said. Grish is seen between the words of every single sentence. He is diving beyond, what's going on. I don't think a lot of people have, you know, not, I mean, yeah, I guess it probably is intelligence, but to be able to say, like, hey, maybe I should be humble enough to realize that maybe I don't know, I don't have the experience to realize that, this is how things could be, you
mhm,
Right.
know, because I
Right.
feel like a lot of the connections that you've made have made, you know, beyond total sense. And I mean, and it's crazy because it's like stuff that I would never even begin to know how to think about. Like,
Yeah.
but when
Well,
I hear it, it's like, oh yeah, 100%. Like the
when
owl thing. My mind was
yeah.
blown that day.
I remember
When
when I
we were
was
on
telling
the
you about that.
phone.
I was driving from going on a food run. I was on that live stream with you, and I was like, I probably look crazy on the road right now, like going over this. But
I did a Bill Donahue style call-in show on one of my
oh my
lives,
god,
and
Paul
Chris called
Donahue,
in, and it
yeah,
was great. It was like, because I'd never
yeah,
even, I always thought like the owl, like it just seemed like everybody was trying to make a connection, and they, like understood it kind of, but it never really was like, yeah, okay, owl means death. Like I don't
yeah,
really think
yeah,
that, you know, but once you explained all that, it's like,
yeah.
stop.
I noticed that right off the bat, and I was like, this is a
A
contested topic
message.
on Reddit. Like, no, it's a message. It's a message that's meant to come back to him. So if this person's looking into him and he posts an owl and he gets the chain reaction from that, he knows
That
without
it was seen.
asking Sofredo, he can tell by how Charlie answered the door with the gun in his hand.
Yep.
And that's where all the gang stuff comes in
Yeah.
because now he knows, like, because probably Wendy told him, like, yeah, I got messed up. Um, the Luis talks in a way that he's 110% gangster. He doesn't explain crimes in the way that the people in that room for that proffer were expecting to hear it. So when he's talking about something, he's telling you what he's doing, but he's not telling you why he's doing those things. And some of the things he's doing, there are no words for them for those actions, because proper nouns and actual nouns for certain actions in some cases just doesn't exist. You know, like how he's talking, maybe this what he's talking about happened the day before, because there's a thing about not saying, if you do the same thing again, you don't have to say the details of what you did again. You just say, so we went back over there, all those things that he mentioned before apply to the new information now.
Yes.
Mhm.
So when he talks about Thursday versus Friday, it gets kind of,
Mhm.
things seem weird or inconsistent. It's because he feels he doesn't have to explain the details if
Again.
they do the same thing the next day.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Because it was a
So
pattern. They were going
right,
over there every morning early to the point where they were sitting and waiting for Dan for quite a while. Like, I was arguing about this on Reddit, which is like probably the worst place to try to post an idea. But, people are saying, no, 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 there was a stipulation and like they couldn't have been there. I said, no, no, no. The kids were already in school. I said, no. Luis saw them in the morning.
That's right.
Wendy 100% would have no problem going over with the boys. With the boys is even better, because if Dan sees her, she can say, oh, Ben
oh
forgot his shoes at your
Yep.
house, blah, 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 whatever. It's only a 12-minute ride from
Yeah,
Dan's
and
house
she
to the
had him
preschool.
Wednesday night, so
She
she
had
went
him
over
Wednesday
there
night.
Thursday
She
morning.
was there Thursday morning, and the only stipulation was what time they were dropped off at
Yep.
preschool. Well, they were
Mhm.
dropped off at 8:30. Well, the boys were there. Dan's probably getting the boys, ready and in the car at 8 o'clock. And Luis and Sigfredo are sitting at the park for a while
Mm.
waiting for them. And
Yep.
not only that, but there's a part where Jeff says in his March interview, he says, oh, Wendy thought that Dan was stalking because one time he looked out the window and saw that she was without the kids. And he said, hey, I need first right of refusal. And she said that was stalking. It's like, well, out what window would
Yeah.
he have seen her? Not,
Yeah.
not
She
the,
was on his
not
street.
not the FSU window, because if he was working and she was working, he would
Mhm.
have no, he wouldn't say, I
mhm.
should have the kids. It was obviously on a day off when
Mhm.
he was home and she was walking down Trescott. Like, that's what she did. I mean, my husband's ex was a psychopath. She drove by our house all the time.
Mhm.
That's what you do. You want to keep tabs on people to see, oh, are they happier than us right now? Like, I mean, really, like, that's what she was doing when she was like, oh yeah, I go by to, like, try to make peace with the, it's like, no, you're
Yeah.
the one
No,
that initiated
just
the
off.
Well,
divorce.
yeah.
You initiated it, you did it dirty, you were sloppy about it, you took everything while he was on vacation. You like, and when Donna tells Rob, like, we tried to call him like right before he went on stage to make the
Mm.
biggest, to hurt him
Oh, yeah.
as like hard as we could.
So plotted.
Like, she wasn't trying to get over it. The person who is the one who leaves doesn't have feelings about getting over it. It would have been Dan, and Dan wasn't
Right.
going by her house.
Right.
Mm-mm. Dan was right back in the game. He had, I mean,
And he
I
was in the
As
think,
he
game
should
with
be.
multiple people, according to friends,
Yeah.
remember?
Yep.
yo, I'll tell you this, like, Dan is obviously extremely intelligent. Like, he's a total, he's a total catch. It's just that for Wendy, it's a catch in the beginning. It's competition
It's
Absolutely.
during.
he couldn't compete. Yep.
She didn't
And
want him, but she didn't want anybody else to have him.
No,
yeah,
100%. She was so, jealous of Amy. She's like, she lives a really good life.
Yeah.
Yeah, she lives in New York. She's
Uh-huh.
able to, hobnob. Her brother is a famous designer. Like, Wendy couldn't see. She's really pretty for 50.
Uh-huh.
Too bad you can't say the same about yourself, Wendy, because you're pushing it right now and
Yeah.
you look like a
'Cause your
large
hairline is
toe.
all jacked.
Your divine
I like seeing
eyebrows.
the steep decline in her appearance at every trial.
Mhm.
I never thought she was good looking. Like, her spirit is so so
Yeah.
trash that her
It
face to
shows.
me is
Yes.
ugly.
I do have a question though. Back on the Instagram. Okay, so he posted the owl, and then we assume Wendy saw it and Katie and all this. Do you think the state ever subpoenaed and got that evidence, did a search warrant with Instagram, because that stuff, like, it's a digital footprint. Even if you delete it, we all know it's still there.
I think True
It's
Crime Wifey says that there's evidence that he posted it on Thursday. I
And,
haven't seen it personally, but I know that's what she has said. And
and
I
you'd be
think
able
she's
to
in the
see
chat.
Wendy's account seeing it, and you know what I
Yeah,
mean?
you should be able to, especially on the back end of Instagram. Yeah, you should be able to. I'm not sure. Do you know, Grish?
yeah, and Facebook owns Instagram. I think there's being that post for was posted for that purpose.
Mm-hmm.
I think they would want to hold on to that.
Yeah, I
Like
agree.
if being that she was wearing that shirt on Friday on the 18th, there's a good chance she was wearing that on the 17th. If he
Got to
posted it on the
pack up.
17th, if he posted it on the 17th, and then also in his property said on the day of the murder, that's when I seen Wendy.
Yeah.
Think about that. He saw her, if he saw her on Friday and saw her on the on Thursday and she's wearing the same thing, he's really gonna recognize her.
Yes.
Yeah.
And let me say this, she was packing that week, in my
Agree.
opinion.
Agree.
And we all know what
Also.
it's like as a woman, right? Like, you know how it is when you're packing, you're just like throwing on a t-shirt and
Yeah,
shorts,
you're
and
in your
packing, and then
pajamas.
she like threw it down, and then the next day she put on the same thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, you know
That's what
what's
people
really
do when they're
bizarre?
packing, because their crap is packed.
Yeah,
And so they're
everything's
just
packed up.
Yeah,
100% agree.
that is exactly.
She
So when
even
he says the day of or whatever, I mean, maybe Thursday and Friday are mulled together, but I think for sure saw them Thursday. She was wearing it, and she wore it again Friday.
I agree.
I think it also has to do with the colors that of the whole ensemble. They're
I
camouflage
love
colors.
that too. Yep.
They're green,
She's walking through the
like
woods
light
right
brown and black. Yeah. Like if she
Mhm.
were in your backdrop, Jackie, it would be,
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
she
know,
would
it
blend
would,
right in.
The eyes
The
and
same
khaki
color.
shorts.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think she had her shades on. She had the, you know,
Oh, mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I think she was ducking right back there.
I think so
I'm
too.
like, I really zoomed in like on that picture when, especially with the after the FOIA where you get the actual high resolution photo. It's not something on Google Images. Like I was like in all the pixels looking for like organic matter that might have stuck to her shoe or something that I could verify and check against the
This
actual
leaf
types.
belonged to Tristan. You
Oh,
would too.
I do that.
I
No, I
know
was
you
on.
do.
Yeah, we know moss grows on the north side of a tree. You taught me that, right?
Yep, I did.
Well, you know
I
what's
did.
really like crazy about that whole outfit too is Mosaic is a nice or was a nice restaurant. It was a higher class establishment. And I'm sorry, but if I'm going out to lunch with my girlfriends, I'm not going out in a t-shirt and a pair of shorts and looking like a foot. Like she had no makeup on. Her hair wasn't even done anything. And like for a family that is so all about image, that makes no sense. I
Yeah.
don't think she ever planned on going to lunch. I think she was going to go by Dan's house, find him, and now she's double victim. She's a hero and a victim because, oh, she found him, blah, blah, blah. But I don't think she was planning on actually going to lunch looking like that. Like,
I don't
why
think
wouldn't she be dressed for a nice place?
Mm-hmm.
Like, and everybody knows her, in Tallahassee.
I
She's a
think it was
lawyer, for
about.
God's sake.
I think it was about time. If like the Best Buy guy, the Geek Squad guy, was there until he said 9:15. I saw that in the police report. He was there until 9:15. She's trying to figure out. And this is my opinion, of course. They
Don't get a fat ass.
she's trying. Oh, I don't care. I'll sign for that shit. Buckle up. I'll frame that shit. I'll take this down, have it right here like it's a YouTube plaque.
Ooh.
I love situations like that. I had someone tried suing me before and said so much BS like I copied certain designs or something. I don't copy anything. I'm creative. It's more work for me to copy something. Try to sue me for $45K. You know, I made T-shirts that had the documentation of when he snitched on everybody to Homeland Security, where he gave his phone passcode to snitch on everybody so he can get out of jail because he couldn't afford $75,000 bail. I had 100 shirts ready to go. Like I had them blank, but I took a couple pictures of them and I just put 2580, the code of his phone, and on the back it said redacted, gave agents. I didn't have shit. That case was out of there.
That's funny.
But anyway, I'm just saying I'm like that. But where was I going with this? Because I just went to a whole nother place.
We were talking about how she was dressed.
Yeah, all right. How she was. So she doesn't have the time, and you said she's packing. She doesn't have. In her phone record, she calls the people that she went to lunch with. I think she called to plan that lunch.
Yeah,
She's like, "Oh, I need to go," because it's an excuse for her to get out of the house and go do something.
Yes.
So if she goes to the, I mean, she could have gone to the liquor store after the lunch or whatever, but she went to that liquor store. We're driving on Trescott. She went, and I also, there's another character that's next door in the court building, who's the ad litem attorney, who she's done a project with in 2011, and he will be at lunch.
ABC, right?
Right next door.
ABC.
Yeah, I don't know exactly what his what he would be in this situation, but there are a few things. There's one thing after this that he was like caught up in, and something with overbilling the state for dentist appointments for the kids that can't afford them. So I'm like, how would that's specific, like some kind of mismanagement of like $500,000 that he got caught up in. He ended up quitting. But being that it's for dentistry, I was like,
yeah,
who knows what that's it's always something. So so you have the she can't figure out an outfit to wear. She has to organize these people to get them there so she can make a path from her house to Dan's house to the liquor store to whatever. So she has a reason to be out of the house, because if the Best Buy guy came by later, she wouldn't have time to do that. I think once that 9:15 and she didn't have, she couldn't help herself.
Yeah.
And that call at 10:22, that was just weird. You don't know who that was? Yeah. And she went off on that, like in the interview. She was like, "Oh, Renee, someone that I met. I
would like a hug from her."
Yeah, that's weird.
Well, and then she has like a 50-minute or 45-minute long
gap
break where she's calling nobody.
Yep.
And there's nothing on her
phone.
Where was she then? What's that coincide with? His murder, exactly.
Exactly. The drive time.
Could have gotten there, spent 10 minutes, and gone home, and and then she's late for lunch anyway. And her friends are calling and texting her, and she's on the phone with Jeff Skopek. Like, still, she's on the phone like 15 minutes after
and wasn't
1.
she supposed to be there at 1? So why was she late?
And Ritu, and they're all texting her and calling her like, where the fuck are you? And she's sitting talking to freaking Jeff Skopek still for 15 minutes. Weird. But yeah,
there's one other thing. There's one other thing. I'm gonna skip the May 1st thing for now. I want to
like we have for the past hour. Sorry.
Yeah, stop. ADHD. I'm just giving you all the diagnosis of why this is not working the way I want it to. All right, so 7:18 and let me get to the time here.
And I tried to get her phone records for the day before because I wanted to see if she actually made a phone call early in the morning on Thursday morning when Louise said that she got right on the phone, like if she called Charlie, perhaps. But no, they wouldn't give that.
No,
and they're nowhere.
I think I'm trying to find the phone record from that day. I forgot what
I can text it to you if you want. I can find it quick. I was just in it the
I,
other day.
I'm flipping through it now, trying to find the
You mean the phone number that we all have and the emails that we all have that we've never used, but we're harassing?
Yeah, I
what?
know. I'm like, we've all had her. That's what I said on my live the other day. It's
Yeah.
like nobody's harassing Wendy. We've all had her
Yeah.
phone numbers. We've all had her email addresses, and we've all had her home address.
Yeah.
Who's ever
And if
gone there?
And if she doesn't watch
Who's
anything,
ever
then how does
sent
she
her a bag
know?
of dicks? No one.
She doesn't
Yeah.
watch anything. So how does she know?
How would she even know?
Right. You did. I don't watch. I don't do that. I don't
I
do
don't
that.
watch. I don't listen. You
But
told
in
me
John's
anyway.
how we learned they pay a media company.
They have to. There's something that they're doing, like, through their connections to
Mhm.
run a pro Wendy shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure they can just, it's not hard to do a search of Wendy Adelson and see what's the newest in the past week on YouTube that says her name.
Right.
Yeah.
Magnum cum
But
dumpster.
yeah, you got to ask yourself, why are you trying to silence people?
At this point in time, when half of nobody is talking about her,
Mhm.
there's literally like a handful of creators that are still talking about it. Like, I refuse to get off of this case because I think it's important. Like, the pressure needs to stay on. I don't want, not like I think that I have any sort of, hold over Jack Campbell or anything, but I think it's important for them to see, like, people are still,
Yeah.
hungry to see this woman be held accountable.
And one day,
Right.
which is probably happening, the boys, they're on YouTube. They can find it and they can see what all these people said.
Yeah.
Because it's our opinion.
I know. I apologized to them in the end of my Wendy series, and I even apologized to Wendy. I said, "Listen, if I'm wrong about you and you're proven not to be a horrific murdering whore, then I'll give you a public apology.
Mhm.
I have no problem admitting when I'm wrong."
So again, everybody, you can like and share and hype. Thank you.
Yes.
Because it just keeps spreading, and ask your followers or your friends to do the same.
Yeah. It's important. It's
Yeah.
important to stay on it.
I never ask people to like, share, subscribe. It sounds,
know,
for me,
that's
it sounds like the thing that people always say, but listen, the algorithm doesn't like me too much. And I mean, lately I'm not in it just for the views.
Right.
I do this to be informative.
The information is important to get out there, and especially people that have other opinions that are thinking in a different way. It needs to be out there.
Right. So maybe when some people get too close to the truth of what happened, we better shut it down.
Yeah.
That may be it. I don't know, but what I do know is that I get a lot of comments saying, "How did I not know about you before?"
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, I thought the same way.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I don't get like there's some people that post random stuff and they'll get 80,000, 40,000 views. I never had a 40,000 view video. It takes a year for mine to hit sometimes 10,000. But the comments are telling me that I'm bringing something that no one's ever seen before on YouTube.
Yes, and it's solid information.
And in some of these videos, I'm trying to like not put so much extra stuff in there, but like I have like Jackie said, my videos cover a lot of information in a short time, and they're pretty dope. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they're
pretty
dope.
They have cinematic quality to them,
Yeah, they're
but
great.
like, yeah, those things those don't cost anything. You just like it. Just go over there, got a mouse.
I know, and I'm terrible about liking lives too, because you're like in the chat. I wish they would have like a place that you could do that without lowering the chat, because I think a lot of people just don't really think about it, because then as soon as live's over, you kind of click out.
I agree.
Right. I don't know why I'm having problems like getting to or this is Wendy stuff.
Yeah, I always say, I'm like, this will reach the people who it's supposed to reach when it's supposed to reach you. Because I get a lot of the same types of comments, like, oh my gosh, like I've been following this case forever and I can't believe. I mean, I've only been covering this for the past year, but
yeah,
And I think people are getting sick of, waiting, and I get that too, but I also think, the timeline that we've had, and I did it with my Wendy's, next video, like, they've been working on this nonstop for 10 years, like, actually
Mhm.
nonstop have had a
Hmm.
trial ongoing for 10 years. Like, they have other cases. The
Mhm.
court has
Right.
scheduling, like, and this is going to be at the very minimum a 3-week trial. Like, you have 175 days with a Florida felony to be able to start, book that case, and they've gotta do it when they have time, when,
Mhm.
Hmm.
Georgia doesn't have a full caseload, and, I think people just need to chill.
That's got like
Have
it's
patience.
easy to think about. Oh, thank you, Pit Life, my two girl. Thank you, thank you. I
Aw,
appreciate you.
puppers. Thank
Thank you
you.
so much. Um, it's easy to just look at the people that we're used to seeing is only working on this. Like the reason that trials take so long from arrest, arraignment, all those hearings and motions is because they have other cases to work on.
Mhm.
And I mean, I've taken the time to look at, like, say, I wanted to see Georgia Cappleman lose a case to see what that looks like.
Well, apparently she just did. Patty said that on a live the other night
Oh, really?
that they've lost 2 big cases. Somebody else can correct me, but I think I heard that.
I didn't see lately, but I watched. There was one that was on YouTube. It was some like some robbery type thing, and it was like for like felony murder. Why
Mm.
it looked, it's like this little was there. He was there, and they beat that case. And she had the red suit on everything for her closing arguments. You know the
Her
the, the
crimson power suit.
Her
yep,
red
yep.
power
She's got a
suit.
couple of them. She's
I
got a
know.
couple little shades.
She's got good clothes, yeah.
Yeah.
That's what
My-
Patty asked her. Or was there gonna be a 5th red suit? I'm
Mhm.
like, that was my favorite question of that whole
Mhm.
post interview.
Yep.
Is there gonna be a 5th red suit? I'll make it for her myself.
You can do that. You can sew.
Mhm.
Really?
Yep.
What are you making?
I can make
What?
anything. I've made myself like a whole bunch of dresses. I used to make my kids clothes all the time, and like, yeah, I like sewing.
I I'm I tried. I'm into clothes. I design merch and stuff like that, and I tried to like really get into it, but the only thing I did make that was actually good, I made a pocket square out of camo pants for a suit. It was fire. And I used thread that was like the hunter orange,
Oh, that's
fire. And
cool.
then I lost it.
Yeah,
Um
my husband had an old pair of shorts
Yeah.
that I made myself. I made it into a skirt. It
Yeah.
was like a pair of camo shorts.
That's cool.
yeah,
Yeah.
Oh, correct. So when I say it was the state attorney office that lost it, not necessarily Georgia, but
yeah, but she
It was
was
a
the
cool
one.
Also
case.
just posted a super sticker.
Oh,
What'd you say?
Beach Bum also posted a super sticker at 12
Oh,
or
thank
204.
you. Let me go back and
Can't see
highlight
that. It's just
beach.
up a tiny bit.
Thank you. What kind of design is that? A turtle?
It's a
I like
turtle.
that. Um, Jesus. Do y'all know the page number that the phone record is on for July 18th? This is embarrassing.
I sent it in a text just now.
Okay.
If
And
you
I'm talking
can
about
pull
in
it up
the
to your computer. Oh, like the actual like list of
yeah.
let
Oh,
me
this is what I'll do. I'll just put the little serial number at the top up there. 201.
I have so many screenshots of Wendy that like how in iPhones it shows you like people, like it has like all members of my family, Wendy and Charlie and Donna. I'm like,
yes. I have that too. Like my phone will say, you have duplicate images, and I'll have like a ton of them because I'll just screenshot it real quick,
my
when I'm
son
making a short.
shows me in memories.
Same thing.
Like
Yeah.
like that, like da da da, your kids, and I'm like, Wendy, look.
I was
Oh my
scrolling trying to
God.
show some picture the other day to somebody, and they were like, "What is all that?" And it was like all pictures from the cave.
I found it. I found it.
Okay, good.
Okay. Like, yeah, I get that too. With the
Mhm.
uh, what's it called? The memories. It's
Memories
like,
and
damn, do I
yeah.
have a life? I don't
Yeah.
have any like regular photos. I have screenshots of and weird morphing stuff that, you know, and let me put this back up on the screen.
Yeah, let's see it.
All right.
Uh-huh.
Now, so y'all see the
You
Is
need to
this
send me
May?
this PDF of her appeal because I don't think I have this.
you don't have it?
I don't think so now.
Holy
Oh,
cow!
I
Look
can,
how many pages that is.
yeah,
Oh, that's
yeah,
McBanel appeal.
Yeah.
Appeal.
yeah. Um,
Okay, so what's the date on this then?
this is the 18th.
Okay.
Okay. I'm trying to, damn, how do I make this like a full page where I don't have this over on the side?
And
Um,
below, like you click down and you just click the one that has like a computer screen without the little images.
No, like I'm talking about this part where it has the
Oh,
screenshot, the little,
yeah.
can you just scooch that over so that's like behind our pictures, like the whole
Yeah.
oh my God, here we go.
I know. It happens.
our assistants are really slacking off today.
Yeah,
Sorry.
right.
guys.
Yeah.
We
See,
were late
on
for the
it.
hair and makeup, and then the assistants are just
Yeah.
going wild.
Yeah. And I, of course, I remember.
Try the
Forget what.
three right dots at the top over there. I think there's something there to view
Let me
about
find.
page.
Get the page up first.
And I just want to say, I see Rebecca in the comments saying Georgia got married. It's her daughter that got married. Georgia's been married.
I was looking at Georgia's like Christmas pictures on her Facebook, and I'm like I didn't want to hang out with you before. Like I've always been in love with you, but like she just seems so genuinely like fun and sweet, and
Yes,
I love her as a human.
agree.
I like her a lot too. I like her style, the way she questions people, and
It's
Mhm.
this
great.
has the face like
Mhm.
that. Like I love that.
Oh boy. Oh boy. When she says that to
Yeah.
her.
When I think there's errors in the transactions. Oh boy.
Let me
It's sad.
let me address this one real quick.
Yeah.
Are you into making AI videos?
Chris does not like AI.
I don't. I do stuff that people need AI to do. Like I know. I'm not gonna tell like AI to
Handcrafted.
do right. I'm not gonna tell AI to do something that I already have in my head. Like no offense to people who do use AI. It does have it overall AI does have good. It's useful.
Yeah.
But creativity is if you got it,
It's a
you
special
don't.
skill. Yeah.
Yeah. So I sorry, I just had to go off on that. But let me just go on this part real fast.
Okay.
Now, let's go back to 10:51 a.m., July 18th, 2014. I strongly believe, this is my opinion, that Wendy was over on Prescott through those apartments on Thomasville at 2055 Thomasville in the southeastern corner of that address. And so
I agree.
afterwards, once it happens and Luis drives by, y'all saw my animation for that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all didn't see that? Okay.
I did.
I
So,
saw it.
all right. It was at the end. It was good. It was good. I had fun making that part. So you have they drive away. Luis sees her. I think Wendy goes back, walks through, gets in her car. And I know that Georgia said the train cars and
Mhm.
Charlie to Katie and Katie to Sigfredo.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. But that doesn't mean that's the only way that information gets from one person to the other.
Yeah. Wendy's jumping the tracks on that one.
Not even jumping the tracks. Think about this. Train cars are connected. They're all going to the same place. But if you've been on a train Like you
can
can
walk
go
through
from
'em.
one car to the other, right?
Mhm.
Think if you
Yeah.
if you yourself are the information, if the train cars are the direction in a figurative sense of of the mission, the information, the people inside can go from either way. They're all going the same place. Okay. So the first person to make a call is this is Donna to Charlie.
This is right after the first call after the murder that we
Right,
know about. Yeah.
Yeah.
right.
That
Now
they
think about this. Donna should be the last person. The way this
It's
should
Charlie to
go,
Donna, right?
it should be Sigfredo tells Katie,
Katie.
Katie tells Charlie, Charlie tells Donna, whatever.
Yep.
Okay.
Mhm.
That's okay. I'm gonna say it again. So it's Sigfredo calls Katie, Katie calls Charlie, and Charlie does whatever order he does on the Adelson side.
Mm-hmm.
But the first call that's made at 11:06, which is 15 minutes, between 13 and 15 minutes after this takes place, and it takes about 12 minutes to drive from that area, 2055
Wendy's
Thomasville
house.
Road, to what is it, Aqua Hiawassee?
3303
Aqua
Aqua
Ridge
Ridge
Way.
Way.
Yeah, I just like to do that.
Aqua
So, all right,
Ridgeway.
yeah, yeah, so but the first call is Donna to Charlie. Now, you look
Is this
and
Donna to
see.
Charlie or Charlie to Donna?
No, you gotta pay attention to the incoming part, the incoming and outgoing. So Donna calls Charlie at 11:06.
Mhm.
Then
Okay.
at then Charlie calls Donna at 11:22. 7-minute call. So he's calling her back.
Mm-hmm.
Then Charlie, that's 7 minutes and 17 seconds. At 11:30 and 14 seconds, the right after you hung up, he calls Katie. That's the direction the information's traveling. Donna tells Charlie, Charlie tells Katie, and what does Katie do? At
She says she
11:30,
knows. She says
she
she
knows,
knows when
so she
Sigfredo
doesn't
says
make. She knows. So at 11:30,
and she
Charlie calls
calls no
Katie.
one
She doesn't have to call because there's no information to
to pass
go.
along.
It's the information is supposed to go from Sigfredo to Katie, but Katie's got the information. She doesn't have to tell him anything.
Yeah.
So how does she know? It went from Donna to Charlie to Katie. Who told Donna?
Yeah.
Wendy.
Right. So there's another path of information, another means to communicate than what we're seeing. So what do you think that is?
Burner.
Yeah,
Yeah.
burner or WhatsApp or potentially both. Because I know in 2014, WhatsApp, like when I got it, because like we were like back in, when I had my YouTube channel, you were trying to get into, whatever newest app there was just so you could get your name, like,
Hmm.
collect your name on that app. Um, but a lot of like what I was using it for is you were using it was like quick voice messages. So you would say like, "Hey, whatever," and you could send like a voice message through WhatsApp is how I was using it. But it was too
Hmm.
confusing to me because I couldn't remember what the person said because it was disappearing. And like
Mm.
as you were sending it. So if somebody said like, "Oh yeah, that's funny," I had no idea what I'd said to them in the first place.
I don't think it's that detailed. I don't think that you have to say anything when you're already expecting something.
Yeah.
It's kind of like you don't have to go through details that you already know have happened or going to. You don't have to say anything. I think that part of the plan is you have to have the notification. That's all you need. I think that within either an email or some other app, is to like a post or something like that.
Yeah.
Something to where that person will be notified that something happened. I think that, and I know people do this, if they have like covert means of communication, they'll go and like a post on some page somewhere. And
Mhm.
that's
That's
the
the
bat
signal.
signal.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
So like say if I have Instagram and there's a random Instagram that has a couple pictures and the other person knows that Instagram name but doesn't follow it. No one follows it, but they go and refresh that person's page, that random page, and then when they have that like show up, it's like done.
Mm-hmm.
No one gets a notification on their phone, but they've been notified of that
Yeah.
the execution took place.
That makes a
And I
lot of
think
sense.
that's what they did. And I think part of the reason for the TV repair is not just for an alibi. It's because Charlie and Donna know that Wendy will go over there and they need her to stay home. And that's how they verify that for themselves that she's home and when she can leave. Because most likely after an appointment takes place, you get a follow-up email. Like, did you like your person that came by?
Mhm.
They knew, I believe, that once the appointment took place, that right after that, it was like, damn, he left already? We can't,
Well,
you see
her
what I
and
mean?
Charlie had that phone call right after the guy leaves, too.
Right.
An 18-minute long phone call to see if she should buy a new TV.
Yeah, right.
Like,
But
they
she
just
also
told you it wasn't gonna. You can't repair it. Like, and she makes a phone call at the exact same time that Charlie calls Donna. Also, Wendy makes a phone call at 11:22.
It's just a
That's her first
coincidence.
phone
but
call to Tova.
It's just a coincidence.
Yeah, everything's.
yeah, but everything's a coincidence. But one thing that happens is up here you have yeah, is this the right time? 12 a.m. Okay, oops. So we have on Wendy calls at, but remember at there was a time that Dan called Wendy
Mm-hmm.
at like what was it?
I'll tell you, I've got to pull
It
it
was
up.
9:04
9:02,
a.m.
9:04. He leaves
Yeah,
he
9:02.
leaves that voicemail. Then Charlie calls Wendy. Wendy doesn't pick up. So who do
Mhm.
you think Wendy's busy with?
Donna.
No, she tells Sigfredo. I think she tells Sigfredo.
Oh.
Yeah.
She tells him, all right, this is the drop, is what it's called. When you have updated information on your target, when they're most vulnerable, Dan left that voicemail and I was so upset. I wasn't upset, but I was like, damn it. I thought Dan was like, he moved different. He doesn't say his plans to someone like Wendy, but he told her, I'm going to the gym. I'm going to do that. I think she went and talked to Sigfredo like he's going to the gym.
Like
So
they'll be here at the exact time.
right
And you know
now,
what
think
was
about
something that was like crazy too is, and it's in the police documents. They're talking about when they first go up there, and the first time, like in that June 4th date, their phone pings at the gym, except they never followed Dan to the gym. So how did they know about Premier Fitness?
Mhm.
And they were there for like 15 or so odd minutes, probably
right.
just scoping out the place, seeing where the entrances and exits were. But I mean,
Mhm.
that was the first day that they were up there. They went from the hotel to the gym, like
They
almost
knew
immediately.
that what he does.
Mm,
And
yeah. They,
so it's kind of it's not far-fetched. Like Wendy's in touch with these fools, like not with Sigfredo.
Hmm.
I think that there's a little bit of a chance that Luis knows a little bit more, but he doesn't say anything to Sigfredo. So he may, because obviously in the Proffer he has some suspicion, a
Yeah.
good amount of suspicion about Sigfredo's relationship with Wendy because he's like, let's just go rob her. And Sigfredo doesn't respond to that, which means he probably is too cool with her to go do something like that.
Hey,
Well, they
what time
also-
did
Go ahead.
the Geek Squad leave?
9:15.
At 9:15?
Yep.
Yeah, they were there for like 45 minutes
Because
is what they say in the trial.
Charlie, see, she says she called her brother to find out about the TV fix, but according to these records, that doesn't make sense.
No, Charlie called her.
Right. And it was at 9:19 and they left at 9:15.
Yeah, and then she checks the voicemail and then she calls him back.
And it doesn't make sense because we saw in the FOIA that Donna sent an email to Wendy saying there will be no cost. They will replace your TV. So all of this is contradictory.
Right.
Of course, it's all contradictory.
know,
I
just-
myself called
Right.
Best Buy
Yeah.
and I looked up what the price of TVs were in 2014. You know, there was not this huge, difference. I mean, bigger TVs cost more, but
That
like,
TV
they were
wasn't even
pretty
the
much
hottest
the same.
TV out.
No.
I looked that TV up to the model number. I looked up when it came out and everything. That wasn't the newest TV. It wasn't the nicest TV. It was just a TV.
Mhm.
And they're not struggling. They could have just copped a new one. That man, I think what's even worse is how Wendy left that TV broken for that long. And also she blames it on her kids, knowing damn well she is the one that made the damage.
Yeah.
And she even says, and I gotta find the document in one of the FOIA files where it says the guy Schwartz, the Geek Squad guy, said that Wendy said to him that her son said he didn't do it.
Well, and Jeff Lacasse was like, we'll go right now and I'll buy you a new TV. Like, I'll pick you up a new TV. And she refuses this. And then she wouldn't let him go in the back bedroom, and probably because everything in the back bedroom was packed and gone. Because he's like, we can just watch that TV. And she like pitches a fit about that. She's like, no, we'll watch this thing on the broken TV. But she wanted somebody else to know that this TV's broken, and it was probably broken in June.
Right.
Before the first time.
Was there more information on the status of how packed up Wendy was before she left based on what Jeff was saying? Was there anything about that?
Well, he said that, and we just learned this in Donna's, and I thought for all of the evidence, we knew 100% of what Jeff knew. If nothing else, I thought we knew everything that he knew. But when he says they show the pictures, the boys with like their little pictures in the background, their drawings and stuff, and he says she's pulling those down the week of the murder. And then who is it? I think it's Ryan Cox. They do an interview with her, and Ryan Cox says Wendy was over last night dropping off clothes of the boys for my kids. So she's probably taking stuff that she doesn't want to pack up, and take with her. And more than likely, if Harvey was there, they're filling, Donna probably brought a load of stuff back with her. Harvey's bringing a load of stuff back with him so they don't have to rent a U-Haul and be super obvious. And we know this is how they run shit because they were super surreptitious when they were renting, her an apartment. Like, they didn't even put it under her name. They put it under Donna Jacobs, or, her maiden name of all things. Like who the is looking up records for rentals? Like, I mean, it's just like, but this is how they're just so sneaky. And this is just, in my opinion, they're sneaky as fuck, and everybody knows it. Like,
but they're sneaky, but they're stupid. I mean, they're
stupid. They're entitled. They think
they're smarter than everybody.
There's nothing that they haven't been able to buy, lie, cheat, or threaten their way out of.
Yep. And that's why they lost their minds, because that's never happened.
They can't. Yeah, this is the first person they couldn't control.
Right. It's
But yeah, and Ruth Markel says in her book too. She said they went over to Dan's house.
Yep.
And they saw all the toys and everything for the boys. And then they said when they went over to Wendy's house, her house was like bare. No toys. They even they were bringing over toys for the boys because they just assumed that maybe she didn't have any. Because I'm sure they're not going to, her place after they're broken up. But like, this is the first time they're in. And Ruth says in her book, the house was like bare.
Mm-hmm.
So no toys. I mean, my kids' toys are like everywhere.
Right.
And especially when you have 2 boys, like, they're crazy, like.
And those boys, likely the older one remembers if the TV was broken by them. Kids remember that stuff. I mean, he wasn't freaking 6 months old. He was 5.
100%. And I mean, my boys are wild as heck, and they've never, they've thrown shit into our TV, and it's fine.
Yeah.
Like, you had to hit that thing, like, with a hammer, pretty much.
Mm-hmm. I think the way that they like prepared to leave, there has to be some evidence of like movers and stuff like that in their call records that we don't know about. There's got to be some, because they're not picking anything up. They're not carrying a couch.
But I don't think she took the furniture.
I think she left it.
She
I think they've been
clothes.
slowly taking stuff down to Miami.
Yeah. Because she was just there too. She was
Mhm.
just there. They came up. They drove her down. They were probably putting boxes of shit in, and she was just taking the essentials. She was moving in with her parents. She didn't need
Yes,
furniture and stuff.
Yeah.
She was moving in with them, so she probably left all that stuff. They probably sold it off afterwards.
On
But I mean, her whole
Marketplace.
thing, like, I took an overnight bag,
Mhm.
and then you never went back for your kids' clothes,
Weird.
Wendy.
Ah, nice. Yep.
I had the
And that's something else Charlie says in a jail call. He's like, I mean, as soon as she drove on Trescott, she knew she got what she wanted. And 48 hours later, she was in South Florida. I mean, he is laying it out. So that's what I'm saying. Like, he has squealed.
Well, the fact
He
that he
doesn't want to
says
disappoint his mom. That's what I think.
100%. Yeah. Well, he
Until
says she's
she's
there an hour
dead.
after it's done,
Yep.
too.
Yeah.
An hour after it's done. Not an hour after it's done.
wow.
Don't say something's done unless you are the one who wants it to be done. Like, that's such a bizarre thing to say after it's done.
Very, very bizarre.
And if I'm convicted of something I'm innocent of, I'm going to be sobbing like, I didn't do it. And if
They
that's
never
my
say
brother, and I think I'm going to be on the camera like, he didn't do it. This is a wrongful conviction.
100%. If my brother and mother were accused of killing my ex and they had nothing to do with it, I would be calling them every day in jail. I would be sending them commissary, doing everything that I can. I would be appealing to everybody I could to say these people are innocent. I wouldn't say, oh, I can't talk to you about the case.
Jackie, so you wouldn't hire an attorney, and I hire an attorney, and then we have all our attorneys talking.
Yeah.
Since 2017.
Yeah. Would you have, if you were, not the killer, would you have your attorney talk to Sigfredo and Katie's attorney right after they're arrested and saying, we're not talking?
Hey, I'm so innocent.
Talking
so
about
I'm
what?
hire this really expensive attorney to talk to my brother's attorney.
That always happens.
That's what's happening.
That's wild. Like,
they tried to get that kept out in Donna's trial too. The fact that right after Katie's arrested, Charlie's attorney calls Isom and says, "Is Charlie gonna be arrested? For what, friends? For what? For what?"
That was like a scare tactic. I think that was a scare tactic because remember Willie Meggs was like, if you get they sue us for wrongful prosecution or like
that happened.
That's wild. Like, but just give it a few years. Next thing you know, they're all most of them are all hemmed up. So it's like, I want to know what Willie Meggs has to say about the things he said in 2015. There was a little interview with him. It was it's online. It's not a video though, and he's talking about that wrongful prosecution. I never even heard of that.
Yeah,
I never even heard of that.
I've never heard of that either.
Like, prosecutors have weak cases and they get thrown out. It happens.
Mhm.
And the
If
person
you got a
that's
conviction and then you found out years later, like I've heard of that, people getting restitution for like, oops, I accidentally have been in prison for 14 years for something I didn't do.
Mhm.
But
right,
no, like
that
you have every right to be prosecuted for something.
right, and you get due process that's in the Bill
And
of
if you're
Rights, and
innocent, then it's over. Like,
you don't see people suing the prosecution team.
yeah,
Yeah.
Well,
Karen
that's
Reed.
Mhm.
huh?
Yep.
With
Karen Reed.
Karen Reed.
Oh man.
And in the Karen Reed case, all those co-conspirators, they've all been on the news saying, you know, what their stance is. Not
Mhm.
not the alleged co-conspirators in this case.
Yeah.
Mm-mm.
Oh, exactly.
I
You
haven't.
would talk. If you had
I
nothing to
don't
do
think.
with it, you would talk.
Mhm.
Yeah. I'm not that well versed on Karen Reed. I noticed some things on in the evidence that I thought was weird, with people saying dog bites and stuff. I'm like, nah, I don't think that at all. But like as far as the dynamics with um the boyfriend and all those guys are all like police and federal
Yeah.
agents and stuff, like that's gotta be, that's a whole other weird dynamic.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Yeah, we don't want
Um
to get off on that tangent.
yeah,
No, and
nah.
I didn't really follow it either. My sister just gave me like an hour-long rundown
Yeah.
of it. Okay, so what is this now? This statement?
Yeah, this is Darren Schwartz. Let me zoom in.
Is this the Best Buy guy?
Yeah,
Yeah. It's hard to read that writing.
yeah. I mean,
Yeah, I can read it. Yeah.
I mean, not everybody has pretty handwriting. I mean, mine's about as bad as this.
Yeah,
So,
I can
but
read
shout out to Darren. He's probably left-handed. Um,
it.
who knows? That's some lefty writing, right? In my opinion, because I'm a lefty, and mine looks like uh, a first grader with Parkinson's wrote something
Aw.
down. I'm sorry, that's wrong. I know I should have said that.
He was
Um,
being watched by her dad at the time. You know, somebody said that in my chat the other day, but I didn't think I had read that yet. So Harvey's at the house when the TV gets broken.
Mhm.
And Harvey obviously has some displaced rage, as
And
we
some
saw.
anger.
yo,
Oh, no,
that
no, don't tell dad. We don't know. We don't want him upset. Don't tell dad.
Yeah,
I
but they
thought,
got
yo,
caught.
I thought like their purpose for trying to keep things away from Harvey is, I really thought that Harvey may have had a heart and looked at Dan as someone that position that he could be in. Like, what if, you know, me and Donna something, and Donna had me taken out? I'm thinking like that, and I kind
Mhm.
of over time, I'm like, especially during Donna's trial, I saw him in the audience, and his face, he looked like his mouth, his gravity has done a job on his face. Like it's just
Yeah,
like his mouth literally goes like this.
Yeah.
Like
That's what
a
happens when
mad
you get
face.
old.
yeah,
But then we heard him at our sentencing, and then we were all like, "Yep, he's
That was
awful."
it.
Mhm.
yeah.
Yo,
He
he
knew
is.
about it
Yep.
100%. They just didn't want him to tell that they got caught, that they were
Yep.
being traced. Like, that's why
Yo,
they didn't want him to know. They didn't want him to know about the bump. They didn't
'Cause
want him
he's
to know about the
ragey.
wire.
Yes.
yo, when
Because
he
remember,
was like,
supposedly he was ragey, and that's what Wendy told Jeff, and then later said, "Oh no, I never said that." Remember, he
yo,
said that.
Mhm. Yeah.
Mhm.
I didn't think he was a ragey person until I saw that statement he gave. I'm like, yo, he just gave him, like, he
It was
could
awful.
possibly be indicted just off that. It's like, yo, this man is.
Yeah.
I don't know why I didn't think he was ragey when he had to go up to the dental board. I don't. It's like the Supreme
Yeah.
Court for dentists, and he broke some kid's jaw trying to pull his tooth out.
Yep.
Yo,
Well,
you
he
know
also got
how.
into a fight with somebody that he was, like, friends with for years because he was, like, also one of the people that started this Nova School of Dentistry that Charlie went to, and he was trying to get Charlie kicked out because he's like, he's not doing any of his, prerequisites, he's not doing any of his work,
Mhm.
and
Yeah.
Charlie finds him, they're, like, at a vacation spot, and he says that Harvey, sorry, got right in his face and was like screaming at him for like, you're not going to mess with my kid like that, blah, blah, blah. And he said they'd been friends for like forever. Like they'd known each other forever. And he was like,
Well, that's why we understood then that Tamara Demko, how terrified she was. Like it all kind of made sense.
Yeah.
Well, Joel
I
from
like
SBS
Tamara.
said he saw him, and he like gave him like
yeah.
really, really weird vibes.
Mm-hmm.
Like Tamara, between Jeff and Tamara Demko, they laid it all out. Like these are some smart people, and they
Yeah.
two separate
beginning.
people giving you the same assessment of this family in their own way, and it's like, damn, y'all still dropped the ball.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what Mr. Schwartz has to say. All right. So, upon arriving at client's home, client stated there were lines in TV. Upon inspection, informed her there was impact damage, and although she did not distraught, what does that say?
Act, I think. It's an
She did not
uppercase A.
Mm.
Oh wow.
He uses
Okay.
some uppercase like letters in there, like the D and stuff. And yeah.
Okay.
Act. Because he used it in damage too. An uppercase A in the middle.
Oh, okay. So although she did not act distraught, you could see in her face she was upset, sad. Remember saying her son said he didn't do it. That's
wild.
very wild. Said he didn't do it, but she wasn't there. So it's like, but I don't know if he didn't do it. He still did it. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
that is, but the fact that she didn't expect, she didn't blame her other son. It's her oldest son. Oh, that's so wrong. Could you imagine?
She doesn't care about those kids.
She doesn't care.
In my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why would you send him then up to go kill your ex when your kids are with him the week that your kids freaking have him? Like, why wouldn't you be as far away with your kids? Like, I'm sorry, I'm not a murderer, but I'm not sending anybody to kill anybody when my kids are around them.
I think,
yeah, I agree.
You know what I think?
Bizarre.
Think about this. She always had Donna. Donna was like her free babysitter. She didn't really want to. She didn't really want to be a mom.
No.
She's
it would have looked bad if she walked away from those kids and moved to Miami. Everybody would have thought she was a piece of shit. It's all about appearances with these people.
Absolutely.
It's all about appearances. And so think about this, like those type of people like extra sympathy. And so if they did this when her kids were present, if her kids were present, she'd get way more sympathy. And then and if her kids got hit too, way more sympathy.
And not only that, but all of her problems are solved, in my opinion.
Right.
She didn't really want to be a mom.
No. Like I can tell when a mom don't want. I mean, my mom was not a mom in any sense. Like I didn't even live with her till I was 8. So it's like I know there's signs of that. Like she doesn't when the cameras are on, oh, they love you, you're the best kid in the world, all that. Once that's over, I can only imagine how she treats those kids.
She wanted to take them to school Monday when Dan was shot on a Friday.
Now, what should I do?
And it wasn't even school. It was it was daycare.
It was
wild.
Kids weren't even in kindergarten.
No.
Because her purpose for daycare is to not have to be responsible for them. She's paying for service. You be the mom for this block of time. She's a stain. Like she really is. and I don't know if she watches my videos. I know she watches y'all's. I swear, like we don't know this woman, but we know
what she's done. We've known her behavior.
We know her behavior is. You're not fooling anybody.
She goes to Miami and immediately Donna takes care of those kids all the time. I mean, Donna even says at one point, when she's talking about, oh, Ben is not sad. I spend 25 hours a week with these kids, sometimes more. And we hear on the phone calls, every time she's talking to Charlie on the bump, she's with the kids. Remember that one with the swing the whole time?
She's like, we have our own routine down.
Yes. Yeah, she's taking the kids back to Wendy at like bedtime.
Yep.
And like Wendy, when she was working in Tallahassee, she was working part-time. And then Dan got the kids every other weekend. So what is the problem? Like she has them on the weekend, and then every weekend that's hers, her parents come up to watch them, or she goes down there.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. Kids are a lot, and especially when they're young, but like, jeez.
She's a. I think a lot of the stuff that we're saying will just. I feel when she gets clipped for this, I can't wait for the day. I mean, I was so excited when Donna got picked up. I was like, yes, but a lot of wild details about Wendy once she gets arrested will be out in the open.
Every
'Cause it-
single jury has thought Wendy had something to do with this from the first
Yeah.
jury.
Mhm.
And I mean,
Even her
we're
friend
learning.
at lunch left a voicemail, right? That said,
Yes.
it says,
Janine
I know
Silver.
what this is about and who did this, but then now it's denied. Like, what is that? Does anyone know more about that?
Yes, she did it like immediately.
Mhm.
It was when Wendy
Janine,
had
wasn't it?
her phone. She butt dialed. Yes, Janine. She butt dialed, and I've got the whole thing in my phone. She butt dials Wendy.
Mhm.
And says like, I know what this is about or something. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh,
I know
while you're
I
doing
have
that, you see at home roughly between 8:30 and 9:15. Come
Mhm.
on, yo. Like that's
But
he was
see,
supposed to
then she
be there.
called Charlie after that. But in court, I'm pretty sure she says while the guy was there, doesn't she?
Hold up. But what Wendy said?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she says that they talked while she was there.
Mm-hmm. Because she was trying to decide if it was worth it or not.
Okay, hold on. I've got it.
Or maybe
Okay, so after returning to the station, I was tasked with locating Janine Silberman. By this point in the investigation, Wendy Adelson was located having lunch and brought to the station for questioning. Silberman was one of the two women that were with her during this lunch and were present when the investigators contacted her. Later, Silberman called and left a voice message on Adelson's phone stating she knew who was behind this, and the thought of it turned her stomach.
Yeah.
Silberman was located at her residence and agreed to come into the police station for an interview. She was asked about the meaning behind the voicemail, and she denied calling Wendy and leaving that message. She showed me her phone and pulled up the call log, and there was a call that matched the records of Wendy's phone when she received a call from her. The call was outgoing for 1 minute and 16 seconds. She claimed that it must have been a butt dial, and the message was of her and the others in the car talking about what had happened. I later contacted investigator Rodriguez, who was downloading the information from Wendy's phone. She provided me a recording of the message to play for Silberman. And after he played that, he says, which was clear and unequivocal that Silberman was talking, was calling and addressing Wendy by name and making the aforementioned statements. She again denied leaving the message. I pressed her further, and upon replaying the message again, stated that she did leave it and that it was not in the context concerning the murder. She said when the investigators came to lunch and took Wendy away, she immediately thought the police presence was concerning the custody arrangement being litigated between her and Markel, which was already done. There was nothing being litigated at the time. Upon thinking, she figured that Markel had filed something to like warrant the police picking her up.
Is it who did this? Jane? Who's this?
Janine. She went to lunch with Janine and Ritu.
So is this Janine's statement to Itham or
this
Hale?
is Janine's statement to, let me see who wrote this. To Cherry. Scott Cherry.
Okay. But then wasn't it Janine that was over at Wendy's house who kind of was guarding Wendy when Tamara Demko came by? Isn't that the same person?
I don't know.
I thought Janine and Jane were the same person.
No.
Jane. No.
Damn.
Janine is who she went to lunch with, and she's even like, my friends, Janine and Ritu. And Jane's like, I don't know who the fuck that is.
Oh shit. I missed that. Damn.
Yeah.
I
Her
hate
whole
when
delicious
like
lunch.
And Janine, isn't she the psychiatrist, the children?
I think they both are. They're both doctors in some sort of way. I think they're both either psychologists or psychiatrists. The one is a child psychiatrist, I think, Ritu. But yeah, they both have like a background in medicine. She goes to lunch with 2 doctors and wears a t-shirt.
Yeah. Janine Silberman.
Yeah, Janine
She's
Silverman.
a hematology, oncology, and psychiatry. Now that is a combo.
Yeah, that
Still
is
in Tallahassee.
Yo, what's up with your camera, Leslie?
Yeah, you keep pausing.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know.
She's like,
That's a meme. I'm sorry. You're just like,
yeah.
that's
But I mean, that's, and for the fact that they played that for her and she's like, I didn't leave that message. You knew you said it. And then she had to come up with some, I mean, who knows? But yeah, that's pretty. Why would the thought of it turn your stomach if Wendy's being picked up? Why would Wendy be picked up at lunch over a custody issue that was done? Done. They already had their parenting plan by that. Wendy's telling Isom what the parenting plan is. Every other week through the summers, they do Wednesday switch overnight. That's the parenting plan, which also, because of that, makes her text to Dan being like, are you going to be home the week of your murder so I can have the kids on the Wednesday that I'm already supposed to have them?
And I'm going to text this while I'm with my parents.
Yeah.
Yep.
And right after I'm canceling cable.
I was when Dan responded, when she said, are you going to be home, blah, 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 Dan responded, yes, you can. I was like, that's some gangster. That's gangster. Like, I'll never.
You don't have to know where I'm going to be, but
right,
yeah, you can
just
have the kids.
Right. Like, I for even like if my girl asks me like where, you don't ask me where I am. Like I get really defensive about that. If someone calls me like, where are you?
Yeah.
Or are you gonna be? I just say I should be around. I don't tell people where I am because they'll know where I'm not. But with Dan not doing that, that tells me that when Dan said that, I was like, oh, Dan knows not to tell his plans to Wendy for whatever reason. She will sabotage him or something like that.
Yeah, I think more than anything, she just doesn't have a right to know what he's
it's not her
doing.
business.
Like, it's not her business.
And
like, yeah, you can have them Wednesday. You already have them Wednesday. It's already written, set in stone in our parenting plan.
Did y'all see the interview with Dan's attorney? It was on STS.
Oh, Webster?
Yeah.
Yep. And he was talking about how he was telling Dan to stop like chilling with Wendy and stuff like that.
Don't be alone with her.
Don't be alone with her, anything like that. Even and that's the thing about like toxic females. They always try to come back around and spin the block. And with Webster saying that, and once he said like that she would try to do something to have him
Mm-hmm.
in a reactive way assault her so she can use it against him. I was like, yes, I felt like so validated because I said that in one of the first Wendy's TV, and some people were like, I don't know about that.
She was an instigator big time. This is how my husband's ex was too.
Yeah.
She would instigate, and then if you said anything back to her, she'd immediately play the victim, but she would like be so hard trying to get a reaction. That's exactly what Wendy was doing.
And maybe he was worried about Dan thinking with the wrong head. I'm just saying.
Exactly.
Like, that's, I mean, that happens. People getting divorced end up hooking up a lot.
That's
Not
wild.
me, I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If she's got a handprint on her ass from some other
I
guy.
mean, you know.
That's wild. Like for Jeff to have to, I wonder if I don't like all the stuff that Jeff dealt with Wendy. Do you think Wendy was doing that to Dan? I think
some questions about that.
Yep.
About what Wendy was up to.
Did y'all see in the emails a receipt for 23andMe?
Yeah, Harvey.
Oh, wait, what?
I don't know. I'm just
Donna's
asking.
emails.
Maybe I'm confused.
I'll tell you. In Donna's emails, which there is a FOIA request for, Harvey has put in, he bought a 23andMe little kit. And do you remember also they were talking about, I don't remember if it was the first trial with Sigfredo and Katie or Katie's retrial, but one of Katie's or Sigfredo's lawyers asked her about denying DNA testing for the boys because they wanted to do a DNA test on both of the boys
Yeah,
right
so
after this
in
happened.
Donna's trial, Georgia asked Isom, didn't you want swabs? And he said, yeah, I wanted DNA swabs of the boys. And in, I believe it was the first trial, Georgia asked Wendy, are these Dan Markel's biological children? That blows me away.
Oh,
Yeah, no, back up a
say
minute.
that again, because that was, I was buffering right there.
Yeah, DNA has been questioned directly to her on more than one occasion.
Yeah, they've brought up DNA a couple times.
Yeah,
run that back for me, please. Like, what did you say and who?
I think it was the first trial. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, I think
2019,
right.
When Georgia's asking Wendy, she says, are these the Dan Markel's children? I think that's what she says. Biological children.
Yeah.
She uses the word biological. Now, she hasn't asked that in the other trials. And then in Donna's trial, I noticed they brought up that Isom wanted DNA samples of the boys.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have a theory on that. I think it's not rooted in determining paternity. I think it's rooted in getting other male DNA out the picture. So if they swap her car and say someone was in the passenger seat or whatever, and they touch the door handle, they can run it in CODIS or whatever. But there's also a DNA, a type of DNA test where it only goes through Y chromosome.
Mm-hmm.
So it's only male DNA. And with that, they can get more specific information. So if they get the boy's DNA and they see other DNA in the car, they'll know, like, all right, these two kids' DNA isn't actually part of the problem.
Yeah.
But if they don't know who the father of the children are, it'll be, they don't say look at DNA and they'd be like, oh, you're 4 years old. No, it's just male DNA. So who knows how many DNA profiles that are in that car?
But
that
why
sounds gross.
Georgia ask that the first trial?
Yeah, if they were actually Dan's kids.
Jolie has a good comment.
Let me see.
Yeah, that's the first thing I thought.
Yeah,
that it was probably at the request of the Markels.
Where's?
Yeah, you had it.
Yeah, you had it.
I did.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Jolie,
if one of the boys
123K.
wasn't Dan's, no money for him and his Social Security and the trust that sister manages. Yep.
Do you think that they could do that?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like,
I mean, if you find out that that's not, that means that's half of, even if one of them is not his, allegedly, for entertainment purposes only, yes, they could have requested to make sure that if they were paying out that money and if she was getting benefits from his death, to make sure that those boys were 100% his.
And to add another twist, in my opinion, was Harvey getting that because he's kind of wondering about Graber. I mean, was he swabbing one of the boys? I mean, I don't know.
What is up with him? Like that's a weird character that did he write?
Graber?
He wrote Well, he was like a longtime friend, but he wrote a statement at Donna's sentencing that was like really
Completely off the
bizarre.
wall.
I wish there was like a big handout camera because I would love to see the look on like Harvey and everybody's face during that.
Yeah. It basically had
Mm.
like nothing to do with even Donna. He's like, I am important and I make laws. And
Was he just trying to insert himself into the limelight with that?
they were trying to get as many character witnesses as they could for Donna, but they just were like, and the one woman that's like, Donna was really nice to me when we were in 6th grade. It's like,
Yeah. Yeah. Sad.
what does that have to do with anything?
But I think it was said that Graber maybe and Donna like vacationed or were near each
Ooh.
other. I don't remember,
Scandal.
but it was a while back.
I think the 23andMe does, if he ordered 23andMe for himself, it's only for his DNA, right?
Yeah, but I mean,
You
we
can
don't know who
swab
he
anybody.
swabs. I mean, it's a
Mhm.
Q-tip and you swab your cheek.
And you put it back, yeah. It's a
I mean,
buccal swab.
does somebody who's in his 70s, I don't remember what year that was, 20 but
Yeah.
does he really care or
Yeah,
I mean,
about
I'm
his
asking,
lineage.
I don't know.
Yeah, he does. I guarantee you. Like,
He cares about his DNA or does he care about someone else's?
Yeah.
well, possible suspected descendant. Like, is he? Are you asking like this is potentially paternity fraud? Like, if he's doing this to not know his background, but to know if his
Yeah.
descendants are in fact his.
Yeah. Is
Yeah,
it
I
his
mean, if they
paternity?
think
How
is
would he
it-
do that?
I mean, I don't know.
Would he? Okay, so if he swabs himself, that only tells him about his background. But if he swabs the boys, it tells them not who your father or your father is or your father's father is. It just says the background in a percentage.
No, but if a different country comes up for those boys,
Mm-hmm.
and he knows, this is 100% where my family's from, and he knows that, Dan's what was his great aunt and uncle went through the Holocaust. So if like he knows, where they're coming from, I think it's a plausible.
All right. I
thing.
think
And
it
I
would
had
probably
another
be
person-
easier
Go ahead.
to just go and get a DNA test and just be like,
Yeah, it might be
And- and-
easier, but I think that'd look more suspicious. I think this is like kind of the surreptitious way of doing it. But
no, it's not. If you go on, from what I understand, you go on you do a one of those 23andMe's, you get connected genetically to people who you're related to.
yeah.
So if you just do one of those paternity DNA tests, you just take the.
But at that point, he wouldn't have had Dan's DNA. So just doing the boys and finding out, because it's not like he can swab Dan and swab. Like I had a girl that I used to work with who she was like, she had a kid and she was bringing him over to the boyfriend's house every week. And she left one weekend and the parents tested this kid, but they have to test him against the father and it wasn't his kid.
Mhm.
But if you don't have the father's DNA, how else would you get that information? Well, you could go through this and then it would say, what is your country of lineage? And if it doesn't come back, 100% where he knows that, where
Okay.
Dan is from and he knows Dan's background, but he wouldn't have had his DNA.
Right.
Okay. I've changed my mind. I agree with you. Like, yeah, I was all the way wrong with that.
Well,
That makes perfect sense.
I had somebody say, one of my subscribers, and I need to go through and listen to the whole thing, but the part where Wendy's telling her story on that like writer's podcast,
Yep.
she said there's one point after Wendy's story and they're like talking like within the class and she mentioned something weird about like a massage therapist and says something weird about like the way she got pregnant. I don't know the entire story and I haven't been able to find it myself, but like there's been other kind of whispers of this in the background other than, just this. But it's a bizarre question to ask at all because why would George even say that? George is not going to
I-
say something for no reason.
Maybe she knows something that we don't know. And lawyers aren't supposed to ask questions they don't know the answer to.
But she could have
Is that a
tested against
delay reason?
Markel's.
Is that a delay? I mean, I don't know. Is that a reason? Mhm.
Oh,
I think there's just a lot more going on.
Yeah.
there. I think there is a lot going on, but the rationale of the state to ask that, and then I think there's in the criminal aspect, I get it, but I don't
Maybe
know.
just to be like, we know more than you think that we know. Because I think Georgia really likes to play that game to ask her about stuff. So Wendy just, keeps her a little bit on her toes. I mean, like the WhatsApp stuff.
Yep.
Why would she ask every single time? Every single time. Did you have WhatsApp? Did you talk? And then when she says, no, I didn't have WhatsApp, she's like, did you talk to Katie on WhatsApp? Did you talk to anybody on WhatsApp the day of the murder? Because I think that this is so sweet text that she sends to Charlie. I think, and Jeff says this in his interview, she can't not say something. So if she's got to give you a sliver of truth because she can't control herself and she's off her meds, like right before this. I think that should be more emotionally reactive when this whole thing goes on.
What was she on?
She was on like all sorts of antidepressants. Yeah. Like a high dose is what
But a really high dose.
Cold turkey. Yeah.
Dad was managing them, the dentist.
Yeah. Yeah. Cause that's normal.
Oh, wait. So he was managing them? He wrote those?
He was prescribing them to her.
And she was like quitting them. And Jeff was very concerned about because you got to slowly go off and you really need to titrate with liquid. And he was really concerned.
What was the name of the medication?
Lexapro.
Yeah, I think it was Lexapro.
Oh, Lexapro. Okay. You go off. Yeah, something like that.
Prescribe that.
You can. I think if you're a doctor, you can prescribe whatever. But it'll be if you're prescribing.
That's why that Xanax script got held up.
Yeah, if you're prescribing
a refillable prescription.
I think anybody that can write a script can write whatever, but if you're writing for controlled medication like Xanax, all doctors that write scripts have a DEA number, and it would get flagged.
Well, that's why it did. Katie's prescription got flagged when Charlie was writing her the refillable prescription from a dentist. Like, why?
Yeah, and so I think personally, Charlie, possibly his dad, possibly Charlie's roommate Obed. I think that I don't know why they would do this, but they probably write stuff to have it resold on the street. Because if you're writing stuff for people that you're cool with or refillable ones, you gotta have some other people that would probably who don't actually use them to resell. That's my opinion. If they're already on the fringe doing that stuff, it's a matter of time before someone's like, yo, just write me, just give me, take this pen and just write this. In 2014, and in Florida, they had the Wild Wild West going on down there where they didn't have a state program to monitor.
You could go. There was pain clinics all over the place. You could go in.
Over.
Yeah. I was taking Percocet for my back when I was pregnant. And when I got off of it, I literally was able to walk into a place and I went from taking 5 milligrams of this to being prescribed 30 milligrams plus Klonopin and 2-3 a day. It was just
at a pain clinic.
It was at a pain clinic.
Wow.
Literally. And the doctor, you didn't have to say anything. You were like, ouch, my back. And he's like, here you go. And they would even bill it there, at the office.
Oh,
it was crazy down there.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Wow.
It was really just a wild, wild west there. So I can only imagine if they're doing that when it's already able to be tracked, what were they doing before? They were probably I don't know, because if they're writing stuff on paper, not on electronically like everyone does now.
Like
I can
EMR.
only
Yeah. And I mean, if they knew somebody at a certain pharmacy that would look the other way and just shred it afterwards and not keep the record or whatever. And Donna's literally saying, Dr. Obed will prescribe you anything you want to poor Drina.
Right.
That-
So
that
she
was
wouldn't just make
wild.
that up out of thin air that day. Like that
No.
was already in her mind.
Yeah.
That
And
was
that's
in-
like
yeah.
not a normal name.
Mhm.
Like, yeah, I mean,
Right.
yeah. And somebody says, Jolie says they prescribe anti-anxiety for clients. Yes, but they don't prescribe a refillable prescription. I have super high anxiety. I would get 2 Valiums and then 2 Ativans before my dental appointment. I wouldn't get a refillable prescription for Xanax anytime. So whenever I needed a cleaning, I would be so good.
Yeah. I had when I got my braces put on a couple months ago, the dentist gave me like 5 little 1 milligram Xans. And I mean, for me, that's pretty strong, but I don't really need all that. But it's like, if he were to write a full months and refill it,
Yeah,
that's
you get
crazy.
it refilled every single month without having, yeah. Nope.
Right.
Mhm.
Like he wouldn't do that. And not only that, I get my braces tightened every 2 weeks. So it would make sense for him to do that, but he's not doing that.
Yeah. Well, that's
Well,
not
I
Does
mean,
she-
Jeff said
Motrin
though that her
thing.
dad was writing. Now, Lexapro's not controlled substance, but
No.
No,
they
but it's
probably went to a
outside of what a
pharmacy.
dentist.
They probably had
be-
connections with a little small.
That's what I'm
family
thinking too.
Pharmacy. It wasn't. They weren't at Publix or
Yeah.
grocery.
No, I
It was
agree.
like,
Mm.
oh yeah, just go down there to Pharmacist Smith. He'll do it.
Yeah.
But Jeff was concerned about Wendy not taking Lexapro.
No, he was concerned because she wanted to get off of them, and like you can't just like quickly
Stop.
quit those. It's a long process.
You're
it
supposed to
can
go
start
down like
making you-
10% every week, something like that. You're supposed to wean yourself off of it so you don't just go into like, complete destruction.
Mhm.
Yeah, for those that don't know, Lexapro is what's called a selective serotonin reuptake inhibitor. And it's like it's the reward system in your brain, a chemical that controls the reward system in your brain. And so Lexapro keeps your brain from reabsorbing it and you not having it in your system. So when you stop, it's like it's a wrap. And the thing is, I've actually experienced this because I was on Paxil for anxiety a while back. You go I can't even talk. If you go cold turkey on that stuff, you will have problems.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
I
that's
felt
what he was
Physical
afraid of.
effects.
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
Well, I think she went off of it on purpose so she could be extra sad during
and
the
cry
thing.
at the drop of a hat and
Mhm.
vomit.
But that's what I
That's-
think made her so, impulsive with what she was saying, like telling Jeff, like, oh, we hired a hitman. Like,
Yeah.
like a crazy person. I
Maybe
was on
she was
Lexapro
saying
too
that.
for like 2 weeks and it gave me like hallucinations. Like I was having visual hallucinations. It was crazy.
I was on Lexapro for a short time and I didn't like it. I just felt really just weird. Just
Well,
really
all that
weird.
stuff really messes with you. I mean, if you really need it, like obviously I don't have, a problem with anything, but she's, if she's on such a high dose and then goes completely off, you've got to figure how many things this is why I think that she sent that "this is so sweet" text, is because she's just so excited. And we got to remember, this is the second time these hitmen came up. There is
Mhm.
also reports that Donna hired 2 hitmen before Luis and Sigfredo also, which is what Sigfredo said to his cellmates when he got wasted on toilet wine one night, that she prepaid $50K to 2 other hitmen that never did this. So you're going to think that this is like perhaps the 3rd attempt at least. So for this to actually be finally happening, like she just couldn't help herself.
Mhm.
She
Yeah,
had
I
to
think-
so it's like the morning of, "This is so sweet." I think that was supposed to be a WhatsApp message, and that's why she deleted it. And somebody's like, "Well, is there," and I just posted this in a short video about like oh, I always delete my messages. Well, no, because you're sitting there reading the text between you and Dan that happened an hour later to Isom in the station after you had already deleted this is so sweet text. And I think that's probably why Charlie called her. Like, what the fuck are you doing, Wendy?
Yeah.
What are you doing
Oh.
sending this to me? I think she just, she was
Yeah.
so excited she couldn't even help herself.
Mm-hmm.
And, she was slipping up. She was being super sloppy.
I think what she told Jeff was intentionally and actually inaccurate. I don't think that they paid another group of people $50K.
She didn't
I
tell
think
that to Jeff.
No, she said like that the summer before or something that they paid them, and he didn't know if it was 15 or
15
50.
or 50.
50.
Yeah.
But remember, how much money did Katie get and throw in the bank at that time before the Yardbird or before, say, June?
Yeah.
About the same amount of money.
Yeah. Well,
So-
Sigfredo, they interviewed Jason McNair and they interviewed Atteridge. I don't remember his first name, but McNair specifically says he knew Donna's name. He says Donna Adelson. He says that she prepaid 2 other hitmen before this happened, $50K, and they never went through with it because she prepaid them. They took the money and ran. And what's she going to call the BBB? Like the Better Biz? Oh, these hitmen
But
were
like, who
supposed
would
to
that
do
have
this
been?
job.
Who would she have found? I mean,
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if it's true or not, but the rumors is they were trying to have this done for a while is what we can just assume that if nothing else.
Oh yeah.
So I think by the time it's like the day, because remember how nervous Wendy was like June 4th when they were up and not, not getting it done. I think that's why she was there Thursday morning too. And that's what Katie said on the phone. She's just checking up on you guys. And she wants to make sure this is done before tomorrow. Like, how would they ever know that information when he's going out of town? They wouldn't. And Katie told
Wendy,
them.
I think Wendy told Sigfredo that, and Sigfredo told Katie that.
So
Because,
when do you
Luis
think they
says
started putting it in motion? We know it was before Halloween of 13.
Yep.
Right, but
Yeah, when Katie's asked about it.
So like that summer of 13.
But it was like over 200 days until June. So what took so long? It's because Katie was keeping the money. Because you're like, just because these people are paying you doesn't mean that they're running the show. All right. So if Sigfredo himself, if they give money to Katie and Katie keeps it, and Sigfredo doesn't have a deposit, he's not doing anything.
He's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Right. So I strongly believe that once Sigfredo knew what was up at the Yardbird, because I think that Wendy contacted him directly. Okay.
Yeah, to know that they were there.
I think that
So he could
before
watch.
to watch and Wendy in the foyer, there's something about how Wendy and Charlie were talking right before they pulled up the Yardbird, and Wendy was there first. She's the one that set that reservation and had the table outside. So why would she do that? I mean, I know Miami's nice.
No, it's not. I lived in Florida forever.
Sig,
I wouldn't want to sit outside.
Was that so Sig could see the money go to?
Right. That's my opinion. And so I think that when Sigfredo sees that, he's going to follow the rules of the street, which is if your person who's supposed to be the intermediary is doing something wrong or messes up, and you acknowledge that, you have to go on moving forward as if it was right. So if Katie's taking the money and Sigfredo doesn't get it, but when he's able to prove that that Katie was taking the money, once Sigfredo, and I believe she gave the Sigfredo the 5,000. Once he accepted the fact that Katie was keeping the money that Katie received, he has to act as if he has to move forward as if he accepted it himself. That's just It's the way it goes.
Yeah.
So,
And Katie then went home. Remember, she didn't go to Charlie's.
right. And then remember how Luis was talking, and the Proffer was talking to Sigfredo, and there was something about getting paid up front. And Luis said, if they paid you, now you got to do it. It's the rules. Even the
Yeah.
Adelson don't follow those rules, but Sigfredo and Luis do. So Luis
Yeah.
is like, hey, they paid you already. Now you got to do it.
Yeah. Well, do you remember the testimony of the woman who lived in the apartment complex behind Dan's, that she saw two guys walking through they walked into, towards Dan's house,
Mhm.
walked back out. Their like feet and legs were wet,
Mhm.
and they're carrying something black when they're coming back. Is
Mhm.
this a money drop? Did Wendy go and put it there, keep it away from her house? But she goes and she plants this, and they go and pick it up because she said that was the week of the murder. And she
Right.
sees these two guys walking. They get wet. There's storm drainage back there.
Mhm.
There's a drainage ditch. And True
I think
Crime
that
Wifey was sweet enough to go and, actually take a video of that, which was super helpful to
Yep.
really get an understanding of what that looked like.
Yeah.
But
Yep. They when I read that, I first thought it was a dead drop, because I look at that area specifically. It's if you walk in, I'll find the
over
I'll go to
the
I'll just go to
picture of it.
yeah, give me a second.
Oh, that's cool. I didn't know you could do this.
Oh, it's Google Earth.
I didn't know. I barely know how to use
Yeah.
Google Earth. I use it like Google Maps.
Me too.
I didn't
Now,
know it saves
on
stuff.
Google Earth, I have like all the locations.
I know. I see. You're so funny.
I don't play.
I know.
So let's go over here. It's
Because it's directly behind. And I mean, I know because I used to live the street that I lived on, it was residential, but it had, like woods all around it. And you can very easily, and we had an area just like this that was a block over from us that had a big, drainage ditch, because you have to in Florida,
Right.
you have to have somewhere for that water to go to keep it out of the houses. And, it would just make sense if she was parking over there, putting that, in the woods, hiding it away.
right. So okay.
Yeah, because there's Dan's
Now
house.
this area, all right. So this is Thomasville Road. I gotta put the labels up on the street. So all right.
Yeah, the double road is Thomasville.
Yep.
And then you can see where Trescott is right there.
And so here she said the all right.
Do we know what apartment that lady lived in or anything like that?
Yeah. So I do.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna find out. Because I can tell by the way that she's describing what she saw, she's here on the second floor. Okay. So
Oh, wow. Whoa. Cool.
all right. So if this is the southeast corner, all right, this apartment here,
Okay.
because they park here,
Mm-hmm.
they go to the path.
Yeah, you
her
can still
field of
see that
vision.
path.
Mm-hmm.
What'd you say?
I said you can still see that footpath where it's worn
Yep.
away from people using that as a cut through.
Exactly. So she's able to see around into the back. That's important, because if she were over here and we're able to see them, or over in these parts, she's not going to be able to describe what they're doing
Mm-hmm.
when they're walking back here.
Mm-hmm.
And what's
The
interesting,
only
it's like obviously it's used because there's a footpath there, but this was odd enough for this woman to call and say something. So there was
right,
clearly something remarkably different about these two people going back there.
Did she
exactly.
call in after the hit or before?
No, they went door to door.
Oh, okay.
I'm pretty sure that they went door to door asking if they seen anything now or heard anything, because that that's well within earshot of a gunshot. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so the way she describes it, she's able to watch these people park, walk in the path, and then come back, but not see them go where they got wet at. So that means if she's able to see them from here, through the cut, around just, but she's not able to see them actually go in the water, she's located right here.
Mm-hmm.
And she's
Mhm.
just high enough to see across, but the third floor, the trees are so thick you won't be able to see through it. I mean, so
Yeah.
I thought it was a dead drop, and the reason I thought it was a dead drop is because at the back of Dan's house, damn, where did I have that photo from? Oh, give me a second. Okay, now
I hate how the pictures get smaller when you pull them up. Like, does that make any sense?
I know.
yeah, so this is all right. So that's the back of the house from the backyard. This is the back. The backyard is. Did I just pass it? Yeah, I did.
Yeah, you did.
Oh, there it is.
All right. This right here, that's the drainage part is right back there. Okay, this little fence here, that's where the property line ends. Now on the other side is the drainage ditch. I personally, by the looks of it, that would be a perfect spot to do a dead drop,
Mhm.
because if you look, let me go back over to.
Well, in bonus, they can see the house too from both sides. And then they have like information about the other side of the house if they, have to park somewhere else and make a getaway or whatever.
Mm-hmm. So if they go, so Wendy, if she's approaching the house like on foot, if she can go right in the back and no one's gonna see her, and she won't look suspicious because she lived there already. She can go in the backyard, drop that off, and then have them come from the other side and pick it up.
Mm-hmm.
But they would have to get in the water. And in my opinion, that's probably a way to make sure that they actually went there and they're actually going to be there, because they would complain about having to go through all that to get something. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I have to
Does that
pick up
make
the
sense?
money. Yeah.
So
Yeah, and it's not like his
I,
yard was fenced in either, so she could have just really easily walked right through there.
But
And on
right,
having extensive conversation or communication from her to whoever picked this money up, because like that's not
100%.
going through Charlie,
No.
nah,
I
they
mean,
don't.
no, I'm just saying
Yeah.
it supports that.
Nope, it makes total sense.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah, Grish, your mic sounds like it's gone out.
Yeah.
I mean, we can still hear
oh,
you, but I don't know if it's your
Yeah.
headphones or
Yeah.
what. But your
let me
mic
make sure
changed a couple
that it's
minutes
not
ago.
going.
It might have just picked up something else.
I think it's when the headphones are on the cheek.
Yeah, and Jolie says Luis's Proffer talked about going behind Dan's house. Yeah, No, they
Mhm.
say they went
Oh,
behind the
yeah.
scenes.
You
And
were gonna
remember
show
the
us
alarm
something.
system went off the day before also.
Yep.
And Wendy gets a call about that. And she's like, maybe somebody was trying to break in.
Mhm. But yet she didn't care, and her kids were there.
No. And her kids were with him again.
Yeah.
Yep.
You were gonna show us something with the Proffer too. You were gonna show us something that
Me?
Look at your
remember.
bullet points.
It was
With
it
my
was in the
bullet
bullet.
points? All right. Well, let me go back to the bullet points.
Because I love the Proffer stuff.
Yeah, I do too. It, Jackie did that one video that you made where you took the live stream where I was explaining all this stuff and you
And
made
put
a
in all
video
the
and referenced it.
Yeah.
I love that video.
I'm all about
I
evidence.
mean, I'm not saying
I
that
don't like
because it's about
Yeah.
me, but
Yeah.
as
Well, because
I'm not.
some of the stuff I didn't catch because that's the thing. Like there would be stuff that I would be like screen recording a portion of like the interview or the proffer for something
Mhm.
totally different, and then in that moment hear something else. So when you were
Yeah.
like, no, he said that she was there the day of the murder, I was like, no, like there's no way that I just could not.
Um, I gotta find where it is, but like,
Here, I can do it while
there's
you're
a
talking. Which
yeah. Let
part where
me
he talks about going behind the house?
that and the actual hit itself.
Okay.
So when he goes behind the house, I mean, mm,
Sorry if I'm freezing. I mean, like on the camera, but it's like super windy here. No pun intended. But I'm looking out like the trees are sideways. So
That's sad.
there's a part where he talks about
Just
the
tell me the word and I'll look it up on the app that I have.
look up the part where he talks about Serfredo doing the shooting. He says like shoots him twice. You have that one app that like
Mhm.
finds it, and I still haven't used it. I asked you about it 3 times already.
Yeah.
And I'm up here scrolling through stuff like
Nope, it's so easy. Okay.
I need to know about that. So just text it.
Yeah, I
later.
will. It's like it's awesome.
it saves a lot of time.
Cool.
Okay.
Did you find it? Oh, it's probably over here. All right. Yep.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah, I got it. I just went to the
Okay.
part that says it's most replayed, so that's yeah.
Okay.
Can y'all hear it all right? Because I remember playing this
No,
before
I
and it was
can't hear it.
You can't? Oh shit. Hold up, give me a second.
You're fine.
I
can text you the link that I have because some of the ones they don't have any audio on them. And some of the ones did have audio and then it goes. No, but this is the one I have too, the Hitman audio video fix. Did it maybe get muted when you were
I think I might have turned off the thing. Hold on. Oh, I'm gonna remove this. Give me a second.
Yeah, he says, went to sleep the next day. It was Thursday, and Thursday the next day we drove around there and I ran around the block. I went around the block to the other park behind his house. He said, pull in here real quick and let me go see if he's home. So he pulled in there and he walked over and he looked. That's it, an hour, 1 hour, 4 minutes, 18 seconds, talking about going behind the house.
Okay.
And I mean, how would they know that there's an area behind the house either that you can get through, that there's not another residence back there, you know?
Yeah. All right. What's the timestamp? What's the timestamp on that one again?
For behind the house, it's an hour, 4 minutes. 1 hour 18 seconds around there. So
All right,
if you go
all
to an
right.
hour 4. Yeah, but this
Let
is
me,
talking about Thursday, the day
okay, okay.
before.
Um,
And he says, go around the block, park behind here, and I'll go see if
Let me-
he's home. And he walks through the back,
mm-hmm.
takes that route behind the complex.
Nah, he was doing
There we
coke.
go. That's good.
I didn't really talk to nobody nowhere. If he did, I can't remember right now if he did. But the only person he's gonna talk to is gonna be Katie. You won't call nobody else.
Okay.
You won't call. The only person he talked to is Katie.
Okay, so you're at the hotel, you got the gun in the room?
The gun was in the car.
Okay.
The gun was in the car the whole night. Stayed in the car.
Okay.
The only time the gun was in the hotel was the first trip.
Okay.
But the gun was in the car. Wake up. I'm gonna sleep maybe like around 2:30. 2:30 on that night.
In the afternoon?
In the morning. Cause we got there at 10 o'clock at night, 10 to 11 o'clock at night, went to the hotel, we're hanging out, we're just chilling. I said, man, I'm gonna go to sleep, I gotta get rest, cause if you're gonna have me watch this guy all day tomorrow, I gotta get rest. So I tried to fall asleep, he was still awake doing coke. I went to sleep. The next day, it was Thursday. The next day we drove around there. I went around the block. I went around the block to the other park behind his house.
Parked behind his
He
house.
said, pull in here real quick, let me go see if he's home. So we pulled in. He walked over there, he looked, came back, he's like, go around the house. He said he seen something, but he wasn't too sure if it's somebody. So when I go around the front of the house, then I come back like this. So I'm driving this way.
Let's see what-
Wendy's walking this way with the 2 kids.
And this is in the morning. This is early
And I'm
morning.
driving.
As
Before
soon
I
as they
get
got
to
there.
bump, I'm looking to my rearview mirror and I ask Garcia, man, what's up with this lady? Why is she looking so much? She's like, oh, that's that lady. That's Wendy.
Mm.
I'm like, oh, that's her name.
Mm.
All
But
right.
who else would care about a car driving down the street?
Right. Well, actually, it depends on where you're at. Like, people look if you don't, in certain neighborhoods, like, who is that? But if they're driving and they get past this, what's
Speed
this
bump.
lady? Why is she looking so much? Look at how Luis is showing you, like, his movements. He's telling you, like, all right, obviously he's driving.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Garcia, man, what's up with
all right. From his look at how he's sitting. Right foot on the gas, sitting there, and he looks to his right. Sigfredo's in the passenger seat. He passed Wendy on the right side of the car. So if Wendy's on the sidewalk, she's gonna see Sigfredo through the window,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
And so, being that she was looking as they were approaching, even though Isom says your car's got tinted windows, the windshield's not tinted.
Windshield's not.
Right. So if she's looking as they're approaching with the 2 kids, that's very obvious if you're holding 2 kids' hands, right? Windows tinted, windshields not. Well, I've seen people with tinted windshields, but they don't stay tinted for long because they get pulled over in about
And it's usually just
a
the
day.
top part. You can tint
Yeah.
the top part up
can
to a certain and it
And,
like
and my windows are
blends
tinted,
down.
but like you could still see that it's me.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a certain level of tint you can have, and a
Yeah.
rental car is not going to have
Right.
100%.
like a dark tint to it.
Mm-hmm.
So like I think the universal law is 35%, meaning 35% of light gets in the car from the outside.
Mm-hmm.
That's how you know that how dark a tint is.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
So if he sees Wendy looking in through the windshield, he's cooked at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as far as where he sees her, the speed bump,
Just past Dan's house.
right?
It's like
Which is
right there at the edge of his property.
Right at that path.
At the path.
That goes through. Yep.
At the path.
The other end of the path. So this is when Luis says this. I'm gonna tell you what it really means. Okay.
Hey, that's Wendy. And they're going, oh, that's her name.
All right. That's Wendy. And he's like, Luis is like, oh, that's her name. That is passive aggressive, aggressive. That is not what you want to hear from Luis if you're Sigfredo Garcia. That is like, that means he's
That's
saying,
the girl that you've been
he's like,
messing with.
oh, that's her name. Like, oh, you didn't tell me all this when he's already suspecting it. Because if you look at the other parts of the property, clearly he's suspecting that Sigfredo has a more cooler relationship, a closer relationship with what he's leading on, because he's only referring to her as the lady.
Mm-hmm.
And the way that this is set up, Sigfredo's the boss. It's his job, but he put Luis as the logistical boss of the job. So Sigfredo has to tell Luis all
Everything.
of the details, all the details that he ordinarily probably wouldn't have to do. But he put Luis in a position to know that information and he didn't give it to him. So when he says, oh, that's her name, I explained that part, but it also means she knows ours, because you're working with the intermediary. If you know about them, her name, she knows your name.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, also, it's not like Sigfredo had to be like, I don't know. Like, he knew right away. He's like, oh, that's Wendy. He didn't have to think about it. And there's even a point in the proffer where Isom asked, was he talking to her? And Luis is like, yeah. He's like, well, wait, no, I don't know that 100%. But he's getting, obviously, inference that Sigfredo is discussing it with her by the way Sigfredo is talking to him about her. So he knows that he's had some sort of contact, but he hasn't had like full-on proof that like he hasn't heard her on the other side of the line.
Right.
But yeah,
So,
Sigfredo knows right away who that is.
Exactly. And that for someone like Luis, it's like you're not following the rules. Like this is the things that Sigfredo has done that Luis is knowing about at the time versus now, like just the stuff he's suspicious of. It's Sigfredo, for Luis to say the things that he said he was saying to Sigfredo are just horrible things to say to someone if you're going on a mission with them. It's immediately fighting. It's like you can't say, I know you know something. You can't do that, like, unless you know they know something. And if you're that person who's being accused of knowing more and not sharing the information that you're supposed to share according to the rules, you have to just punch them in the face. Like,
yeah,
it's
because trust is broken at that point.
Right. And so there are a lot of violations that Sigfredo made that are just horrible, just bad. But just the stuff that Luis is suspicious of, it's crazy. But even still, all the bad moves that Sigfredo made, they were under an active federal investigation at the time.
That's wild. Yeah. And that's why they were let go with the cops when the cops pulled them over and they didn't have a license and they let them go because the feds were already following. Like
Exactly.
they already had a federal case against them.
Which Luis, whatever, was like, oh, this is weird. We should go home.
Yeah, we should go.
Yeah.
This is
Yeah.
a sign. We need to
Mhm.
we need to go because
Mhm.
we're
And there's-
already basically they know.
Right. And if you look at like Sanford's like body, I'm not a body language expert, y'all know that. And
Yeah.
but
Mm.
I did a split screen of the 50 seconds before he talks about, you know, getting pulled over to 50 seconds after. And you can see Sanford like, because he knows
He knows.
exactly where they went wrong.
Well, Sanford
Because-
starts doing like all this stuff.
Yeah, because Sanford's
Yeah.
with the FBI, so he
Mhm.
already knows
Yeah, we
that
were
was the
watching it.
call.
They started investigating the North Miami Latin Kings in January of 2014. They indicted everyone in January of 2015. So they were in the middle of their investigation on these fools, and they drove up to Tallahassee and committed a homicide and came back,
Yep.
and y'all didn't even know. That's why I don't know how they get away with saying everyone says it's for Luis is incarcerated for an unrelated crime. No, this is related. It's only unrelated because y'all didn't catch him at the time that they did it when y'all were watching them with wiretaps. That's another thing. These fools have wiretaps on them.
Crazy.
Gangster. Like these dudes are all these problems that I'm seeing from the inside based on what Luis is saying. This is a horrible idea, and they still got away with it. So how
Yeah.
much stuff did they get away with when they weren't even being investigated? Imagine that. Like Luis he's if I were a gang member, I'd probably go over there because Luis is clearly observant, a good leader, and even if you make bad mistakes, he's going to help you get out of it.
Yeah.
Even when he was under investigation, this man, he figured out they're under investigation and he switched their means of income out of robberies and narcotics, and he did something on his own to make $30,000-$40,000 at once in order to feed the wolves. Luis is a gangster's gangster. Like that's leadership right there. Like he leads from the front. If he knows there's a risk, he shifts their means of income to something else to where he's responsible for it and still brings enough income to help everybody else out.
Mm-hmm. Well, he tells Sigfredo too. He's like, you got to stop talking on the phone. Like
Mhm.
you're
Yeah.
gonna get us caught.
Yeah.
Which the one thing that's like confusing to me is like, well, obviously they would have had to stop at the ATM for some reason, but they go to an ATM that they know, it has cameras on it. Like you're parked right in front of the ATM. Luis is in the, driver's seat. That to me is just like crazy.
It's wild,
but they
but
probably knew that they were already going to get got before then.
I don't think so. I think they went there because it was in Broward County. It's nearby
Yeah.
where it
Wasn't
wasn't
just
over.
Yeah, it
North
wasn't in Tally.
of Miami, and they were
Yeah.
probably like high or drunk driving back, don't you think?
Yeah.
No, I think
don't?
Luis. No, I think Luis,
Luis was straight.
for him to get something done, he might like do a little bit of something, but if you notice, he doesn't talk about drinking and partying until they're in for the night or something like that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Sigfredo is in a continuous blackout state. So like,
Mhm.
let me explain something when it comes to like these type planned violence and substance use. When you have people who are committing an act of planned violence, a lot of them will take drugs and drink
To numb it.
to the point to not have the memory set in their mind.
Mhm.
So if you go and you do a hit on someone and you're blacked out, you don't have when someone's in the act, they don't have the nervousness or the what's the word I'm trying to use? The anxiety, things that can keep you from
Doing it.
doing the job. And then also after the fact, you don't have a memory of it. It's not haunting you afterwards.
Yeah. Luis
So
was haunted though. Luis was
Luis was
screaming
haunted
in the
because
middle of the night. Yeah.
Mhm.
he was
Terrible.
sober.
Yeah.
And another reason why Luis was sober is because Luis has schizophrenia, and a little bit of alcohol can do a number on a schizophrenic person, just a
Mhm.
little bit.
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Sigfredo, on the other hand, his drug of choice is coke and alcohol.
They balance
Everybody's
each
like, oh,
other
he's drunk,
out.
he's drunk, he's this, that, and the third. But the thing is, Sigfredo, his only job is to point and shoot, approach, point and shoot, and Luis does the rest.
Yeah, Luis is paying attention to everything, keeping
And
him,
he's right. And Luis is the one who tells him, okay, go now. And that's what I'm gonna play for you now. So, I mean, I you can believe me. You don't have to believe me, but I'm telling you this fact, you know. And so, I mean, Sigfredo was able to do this on coke and being drunk, and he was able to approach a man, shoot him point blank, and put twice, and only put one hole in the window. So that's how steady his hand is under all that stuff.
yeah, or it was right against the window, possibly.
Um,
Well, because he had like stipple marks on his arm, so obviously he was,
Right.
super
he,
close.
he had those marks on his arm, because he was going like this.
Mm-hmm. But you got to
And
be
he
close to the gun to get, that from the firing of the
right.
bullet. But
But
yeah,
the-
he's used to
the-
shooting, obviously.
Yeah, he's one of those people that does better when he's drunk because
Yeah,
that's his
He
norm.
probably is. That's his norm. Yep.
Mhm.
But the thing about that is, like, he's shooting. He's going to have that recoil, but he's able to adjust for it and place another shot. One here, the first
Yeah.
one, and one here. But he only puts one
One
hole
hole.
in the window because the window doesn't move. But the only reason he didn't hit Dan in the same place is because Dan moved. But
Mhm.
and so if you're every gun has recoil, and that one definitely does. And so he adjusts for it, and he's able to place another shot in the exact same place. That means definitely done this before, okay? And allegedly for entertainment purposes only.
Yeah.
You don't do that on your first go around. But let me play this part for you, and this is what you really know what's going on. Give me a second.
Okay.
I said, well, so I'm like, okay, I seen the two kids. I said, what's she doing up here? What is she doing up here? Oh no, she can't. Just make sure that everything's all right because he's leaving out of town tomorrow. So it's got to get done tomorrow morning before he leaves. Like, all right, we leave. We go back to the hotel.
Phyllis, let me interrupt you for a minute. Was there ever a phone call from anyone around the time that you saw who he described to be?
When she walked, as I'm looking at the rear mirror, I seen her walk a little bit further from her house, get on the phone. By the time we get to the hotel, he's talking to Katie. That's when he asked Katie, what's she doing up here? You know? But I asked him in the car before Katie called. What is she?
All right. He asked Sigfredo in the car what she's doing up here. Sigfredo can't answer him and say that because he's supposed to get the information from Katie. Okay? The information is supposed to come from Katie. So Sigfredo he can't tell him. But he knows why she's up there. Okay?
She's doing up here. She came up here to see if everything's all right with the kids. I said, man, you gotta know something besides that shit. What this lady?
That's a huge accusation. You gotta know something besides that. He's pressing him on that before they get to the hotel, and Sigfredo can ask Katie what she's doing up there. You see what I mean? Let's keep going. And Sigfredo says,
Doing up here, and she knows that we're up here. She knows you're up here. So what's she doing up here? So when he calls Katie. Hey, what's going on? I seen this lady over here. Oh no, she's making sure that everything is fine. That what time he's leaving tomorrow on the flight or where the fuck he was going. I said, so we gotta do this tomorrow, huh? He's like, yeah, cause he's leaving, and she came to see the kids. But I seen her face and everything. I'm like, all right.
I seen her face, meaning she's seen my face.
So I'm like, we're going back to the hotel. I'm sitting down. I'm sitting down there on the chair in the hotel. And he's like, you all right? No, I'm just curious what the fuck this lady's doing up here.
This is not good. You don't ask someone that many questions unless you really
The same
feel
question.
this way.
Yeah.
This is
Repeated.
if I were Sigfredo and Luis asked me that many questions, I'd be like, are we doing this or not? Like,
Yeah.
I don't know any more than what, like, this is, I would just be like, look, you ask me again, I'm gonna slap the shit out of you.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say that to Luis because Luis will probably have someone clap you. But granted, you have to defend, at the very least, defend yourself. Like, and say, why do you think that? But the fact that Luis is pressing Sigfredo this much and Sigfredo's not pushing back because he's wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, don't worry about that shit. Everything good, man. She just make sure that everything is all right.
Don't ever say don't worry about anything. Because if you're worrying about something, you're sensing a risk. And if you sense a risk, you share that risk. But Sigfredo doesn't want to hear about the risk. And he's like, oh, don't worry about it. That's not what you say in response to being pressed like that. All right.
Well, I think also he's like, Wendy's cool. Like, don't worry about Wendy. She's on our side, is like kind of how I take that too. Of like, don't worry about seeing Wendy. Wendy's not going to tattle on us. Like,
right.
Wendy's sucking me off in the parking lot.
Which begs the question, how does he know that? You see what I mean?
Exactly.
But I think Luis is going against everything he knows better than. But 100%. It's like, Sigfredo's been my childhood friend, and I just got to go with it.
Yep. He's like, I had to trust him at that moment because what's your other option? He even says, like, he could have killed me. Like, how am I supposed to know?
Exactly. So I feel bad for Luis because, I mean, Sigfredo put him in a tough position to go on a mission that was flawed from the jump. And Luis knows he's being lied to.
His instinct the whole time was like, we need to stop this. This is not a good idea.
And he already said, we need to turn around. All right, let's keep going.
I said, I don't really like the sound of this shit, but whatever. If you say everything's all right, I trust you because I just trust you. I trust you because you're my dog. You don't worry about it, man. Here, man, take a drink. But man, that was early in the morning. It was
early in the morning.
Well, man, I'm good. I don't want to fucking drink.
Early in the morning.
Yep, there you go.
Everybody keeps pretending this is like midday when they're there on Thursday. No, it was early in the morning. They were going there super early because they were there waiting before Dan even left to take the kids to school.
Yeah. And the only reason people think it was afternoon is because the Isom interjects. Like, wasn't it the afternoon? It was him.
Well, he says it's before noon or something. Like he's trying to come up with the timeline. But Rashi even was like, that was in the afternoon, right?
Yep.
And, you
So-
know, tries to change the timeline. But it wasn't. This was early morning because that's
Yep.
when they went there every time to start following Dan. They can't tail Dan if they start in the afternoon. Dan's already left his house. They have
Right.
to go there in the early morning so they can watch him leave with the kids, which is pre 8:30 a.m. And they follow him.
I mean, there are a good amount of people that claim to like really know this case, and then these details are like the focal point of the most watched part, and they still miss it. And it's like it was early in the morning. He just said that in plain English,
Yep.
but people are still saying afternoon and shit. I don't
Yep.
care. And Rashi, you should know not to believe him. He also said there are no Cubans on the case.
Yep.
Sigfredo's Cuban.
Yeah.
Like, how do you like? You can't take that defense attorney at his word. That means he's probably good at white collar criminal cases like he's used to, but this.
Well, when you
It's-
hear it for the first time and you hear stipulation and both parties agree, I mean, it's easy to think both parties agree that this wasn't Wendy. It's easy to kind of take it as that. And honestly, I thought that the first time. I was like, oh, and when I was listening to it back, I'm like, no. That's not even what this is about. They agree on the time that the kids were dropped off and picked up. It has nothing to do with when he saw Wendy. And
Right.
Wendy was 100% could have been there Thursday morning with the boys to use as an excuse. She had the
Absolutely.
boys Thursday morning. And it was early in the morning. That's when they went there every time, early.
And the alarm. I'm sorry, the alarm went off at 8:43. That's early in the morning.
Mm.
So I don't.
She could have
Right.
taken them to school and then gone back.
She got. Yo. The stipulation, in my opinion, I think sometimes they'll stipulate to certain things, not because they actually agree with them.
Mhm.
Well, it was from the
It's just-
school, so they believe the school records. When
Right.
the school says this is when they were dropped off, this is when they were picked up. That's the only thing that's stipulated is the records that the school gave them that said this was the pickup and drop off time for the boys the week of Dan's murder. And it's stipulated that both cases agreed that the school wasn't lying about those drop off times. It has nothing to do with Wendy potentially being there. The kids were not in school when he saw her.
I did research on the stipulation part with this specifically about the drop off and pick up. Because I wanted to know if they stipulated to something in one trial, do they have to stipulate it the following trials?
Mm.
And from my research, they don't. So if they stipulate to it, that effectively doesn't make Wendy's whereabouts and anything like that part of the argument.
No, it has nothing to do with that. But
They
that's
don't
what
wanna
Brashy
fo-
tries to make it. It must have
Right,
been
but-
two other kids, right? And another lady. It must
Right.
have been.
Right.
It doesn't mean that at all.
Happened before 12 noon
Yeah, before 12
on Thursday.
on Thursday.
You drove by, you saw her walking the kids. You asked him, he says, that's Wendy.
Mhm.
She's making sure that we're gonna do this or whatever.
That she wanted to make sure that we was up there. She thought that we were lying, that he was lying. Cause she don't even know I'm in the car until she seen me that day.
Yeah, but your car's got tinted windows. Does she even know what kind of car you guys are in?
That car, ain't not even tinted. Like, you can see through it. It's like you can see real. You can see it's tinted, but not dark like people think.
Right, but she wouldn't know you from Adam's house. She wouldn't know you from anybody.
Yeah, she don't know me from anybody. But you can see you got a little short guy in a car like this. I'm driving like this, and you see Garcia. Garcia's on the passenger side.
So, Jack, damn, we've been on here 3 hours already.
I know. That's what I said. It's so easy to do.
Oh, y'all gotta go.
We can do this again. I just have my kids home and now they're going to be all
Yeah.
gerbily and loud.
I can join late tonight or whatever, but
Yeah, I could probably get back on later tonight too. If you
I might be able to. Damn it, If y'all gotta go, I wanted to go over the one part where they do the actual shooting, and then but
Yeah,
if y'all
go
gotta
over that.
go,
I'm fine. No, I'm
okay.
fine. If the little gerbil
then-
comes in, I can always just hold her on my
I might
lap
even
and
stay.
shut my video down for a
I might
second.
even stay on without y'all and just keep going because I'm in the zone. I'm in the zone right now. So, and this is the part that I really I'm on. So
No, this is important,
I'll
and a
go.
lot of people don't pay attention to this, and a lot of people don't understand it in the same vein that you do also,
Right.
because you understand the way he talks, you understand what's being said. And I mean, a lot of people really don't even have the ability to read between the lines, but yes, this is all super important with this proffer, 100%.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'll be on here until my little gerbils come in screaming, and then I'll just mute my
Why do you call them gerbils?
mic. Small
That's-
mammals, gerbils.
Small mammals?
Because they eat and
Also-
poop a lot.
She looked and then he looked like,
If it's Wendy, he already knows it's
oh,
Wendy. He had his number.
yeah, Garcia got his number. Garcia was trying to call him, but he wouldn't answer. He was trying to call him. And if you're going to do something, you got to do it right. Man, he was toasted, man.
Where is the part? All right, Jack, you gotta help me out.
Here.
Mhm. To make sure that he was up here, make sure he was alive. I think he did. I'm not, matter of fact, I ain't even gonna answer that right there.
Okay.
Did you know Wendy?
All right. Okay.
Wake up in the morning, first thing he does, Chuck. I was taking a shower like, don't tell me you. Where was that? He's like, man, let's go around here because I know there's somebody got to sell coke. But we
Yo, what is the where you gotta tell me the part where they do the actual shooting? I'm trying to find that. Because I know it's at different times in the thing.
bump into him in the room. Else gotta know. Else gotta know. Last time when we were talking, I meant to tell you, but yeah, he had 20 minutes, and I'm like, I told Chuck, man, I got.
Of this game 132?
When he jumped out the car, whatever he did down there, he did. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. There's so much construction out there now, so that shit had me confused.
There's a lot that happened. Have you all dumped the gun yet?
I can't remember if I was there or not. I really can't. I don't know if I went home or went somewhere else. I gave her the money. Katie calls my phone. Where's Tuto at?
Damn it, come on.
Like, why would he do that? You can't tell nobody where he's at. Never knew his name. Never heard his name. But yeah, I think I called him one. What's up, man? You all right? I don't know. So we stopped you. I'm like, man, get out the car. He's like, man, get out the car. Fuck, what you so scared of? It's not scary, it's just being cautious, man. I was.
Yo, you gotta tell me where it is in the thing because I lost.
Yeah,
it.
let me look it up real quick.
He did. I can't remember right now if he did. He said he's seen something, but it's got to get done tomorrow morning.
A phone call from any.
So when he calls Kate. Hey, what's going on? I seen this lady over here. Even tinted that, you can see through it. Front. We met him right in the garage. I was like maybe like 3 or 4 feet away from his car. To the gym, waited in the parking lot for a while, for like 45 to an hour at the most. Got there. So when he came out of the gym, I followed him home.
Okay, it's at 1 hour 17
As I'm following
minutes.
home, he goes around the back.
Say it again.
1 hour and 17 minutes.
That's where I'm at right now. Boom.
Okay, perfect.
All right.
I go around the front. We met him right in the garage. I was like maybe like 3 or 4 feet away from his car. Garcia jumps out and goes around the car.
All right. Garcia jumps out, goes around the car. Now, he's talking about their car. If he were directly behind Dan and goes around the car, it doesn't make sense. It will be a shorter distance to go on the right side and just cut in front of the car and then go. Where Luis, I'm gonna play that, just that quick snippet real quick so you can hear that. And I'm gonna show you on the map what that actually looks like to know these dudes ain't playing. So
Like I'm maybe like 3 or 4 feet away from his car. Garcia jumps out and goes around the car where he's driving. Then Markel was on the phone that day. Shot him twice, got in the car, we left.
all right. All right. This is the way that Luis and Sigfredo approached Dan's house. Dan was coming from the opposite direction. Like you said, we met him at the driveway. They didn't follow him to the driveway. They met him there because they came from opposite directions. Dan pulls in the driveway. He goes into the garage. Luis said Sigfredo jumps out and goes around the car. So he gets out. He goes behind this car, behind the Prius. Let me get to. If he goes behind the Prius and he approaches on foot, Dan's car is in the garage. So Dan can't see anything behind him to the left past this point. So when Luis pulls up behind him, Dan is looking in his rear view and only sees Luis. And we know that because the teacher at the school that Dan was talking to said that Dan told him there's one person behind me I do not know. He didn't say some people. He said someone. Luis, let me see if I can zoom in. Sigfredo, the garage door's open. Dan's on this side. This car's parked on this side. Luis parks directly behind him. Dan's attention is focused only on Luis. Sigfredo approaches on the blind spot, and Dan can't react to it. He's like this, and Sigfredo hits him right there. That's tactics. Sigfredo approached on foot in Dan's blind spot. They did that on purpose. They met him at the driveway so Dan wouldn't think he was being followed. It's just that they met at the driveway. He pulls in. Sigfredo approaches him from his blind side. If he's looking at one person directly behind him, he can't see Sigfredo approaching in the grass up into the left side on the driver's side of the car, and Dan can only react like this because he's not looking in the side view mirror. He's looking in the rear view mirror directly behind him at Luis. These dudes are gangster. And that's it.
When did he say Sigfredo jumped out of the car? Sorry.
He said Sigfredo jumped out, goes around the car. Talking about the car that they're in.
Right.
He's not talking about Dan's car, because if Luis were to park directly behind Dan and then Sigfredo get out, Dan would immediately be like, what the hell's going on? Even still, if they ran into that situation, they're dressed in a way that doesn't look aggressive. These fools are wearing dress clothes. They are wearing fresh shirts and slacks to do a hit. That's crazy.
Yeah, well, they can't go up looking, super out of place. I mean, they already know the neighborhood. They know that he's a lawyer. They have all this information about him. So they have
Right.
to look. And remember what Rob said about Donna when Rob's like, what happened? And Donna said they went to the front door, knocked on the door. He opened up. They said, "Are you Dan Markel?" He said yes. And then they shot him. That's what they're telling us. Who's they? Who are you getting this information from? Because Wendy got spoken to once at the police station. That's never told to her. They call you for a second interview, Wendy. You pretend like your phone goes out. Your lawyer calls him back, saying you won't be talking. And then he tried to get Donna and Harvey in too, and they wouldn't go in. So when on Sunday did Donna have any of this information? She didn't. I think that was the plan. That he was supposed to go into the house. And honestly, remember all those keys that Wendy made? I made a bunch of copies of my keys for everybody because I'm always locking myself out. I think some of those were keys to his house because Dan says straight up, she still has keys to that house. You guys know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or Jeff. Sorry, not Dan. Jeff says that.
Yeah, I believe that. I think that Wendy made those keys for them to go in, but they're not going to do that because they don't want, like, that's the garage thing, in my opinion. That's even more telling to me that Wendy's directly involved because that's a habit that someone has. Like, I mean, I pull up to the house. All right, me personally, I know that the most vulnerable place you can be is in a parked car. So, I mean, I don't just sit on my phone. I mean, I'm not expecting anyone to come up and clap me, but like, I just don't move like that. But it's that's a habit that someone who is married to you would know. That's something you do. You pull up to the house and you sit on your phone and you don't go inside. You don't shut the garage. Those are small observations that if they're given to people who are clearly have the experience of doing the stuff, that's valuable to them.
Well, also that's why they couldn't tell if he was home or not because he would have been in the closed garage. You wouldn't be able to tell from a car being outside. If somebody always parks in the driveway, well, you can just drive by there and see if their car's there or not. If you park in the garage and you shut the garage behind you, you don't know if you're home or you're gone.
Right, but they know enough to not sit in front of his house and wait on them.
Oh,
they
100%.
go to where there's two ways out of Trescott. But the fact that they know the part that's near like Centerville Road, that part or Thomasville Road, they know to be at that end because they know that's how he comes and goes. So that information comes from somewhere, and them having that in June that tells you that didn't come from Charlie. It didn't come from Donna. They had the what is it called? The
paper,
the license plate and stuff like that. Right. But those type of details Donna's not going to have, Charlie's not going to have, Katie's not going to have, and Katie didn't even have because during her proffer, she never gave any real details on how Dan moves. And that's the information that should come from Charlie.
But it didn't go down the way Donna thought it did because she told Rob that they knocked on the door, right?
Yeah. So that must have been like the initial plan, at the very least, to like just go up to the door and knock on it and get him there because that's like a guarantee that he's going to come to the door. If you knock on somebody's door, the homeowner is going to answer it. So I think that was definitely
think about this. That might have been Donna and that might have been their plan, but they don't do this stuff. They know they like going up to someone's door has someone immediately on guard. Like, what? Who's knocking on the door? If they see someone that looks like Luis or Sigfredo, they're probably like, I'm not answering that shit. So then what do? Kick the door in? No, they give them a key to the house.
Yeah.
See what I mean? But just because that's their plan doesn't mean it's going to be executed.
Yeah.
Right, because these people don't have to take direction from the Adelsons. Their job is just to get it done, and they got it done the way that in which they
The
can get out
smartest,
of
more
there.
accurate way, and then yep.
Right. So Donna may have thought that's what's going to happen because that's where they thought it should happen.
Yeah,
But no, they
that's
got it done.
Yeah, yep.
So yeah, if y'all got to go.
No, I'm good right now. My little sweetling is sitting right there being a good girl.
Oh yeah, hold on. Let me show the 3592. Okay. All right.
Yeah, so is this the clothes?
You see the
They're in.
collar there?
Mm-hmm.
Dress shirts. These fools are wearing dress clothes. Come on. You don't hear about these type of dudes doing that. That type of awareness comes from experience and being around people that are experienced in that stuff. And also, those of us who are more aware of, we attract police eyes whether or not we're doing anything. We're
Mhm.
considered a threat automatically just driving down the street. Dress clothes will kind of be like, oh, he's not thugging or anything. He's going to work.
Mm-hmm.
Because those little things matter. When I was younger, I used to put like a certain time, if I had to drive somewhere far, like through any kind of like place where I'm not from, I would put like dress clothes hanging up like I was going somewhere, or I would wear a dress shirt. I would do that just because like I could get pulled over for whatever reason, just to see if I have an out of state plate. They do that, especially if you look like something, or you actually may be what they think you are. Because when they run your plate and your record shows up, they're just gonna pull you over anyway. I'm telling you because I know. So it's a different game, and they know that they don't fit in that area. They're gonna try to fit in and not have people looking at them. What else? What else about this? Or else, what is there anything that y'all would like us to touch on? I'm sorry, I kind of took over.
No, we love it. It's
this is
your channel.
sorry. No, but y'all here with me. This is
No, it's good.
But
We want to hear what you say.
Thank you. This is the part where I understand this stuff. Like,
No, this was your thing anyway. I mean, we can look over the. Yeah.
What? There's other. Let me go to the bullet points.
We love it.
How on track do we stay on?
Yeah,
with the
I was
bullet
just
points?
gonna look at that.
We've hit a lot of it.
I think we've hit a lot of things. I mean, you don't always hit everything that you want. I'm curious about the May 1st phone numbers.
Yeah.
So let me go over
pull
there.
that up while you were talking, and I was like, oh, it just has the numbers, and I don't have the key or whatever.
Oh, what was the page number in Katie's for that?
I can go back in the live and look real quick.
Okay. Hold up. I'll put 0501. See what. Oh, whoops. Oops, wrong place.
I feel like it was in the 3000s, but I don't know why.
It's a lot of pages.
Mm-hmm. Oh, wait, I think that's.
Yeah, that's it.
Oh, 986. I was way wrong.
Okay, you got it.
Yeah.
Who's the 786 number?
Where do you see that?
Isn't that what that in the green that's highlighted? Does it say 786? Maybe I can't read that.
7863. What's the last four? Because a lot of them are 786.
I don't know.
So the 1312 is Katie. 5986 is Sigfredo.
Can you zoom in on this a teeny bit?
Yeah.
Okay, so now this is in Katie's appeal information, and so this is showing call logs from May 1st then.
So interesting.
I'm
Why
very
would they go to
curious.
May 1st?
That's the question. That's the $1 million question there.
Right.
I think that Sigfredo went there on May 1st.
Up
which
to
is
Kelly?
the first of the.
Yeah, I think this is how Sigfredo knew the layout. So on that day, you have a lot of calls back and forth between Katie and Sigfredo. And then you have let's see.
See, this is one of the things why it's so important to have more eyes on this, because
Yeah.
I would have not even looked twice at this.
Does
But
this tell us
obviously it
what
has
cell
meaning.
tower this is, or this is just simply call detail?
All right.
Yeah,
So
what is this NEID number?
Yeah.
You know what that is? Does anybody? You probably do, Grish.
that's like you. I think that's the
First cell,
network
last
ID. The network
Whether it's like
ID.
Sprint or AT&T or something.
It's the net. Yeah, and then the last cell is like the tower location. So where the call started, what it was attached to, and where it call ended, what it was attached to. So that's a good way to know if someone's traveling while they're on the phone. They don't show that in like the trial stuff where they have the spreadsheet. They don't show any of that stuff. So like you have a lot of all right. So in the green, the 5986, that's Sigfredo. The 1312 is Katie. The blue is Charlie. The purple is Sigfredo's mom.
Okay, and just real quick, the repole number is the specific network switch or metropolitan area that handled the call.
Say that again.
I said the repole number that's up here next to the NEID is the specific network switch or metropolitan area that handled the call. So that's like the cell tower. I got to be right back.
I think, all right, so the switch is where the phone line is geographically. So it doesn't necessarily, I live in New York. My number is in Maryland, but the switch number is in Maryland. So we were going over this a couple days ago with the exchange numbers, where you have the area code and then you have the exchange number, which is the 3 digits after the area code. And then you have those blocks where people purchase the numbers. Remember this? For by the thousands. Those numbers are blocked off by the thousands, and they get a switch number assigned to them when a phone number is born. So that is the 293 is the switch number, but the network ID is the carrier, like it's like T-Mobile or whatever, something like that. And the first cell, last cell is the actual antenna that accepted the call and it's telling you where it was dropped off at. But what I'm seeing in this is that you have Katie calling. I forgot who 6687 is, but she's calling someone 1,000 times back to back after she calls Sigfredo, which is, so she calls at 7:30 a.m. and then 3 o'clock, she's calling someone else back to back, then Sigfredo. She's going back and forth with Sigfredo. I think this number is, I don't think it might be I'm not sure. I knew all these people's numbers at one point, like down, but so you have Katie calling Sigfredo, and then and then an hour after the hour and some change after that, you have Katie calling Sigfredo's mom. Like, what's up with that? Like, where is he? That's what I'm getting from that.
Oh,
What do
yeah.
y'all think? And so then Katie's calling. She calls Sigfredo's mom twice back to back. Calls this other number, and then Katie calls Sigfredo. It says inbound there. Katie calls Sigfredo, and they actually talk on the phone, but she hits him up a lot, and he doesn't respond. But then you have what's I gonna say? This here where Sigfredo calls Katie, and it's on 2 different cells, so he's actually driving. So where's he drive? Like, you see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Am I just like throwing wild data out there? Like, I'm just making sure I make sense, because I know I just
No, I'm just wondering if
Yeah.
that like 31 repoll or whatever, is that something in Tallahassee and then these
So,
other?
yeah, I was just trying to see if
Yeah.
you could look that up
Yeah, I
anywhere.
remember
all right. Let me explain.
like
But
further
these are where
south.
the call is being like taken from, the initial
Yeah.
cell tower.
No, all right, no. The cell towers are the last columns on the right. The repoll number is the actual physical location where a phone number is located. So the switch where it goes from one place to another, because remember,
Okay.
there's switchboards. Cell numbers, since they're not wired, they still need to be on a switchboard. That switchboard is designated when the phone number is first made, before it's attached to an actual phone. That number is attached to a switch. 293 is a switch that's has a lot of a bunch of blocks of numbers, but it doesn't,
Okay.
it's in Florida, but it doesn't always have to be in Florida.
All right, that makes sense.
Okay. So like a phone number, first 3 digits, area code. The 3 digits after that is the exchange number. And then from 000 to 099 is a block. It goes A, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A is the ones that start with 0. And then those are sold off by the thousands, and they're assigned a switch number. Some of them are the same, some of them are different. But if it's a number that starts with the last 4 digits, where the 3 digits after the area code and the first digit of the last 4, they're all going to be on the same switch. I know it's crazy, but let's see. So you have the back and forth with Katie and Sigfredo's mom, and then Katie gets a hold of Sigfredo, but and then she goes from Sigfredo. She calls Sigfredo, and then shortly after that, she calls Charlie twice. No, that's actually one call. That's actually doubled up. That's the same call. But she's switching back and forth to between Charlie and Sigfredo, after she's been blowing Sigfredo up and he's not answering, and she calls his mom, and then Sigfredo calls her back. So I think they were in Tallahassee.
I think it's very possible.
Yeah.
I mean, we've always heard about the third trip.
Right.
Yeah.
And
or that there were
I think
three,
this is the
like,
I think this is the 3rd trip. So me personally, this is the shit I like. I like this stuff that like certain salacious details, but I can read call reports all day and just look at them and just figure out what's going on. And I love shit like this. Like, this is why I'm here. So the fact that it has, all right, you see all these little 3-digit numbers and things like that.
yeah.
That's what happens when the switchboard has to switch switches because it's not in the same area. It has to
Okay, so that
reroute the
means
call.
that means the call is moving then during those calls.
It means it has to use a different means to connect to the phone because it's not located near the switch where it originated from.
Oh,
So
okay.
it's
I get what you're saying now.
So it's an
it's
alligator
a
alley.
it's what does that mean?
That's what they call it when they're driving, I think. Alligator
Yeah,
alley.
that's the throughway that's the pass through the highway that goes right through the Everglades is Alligator
Okay.
Alley. It's like nothing but swamp and a highway.
Gotcha. But this is all, and this is some of these are confusing because I've noticed some that have that they're in the Eastern time zone and some of them are on world time and you have to adjust for it. So, but I think this is one that's at the actual time. So, yeah, and this is still overall, it's Katie Sigfredo, Charlie, Katie, Katie Sigfredo. It's, you see what I mean? All in the same day, back to back like that. They wouldn't have this up here if this was like, I mean, obviously this means something, and they don't talk about it in Katie's trial because she just, based on, she doesn't know that he's up there, and there's no point in mentioning it because you'd have to mention who he was up there with, right?
Right.
So I really want to know what's up with Wendy's call history, what Wendy's location was on the 1st of May. And do we have anything where they talk about anything in May, or there's any records at FSU that says where Wendy would likely be or not be? I need that's what I want to know. I think there's more information on May 1st, a lot more information, because
Let me see.
Sigfredo knows his way around and all that stuff.
Yeah, I think that, and I think it's very interesting that we've never been shown any of the call detail records for the day before also.
Right.
And I've asked for those specifically, and they were like, we can't release those because I was very curious about that. Yeah, didn't you say, hold on a second. Didn't you say something about like there was another guy who was going to go up with Sigfredo and that guy got arrested or something?
Yeah.
Trish?
So Anthony? Or
No. It's Jorge. I think Jorge Vieira. And let me find that. See if he's in that document. He's not in there. So when all right. You see that?
Jorge Emmanuel Varela?
Varela? Sorry. It's
Varela?
no, it's Bidea.
Oh, sorry. AKA Shooty. I can say that.
Yeah. I don't
I know. I didn't I'm sorry. Terrible.
Marilla. I mean, all right, so he was interviewed first in December of 2014. He's not mentioned anywhere else, but he had a deposition, and the deposition was more expensive for interviewing him than 15 others out of the 18 people that they had depositions on. So if the prosecution or whatever, they depose someone, they pay the people that are responsible for recording the deposition an hourly rate. So Jorge's deposition costs more money because they interviewed him for a longer time. So they wouldn't interview for a long time unless you had information, right? So he's ends up getting arrested on June the 2nd. And that's the day that they found like that Luis was put onto this hit. So I think that he was supposed to go up there in June, but he couldn't go because he was arrested for a home invasion.
Yeah, and that bridge that they threw the gun off of, where they thought they threw the gun off of, was only like 30 minutes north of where I lived. I lived right off of 75 in Southwest Florida. So, you know, the bridge they were trying to locate the gun,
Mhm.
Yeah.
it was like right in the Sarasota County area.
See, I'm not familiar with like the highways and stuff in Florida, but there wouldn't only be well, actually there's a lot of water over there. So are there a lot of bridges?
There's
Because
there's a lot of bridges. There's a lot of just like little rivers and stuff.
I mean, I think that's got to be a lot of swamp in there. I mean, that gun could be anywhere.
Yeah, well, I mean, also if you're at night, everything kind of looks the same too, going up and down 75.
okay. So how many bridges would they have? Like
A lot.
bridges that you would recognize as this is a type of bridge that I threw a gun over.
Quite a bit. From Tampa down to Fort Myers, there's quite a lot of bridges on 75. Hold on.
I don't understand like why they really needed the weapon that bad, but
Yeah.
I can understand why, but not like to search up and down like that with him. Like if he drew the bridge, why would he have to be there to go on that ride with them? That's why I'm. What do you think about that? I
Maybe it was
understand if
just
you go
more
on
to
a ride.
validate him. That's my only guess. Or prove it. Like, yeah, he, you know, that I don't know.
You know what I think? I think that they had the car ride with him to have opportunities for him to give them information off the record.
Mm.
Because if you listen to the proffer, there's a couple instances where they mention things that
Yeah. They're like, we want to go off the record, they say.
right, but see, you wouldn't ask that unless you got away with it before. And the lady was like, "Oh no, you can't do that." But that tells you that that tells me that
Uh-huh.
these people know that Luis has more information, but they can't have the information on record because it will clue someone in as to what they're asking and understanding about someone.
Okay. Because then it'd be, yeah, on discovery, right?
Right. And also in the proffer, no one took one note.
I noticed that. Because
So
yeah.
come on now. There's way more going on with this. Like if Luis says it's a bridge and they went through a couple bridges, but if they're with them for a substantial amount of time to go over all these, that's just time where they can just talk. And who knows who is responsible for the recording in that van or outside of that van. And then you have attorney-client privilege and stuff like that at the same time. That's
because Collins was in that van right next to him.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
I just think I look at this in a way that like outside of the information that's there on paper or there in video, what was discussed based on the things that they reference, and there's no history of them talking about it. Because it just seems like some of the questions that they asked, Luis has been asked before in a different way.
Well, it's even like Ison's like, oh, well, he saw an owl. It's like, well, he already heard the story.
Right.
So,
Exactly.
and that was always like, well, okay, this is strange.
So in the fact that Isom didn't ask an open-ended question, he just said, "Oh, so you took a picture? It was an owl, it was a barn owl, or maybe it was a."
Mm-hmm.
How you know that?
Yeah, like he's trying to tell Pat, and Pat's like looking at him like, dude, stop.
Relax. Yeah, relax. It's there's a whole lot. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm still working on a video where I parse through
I agree with
the
what
whole
Jackie said.
Proffer.
She said, I think they already talked about the whole Proffer before and then they videoed it. Totally agree.
Hold up, where's Jackie? Oh, she's being. Oh,
She's on her phone, but she's
Oh,
listening.
okay. Yo, that's dedication. Stays stays on point. That's multitasking because
Yeah.
multitasking is not my thing. So
But yeah, there are some videos of that van trip. Need to go and look at those again.
yeah, those like there's so every time I look, I just get into like a rabbit hole out. Oh, back when I these documents when I got these documents, I was just sitting up reading call reports and just like, damn, I just like a lot of stuff. It gave me so much more insight of what's going on just looking at the call reports and seeing so much more,
Mm-hmm.
and then going back and listening to the information, like other information, and it's like this is in my opinion, the reason why it's taken so long to get Wendy, because Wendy is doing way more to protect herself after the fact than we would even know.
I mean, she's definitely on guard. If she's putting her home in a trust and she's paying people to send letters, right? I've got the Katie appeal up on my other screen.
Yeah.
Oh
What
my
was
God,
there?
here's the picture that Luis drew. It's number 4654.
Oh yeah, that man's not an artist.
I mean, like, oh yeah, I know exactly where that is. It's, I guess, the bridge. I mean, it looks like
Oh,
something
see
you would
that?
draw.
See, they have his. Come on now, they have his IG.
Yeah.
It's still up, and look at him. That boy is small. That is one small dude, yo. But he is dangerous. And let me hand draw a map. Let me 465. All right. Where's the
54. Jackie's saying Ruth said that some of Wendy's judge friends are going to retire soon. Interesting.
yeah? Like what is that?
That's where he threw the gun. That's the bridge. You got to show it.
Yo, look, all right. For scale. All right, that's a car.
Uh-huh.
What is that? Is that
I think that's supposed to be like water and then like a stick figure. Is that him?
I guess. Like is this like a curb, a drainage ditch? Is this part of a guardrail?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's another version of a stick figure? This is I don't know if I'm wondering if he did that on purpose.
Well, share it so everybody can see.
Oh, I thought I shared it.
Uh-uh.
It's right there. Oh, my bad. I didn't make sorry.
I know you got to add it. I always do that too.
Yeah,
There it is, y'all. Case solved.
What is that's I don't know. Like that's not
No.
well, I think we can say it's at the end of a bridge.
Yeah.
So that kind of I think that narrows it down, but he
Well,
doesn't
they were
say it
headed
was
south. So pull over there on the right. I guess I think he's throwing the water or something.
I think if they had if they had more detailed location information, maybe they could see the stop on the bridge and then keep going, you
Oh,
know?
hey, if you go to the next page, look, there is a Tato. It's somebody's Instagram.
Yeah. I, s-
So they did
I think
get
I just,
Yeah.
yeah, they got it. And I was trying to find it. I was doing everything to try to figure out how to get, I was going through Wayback Machine. I was doing everything to try to find other photos from his page. But because I really want to see the what's it called? The owl pick.
Yeah, I do
'Cause I-
too. That's what I've always said. But you know that book, Extreme Punishment, he says it was a tiger.
It definitely wouldn't be a tiger. Like
Mhm.
Isom said a lion, which is
Oh, maybe. Yeah. Oh, okay.
now here's the thing. It doesn't that's not mutually exclusive. Because remember, we're talking about gangsters and gangster stuff. So,
Hey, go down to 4698. It looks like they've got pictures under some of these bridges that they stopped at that day.
oh yeah, I remember that.
Mm-hmm.
So 469. Now, one thing that I wanted to say is that Isom mentioned the owl. Isom mentioned the lion. Now, why would they be talked about on one Instagram post? I'll let y'all guess and for a second. Ask the chat. These give me 1 second.
Do you see this picture of a gun they found on 4703?
Yeah, that was a rusty thing. Yeah.
Mhm.
Give me 1 second. Uh,
Crazy.
mm,
Oh, wow. Look at the New York Yankee in the chat. That's so nice. Thank you.
um,
We don't have a mod.
nope, we don't. Cause I don't have
We have Grish.
yeah, I'm the mod.
Yeah.
So
There's a troll
oh word. There's
talking
a
smack about me and Jackie.
about y'all, but they ain't talking about me.
Not about you.
Damn, I want the smoke.
Yeah. You want a
But
troll, you want a letter.
I do. I've been checking the mail every day. I in FedEx. Not I get notifications when I get stuff FedEx because I send stuff out FedEx and UPS, and I haven't gotten any notifications. No one's sending me anything.
Yeah.
No one wants to silence me because the algorithm probably doesn't play my videos enough for people to see them and get mad over it. So okay, what's I guess gonna show where those autopsy pictures aren't in this group, are they? They're not in this group. They're not, right? Because I don't want to scroll and see that.
What are you looking for? The autopsy?
I'm no, I'm not looking for. I don't want to show that
No,
on here as
I
I'm
would tell
scrolling.
you. Mm-mm.
Okay. See, I'm wondering if no, you can't see that from the road.
So let me get this straight. They're looking for the weapon and they just happen to find this other one.
Yeah.
What are the effing chances?
I
As
mean,
Charlie said.
people. What did that bitch? Look at that. That's definitely not it. Like that's
No.
a semi-automatic. They had a revolver, so I mean, that's some crusty, rusty stuff. So in the comments, let's see.
Wrong. Just because we're divorced, we should have more empathy. Wrong. How about no? We all got along without taking someone out.
All right, let me go to the Turn the banner off.
Wendy's
All right.
hanging.
Here's a reason why, like, when Isom asked Luis about posting a lion or an owl, and why they could possibly be in the same post. The owl, we believe that is connected to what Wendy was wearing, and we saw that. Now remember, he's doing this in order to get the chain reaction to see if Wendy is watching his stuff, right?
Mm-hmm.
The lion, remember, Luis is a Latin king, and the lion is the what of the jungle?
King.
Right. And the lion is also a symbol in the Latin kings.
Yeah, doesn't he have that tattoo?
I believe so. A lot of Latin kings have lion tattoos.
Hey Grish, if you
Yeah.
right click, if you go into like YouTube and you can right click my name or right click anybody's name, you can make them a mod. And then I can block that douchebag.
Oh, sorry. I got,
The faceless user.
Yeah.
oh, my bad.
Surprising. So shocking.
Yo, yeah, let me make
That somebody
let me
with no
do it.
profile picture is talking shit. Oh my god.
Oh, I didn't even see that. I mean, y'all talked about it. I haven't seen
know
it.
you're busy. You're busy doing real things. And Jesus Christ, I'm not here for like a half an hour on my camera because I'm taking care of my kids, you fucking asshole.
Yeah.
Yo.
Grish wants a troll with nobody's
He
messing
got
with-
one. Yay, your first troll. It just took women being on your channel.
Yeah.
I guess, he's a misogynistic prick.
Yeah.
Not you, Grish, obviously.
Yo, I've had a couple little trolls, but not nothing crazy.
Well,
On a different
congratulations.
on a different case though, I had some trolls and it was a little weird, but I took care of that. So all right, let me go to YouTube.
He wants me to get a job to be away from my kids, but also wants me to be here with my kids. It doesn't even make sense. Like,
Right.
make it at least make sense.
Let me yo, trolling as a I really when I
Profession.
was like I looked into like the psychology of trolling when I was working on a different case, and these people were they were like basically
Incels.
it was a ton of them, but it was like I noticed a pattern between them. Like, this is the same person.
Oh, for
And
sure.
it was the same person with 30 different names. And I found out exactly who they were, and I posted a video about them. Yep. And give me a second. I'll right click.
I think New York might be named George. I don't know.
Might be named AI. Give me a second. Where is Jackie at? Yeah, I definitely need some mods.
Rebecca Glenn. That's true. Could be.
Yeah, Glenn Thomas. I've had quite a few words.
Yeah.
with him.
I think I
just
don't
made
know
a
if this-
comment so you can find me. I'm like one of the lowest comments.
Yeah, you're a moderator now. Jackie is. I got someone in blue with a ranch on my page. Finally, I don't know. I don't know how people. Oh, I do know how people get mods. People ask me to be a mod. And I don't really know how to handle that.
I don't know.
I don't
I just
trust every-
added
I
a
don't
ton
trust-
and let them all because like you just never know who's going to be online.
Yeah, see, I'm kind of, especially after that last case, I had so much weird stuff popping up. I was like, and so I don't know. Make sure there's nothing else weird up in the chat, right? No,
Oh, blocked. What'd you say?
there's nothing weird that's popping up in the chat, right? Like no other trolly activities
No.
or.
Mm-mm.
All right. Let me go to the bullet points. Maybe like 15 minutes, we probably call it a day. I mean, I can go for a minute, but like, you know,
we can.
y'all got responsibilities and stuff, and I got stuff to do too. But
Yeah, I have stuff.
y'all got where are my bullet points? And I know as soon as I get off of here, I know something's gonna pop in my head.
We'll just make a note and then we'll get it.
Yeah. Damn it. I really wanted to do a spectrograph on the Wendy thing, but it's just not done. Oh, maybe I do have a one that I can. So y'all go. Can you explain the whole Wendy and Wendy Donna call? Because I'm trying to pull up this video that I was working on yesterday.
Which one?
The one where she calls Donna and
From the police station.
Oh.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I
Jackie.
basically screen recorded that, and I was trying to boost. I basically clipped around Donna's vocals and boosted that to like 1,000% for volume, and did a voice isolation on the whole thing. But still, I was gonna export it and then put it back in and see if I could boost it again, but I didn't know how much it would distort it. But I'm also not like great with stuff like that, so I know how to do like one thing on one app.
Same.
That's if I need to learn more, I just learn right before I need to do it.
But the one thing we caught was that, what was it? She says, you sound terrible.
Oh,
or
you
something?
sound terrible or something like that. And it's like, no, Wendy sounds like fine. She
Yeah.
sounds like she's giving you a grocery list.
Yeah. Hey mom, how's it going?
Yeah, how's it going?
Yeah.
And the whole thing where she's like, oh, I did talk to Charlie. I talked to him before all of this and he was doing good. But like, what is that totally like nonsensical information that nobody needs? Like, who
Right.
cares if you talk to Charlie? Like, what? It's just like so obvious that this is nonsense.
Well,
And that line there was like the kicker for me.
and I felt like she definitely was trying to get it out quickly. Like, yeah, I'm at the police station trying to help figure out who did this.
Yeah, it's very weird, but like
It was
we
code.
don't like. Yeah,
And
it
Donna
was.
said
It
something
was
about
definitely
being at the
rehearsed.
apartment. Somebody just, took a shower or whatever, or somebody was in the shower. She says that that's like the first thing that she says.
Yeah. Give me 1 second. I'm about to give you the
Thanks, Gallagher. Yeah.
the what is it called? A rough draft of it. Where is
So one thing I want to know, so Katie McVanois has her huge appeal case. I mean, I know she got convicted a long time ago, but on Donna's, like nothing's there. It's all like, I don't know if you call it under seal or what you call it, but it's not
On her
available.
appeal?
Yeah. And why is Zellman still listed? Like, why doesn't she have a real appeals attorney? Do you know?
I don't know.
Like, is Harvey like, yeah, this is too much money?
Shit. I couldn't tell you. All right. Let me go and see this. So it's hard to hear what Donna was saying, and Jackie was saying that she was trying to like enhance the audio. Now in CapCut and other ones, they'll enhance what it perceives as vocals and enhance them.
Yeah,
right?
see, I didn't do enhance. I did the isolation, the vocal isolation that just kind of removes like the static. Because enhancing sometimes gets rid of
it changes
actual dialogue.
Yeah. Did you try reduce noise?
Where's that wind coming from?
I just did the isolate.
Where's that wind coming from?
The wind's coming from the window. I just did the isolate vocals.
Okay. Give me a second. putting this all together. And all right, give me, I'm just saving it real quick and then all right, now in to highlight someone's vocals on any kind of editing platform, vocal isolation will take what the program thinks of as not someone speaking and remove them. If you take out background noise, it'll take the lower, the less pronounced sound out. The problem with that is our ears are trained to hear certain frequencies, and like just like dog whistles, you can't hear them.
Right.
When you take out, there are still within your voice frequencies that are in the air. Okay, so when you and I both talk, we have a certain frequency range. Our frequency, some of them will overlap, but if you take them out, it takes out all of the frequencies that are hitting that specific frequency. So when give me a second. And the way that you figure out what it is finding out the frequency of the sound itself and pinpointing it. So there's a vocal range when you speak, but when someone is not very well pronounced, you have to visualize the sound to figure out where it is. So there's a thing called a spectrogram. A spectrogram is a spectrum of the sound, a visual spectrum of the sound. And I'm going to show you what that is, but I haven't picked out the frequency to turn it up. I'm just going to show you what it looks like. All right. So let me try to open this and see if it's saved. Just we're gonna save that. Maybe this is it. All right, yeah, I got it. Y'all see it? Is it up there? Oh, it is.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now. All right, bear witness to greatness. 1 second.
Okay. No, I just I think it's shock reaction. You know, right? Shock reaction?
Yeah. Oh, and I'm a shaker when I get upset. So yeah.
I don't usually shake. I really don't. Okay, here it goes. This is the worst day of my life.
All right. So what y'all are seeing here is the lower frequencies are in the red. Now, this is kind of like a top down, like the blue is higher, like higher pitch. Down low is the lower pitch. So you'll probably hear Wendy like doing like that. That'll show up on this. So it's as she's speaking, it's breaking down the frequency of her voice. So I will get back to it. And
Maybe I should text them if I can't reach them. Hi, Mom. How's it going?
now you see where Wendy goes, like, it shows up right there. You see that? Y'all got me?
Yeah.
All right. So when she's like, hey, Mom, how's it going? You see that this red part here? That's where her voice is. So let's go. Now, you see this is Donna talking. Now you see up here, Donna's voice. Yep. Y'all see that?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Now, the reason for that is because Wendy's down lower because the microphone in that room is picking up Wendy herself. Donna is being recorded by the same microphone, but she's already been recorded by a microphone through her phone that gets played through Wendy's phone, and it's compressed. So when you're speaking through a phone, the frequency of your voice is not exactly what it is in real life. So the microphone picks up a recording of her voice that's been compressed, and all this range of frequencies isn't going to be there, but it's still going to be audible to you. So when Donna talks and you see these little spikes up here, what you do is you see that, and then you will go to the milliseconds that she's saying these things, and you would highlight them and bring them out. And you would like tone down Wendy's voice, but you would bring those parts out and also take out the rest of this random stuff out of here that doesn't match up with this. Because this straight up and down is what Donna's frequency is at that sound. So it's up here and here, and then these lines here. Because left to right is time. Up and down is the frequency range from low to high. So you would bring out the parts that spike up when Donna talks, take out the other noise that human voices don't actually make, and then level it off, and you bring their voice out. This is called a the thing is called a spectrogram. The result is called a spectrograph.
So are you able to do that?
I've been working on it. This is the part that I made for the video to show it actually moving.
Yeah, this is fascinating. I'm like, if it doesn't fix with like 1 or 2 clicks of a button, done.
Nah, see, no, I don't stop until I get the result. So I was working on it for hours, and I'm just picking apart these little things and turning them up. But obviously you see there's so much data just in a millisecond like this. To take those little spots out takes time.
You know what would be interesting to do to give you more work is before the bump, take Donna on the phone with Charlie and her voice inflection and compare it with this. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Not after the bump. Then she's all like, but before, it would be really interesting.
Right. And that's one thing that, thank you for saying that, because you have to have a reference point for Donna's voice through a phone, not talking to the undercover, where it has the full spectrum of her voice. You need the part that's recorded the same way that it's recorded here.
Right.
And
like
that's
it's a control.
Right.
In the lab.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
Mom, I need you to sit down. I am fine. The boys are fine. I need you to sit down.
Now, the part where you really bring out are the vowels. The vowels are where you have you hear the words. The consonants, if you say T or that's going to have a wider range. You want the vowels because that tells you the word.
I'm fine, and the boys are fine. Danny has been. You can put me on speaker. Yeah. Danny has been shot.
Pause this
Now,
for 1 second. You know,
now you see that little spike right here?
yeah.
That's what? That's when Donna says, what? That's this. This is where you find all the other stuff when Donna's talking and bring that out. When you hear anything that's supposed to be Donna, you start over here. This
phone
area.
call to me proves that Wendy's whole like crying, bawling BS in the beginning is nonsense, because
Correct.
once you start talking about something, like, you can keep your cool, and then once you start talking about that thing again, you can't help but get emotional. If she was emotional in the beginning,
Yeah.
she would be crying through this phone call.
And she's covering her face.
Yep. Because she knows, like, she doesn't have the ability to register regular emotions because she's a reptile. So she tries to just cover her facial expressions because she knows as a reptile, you don't have facial expressions that are genuine. So she does that. And also she doesn't know how to show emotion. So she forgets. So she just talks about it like it's anything else because she's a psychopath, allegedly. It's my opinion. But she does what she does.
And I don't think he's gonna make it. And so I know. So I found this out around 1 or 2 today, and I'm at the police station, and I'm trying to help them figure out who may have done this. The boys are fine. I had Lynn and Alan pick them up from school, and they're with Lynn and Alan right now. And I'm gonna leave here soon and go be with them. But I really need you to come here and be with me. But I want you to either fly, obviously you can't leave right now, but I need you to get yourself together. If it's too much to drive, I'd really rather that you flew up. I'm at the police.
Now, where are you now, sweetheart? Now we got that. All those vowels, where are, ooh, ah, these are things that can be brought out in the parts that we can't hear. Like, we know what she said, it's low, but we know what she said. These specific little peaks right here, we know what vowels that she makes. So all we have to do, I'm gonna do like later on, is bring those out in the other parts. And that's how we figure out what Donna's saying. I'll have when the full video comes out, it'll explain it, and then y'all be able to do it yourself.
Oh, I can't wait.
So
All right,
you
real
doing
quick,
true
guys,
crime?
I gotta get going.
All right.
She's been good for long enough, and she can't. Her goodness has run out.
Wow.
She's being super
so,
sweet.
yo,
She's just fancy now. But
so
thank you
I'm-
for having me on. We'll do this again, because I mean, it's just so easy to get. There's just so much to go on with this case. We could spend probably 24 straight hours and still not even touch, certain topics. So I'll still be listening, and I'll be typing in the chat. But
That is something we should do, though. Like, we should have like some people like do one of these for like 3 hours, and then another group does it for 3, and then we could just keep going.
like shifts.
Yeah.
Yo, I'm gonna
night watch
between us.
Yeah. I'll let you go, Jackie. If you
All
gotta
right,
go,
love
Leslie.
you
I'm just
guys.
gonna do this.
I do
You
have
too.
to go because
I'll still be in the chat though.
I have a dinner.
All right. Go get your dinner. I'm gonna stay on and just knock this part out, and I'll probably
you go for it.
I'll keep going if people, or with it,
Everyone
or I
loves to
might
hear
bounce.
from you. So
Thank
thank
you.
you.
Thanks for being here for 4 hours and 16 minutes.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah.
But
It's good to do it live during the day.
yeah, I'll catch this tail end later, but thanks. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. Y'all be safe.
Thanks, everybody.
All right. Bye-bye. Yo, now you're just stuck with me. So everybody good? Do y'all have any questions about this so far? Oh, that's all right. So I'll let this play through, but this, all right. It's only a couple seconds, but in Intiway, the spectrograph is something that I should have been using. I mean, I've used it before, but I didn't even think about using it for this call, and I don't know why. But this is one reason why I the Charlie and Harvey, where they went to the sushi place, when they went there and they didn't and the state couldn't fix the audio for years. That's wild. That's wild to me, because um these type of tools are open source, and I think that they didn't bring that out, maybe because it would be an argument from the defense or something. But you don't have to be like the most well-trained audio engineer to do this shit. And I was working on another case, and I had this troll that was acting up, and they're talking about me and a couple other, well, they're talking about other content creators, but since I appeared on their live, they focused their attention on me, which wasn't a very good idea. And I found out who they were and where they lived and put them on blast. So, and then that video got taken down. But I used a spectrograph to show that they were using an AI voice, and they were using an AI voice to sound like a woman when they were really a 37-year-old man who's an RSO. So they probably saying pseudoscience. No, the video was called pseudoscience, and it wasn't pseudoscience because I don't play those games. But what else did I want to go over? Is there anything that we haven't spoken about, or you'd like me to elaborate on, since I'm here? And because I got another like maybe half hour or so in me to do it. Keep going. Yeah, I don't play. I don't play. Like, if y'all followed me like last year and stuff, like I didn't show my face. Like all my videos were all audio. At first were just audio, because I didn't see a reason for me to be in the video, because I'm showing you information. Now, then I started appearing on live streams, and I didn't want to be out there, and so I had a ski mask on, and I think like people like appreciated that I was appearing, but they still wanted to see my face. And then that troll found out what I looked like, and then they tried to post on Reddit and kind of hint like, I know who you are, but you can't, like, you. So they were like threatening to show my face, which was kind of, I don't know what they were thinking that would have to be the downside to that, but they when they did, before they did, I was actually in Sardinia when this happened. I was like, "Whoop." I just did a live stream when I was in Italy. Like, yeah, here I am. So that was over with. But then I had that video and that shut that shit down because it like normal trolls are one thing. Like trolling is meant to distract people from the discussion. But like this person was an RSO. They were actually like participating in the discussion. And no, I'm just not having it. I'm not having that. Like you're an RSO, you're doing this online to try to be all all in the mix. Nah, like trust me, if I could, but I mean the next best thing is just tracking you down. So all right, Alan Abramovich. Um, Alan Abramovich. Okay, sir. Now let me go and find this. So Alan Abramovich caught my attention when Wendy was talking about her kids being with Lynn and Alan. She didn't use their last names, and it sounded like it seemed to me that Wendy was speaking about them with the expectation of Donna having familiarity with them in this phone call. So I wanted to know who they were. Now, the Alan is not the Alan that I ended up finding. I found another Alan that Wendy, give me a second, that Wendy did some kind of project with him in 2011 when she was still married to Markel. And so what happened was she did this project with him in 2011, and she it was something on child stuff, and just that association right there I thought was interesting because he was this is from 2020. Okay, so Alan was come on now. So Alan Abramovich was the ad litem attorney for the state of Florida, okay? And which is ad litem is like for they represent children in court cases for custody, foster care, all that stuff. And I thought it was interesting how if he's the ad litem attorney for Florida, then he's an official for them. And he was appointed by the governor. So Wendy was doing work with this person through the bar association with someone that ended up being appointed for a position by the governor of Florida. Wouldn't Wendy want to exploit that in order to maybe protect herself from prosecution? Now, give me a second. there's a and I thought this was interesting that Alan Abramovitz wanted to be a judge in Florida for the Second Circuit of Leon County, which is the same section of felony criminal cases that are prosecuting the Adelsons. So someone that Wendy worked with the Bar Association is appointed for the ad litem attorney position for the whole state of Florida by the governor, and then he's trying to be a judge in the Second Circuit where the Adelsons are being prosecuted, and he wants to be a judge there. So that would be something that Wendy would be interested in, I think. Now, at the time, Alan Abramowitz was wanted to show his interest in being a judge. The mayor of Tallahassee was Andrew Gillum. And Andrew Gillum ran for governor of Tallahassee in 2018 against Ron DeSantis and narrowly lost. Okay. So if Andrew Gillum were to have been the governor of Florida at the same time in which the judges were selected, if Andrew Gillum had been elected, he could have been the one to appoint Alan Abramowitz as a judge in the same court that Wendy's family is being prosecuted, which was rather interesting. And then I noticed something else. Now, Andrew Gillum later on, I'll get to that. So I find there's a nonprofit that was started in Miami called Immigrant Child Defense Corp. And, Wendy's all about helping the immigrants. And Andrew Abramovitz is all about helping the kids. And this was started in August of 2019, which is 1 month before Katie and Sigfredo went to trial. And this man's trying to be a judge in the same court that Katie and Sigfredo are being prosecuted in. And then subsequently her family. And I found Wendy Adelson started this nonprofit, and she puts Alan Abramovitz as a director, meaning that they have the ability to share resources. So the person that wants to be a judge in the same circuit that your family's being prosecuted in, their co-defendants are going to court, and 1 month before you start a nonprofit and you include this person and have a direct financial relationship with. Then We have something else. We have, actually, no, we're gonna go back. We'll just do it right here. If y'all remember, after the murder took place, Wendy went on that detour to ABC Liquors through Chescott. She goes to ABC Liquors. She has this whole conversation with someone saying that she had blue eyes and everything. Now, I thought it was rather interesting that the man that wants to be a judge in the Second Circuit of Leon County, who wants to be a judge, was the ad litem attorney appointed by the governor. And when Wendy goes to ABC Liquors at 12:30 p.m., that's the same time the court goes to lunch. She goes to ABC Liquors, and we have Leon County Second Circuit Court directly next door. And we have, one second. Whoops. So let me see if this information is there. So sorry, y'all. I'm getting it together. Alan's office is um, all right. Anyway, Alan's office is on the second floor of that building. So it started out when he says her kids are with Alan and Lynn. The Alan and the Lynn were not the Alan I found was not that Alan, it was someone else. When he did a project with him in 2011 when she was still married to Dan Markel. When he all and Alan Abramovich is the ad litem attorney who handles custody and foster care and all that stuff for kids in the whole state of Florida. He is appointed by the governor of Florida. Then he is. I noticed that Wendy had taken parenting classes preemptively before she actually filed for divorce to actually give her leverage on the divorce. And I thought it was kind of rather interesting that maybe he told her that's maybe what she should do to get leverage in that divorce. I don't know that, but I do know that Wendy took parenting classes before she divorced Dan. Now, this person is in an office directly next door to the liquor store you went all out of your way for. Was it really to get liquor? Yeah, but you also could have spoken to someone who just happened to be on lunch and they work in the building on the second floor directly next door. And he wants to be a judge, and you put him on the payroll in 2019, one month before Sigfredo and Katie go to trial. And then when he's trying to be a judge, Andrew Gillum is campaigning to be the governor of the state of Florida, the person that could be able to appoint Alan Abramovich as a judge in a Second Circuit Court. Give me 1 second. All right, I think this is it. Oh, I actually did a good job of this. So, for that, they send a short list of 3 to 6 names to the governor. The governor is required to choose from that short list. No outside picks are allowed. Once appointed, the new judge serves a 6-year term before facing re-election in a nonpartisan race. This process gives the governor influence, but the JNC ultimately controls who even makes it onto the list. On March 19th, 2019, Governor Ron DeSantis appointed Stephen Everett to the Second Circuit Court. Judge Everett was replacing Judge Karen Giebers, who in late 2018 announced that she would be retiring on April 27th, 2019. When Judge Karen Giebers wrote the then Governor Rick Scott about her retirement, she says, "Please accept my resignation as circuit judge in and for the Second Judicial Circuit of Florida to be effective." All right, let me fast forward. So Wendy, this man doesn't just want to be the mayor forever, though.
Are y'all ready to put Florida blue?
Yeah, you see it. Andrew's running for governor. And if Andrew becomes governor, he could appoint Alan to be the judge in Second Circuit Court. And Alan, so he could appoint Alan to be the judge in Second Circuit Court. And Alan's on the list too. He's got a chance. He's got an interview at 9 o'clock. All right. So Wendy's on the campaign trail with Andrew Gillum to become a governor. If he were to be elected, he could have appointed Alan Abramovich in the same court that her family is being prosecuted in. And she puts him on the payroll 1 month before Kitty and Sigfredo go to trial. What are we talking about? Fuck out of here. Like, if you don't see that as like, I mean, shit, I'm just here with Google. All I got is Google. And I'm coming up with this. Imagine what the feds have. So Alan Abramovich didn't get the judgeship. And he ended up stepping down as ad litem. And there's something else that I noticed that he did before, or maybe the reason. Let's see. Shit, what is this? There was something that he was a part of that he ended up like stepping down. And yeah. See if this is here. So there was a whole lot of money that he was responsible for charging the state to give children dental services that, and a lot of money just wasn't going where it was going, and he was overcharging the state to pay for dental services to children in Florida. And what's the family business of the Adelsons? I mean, that's there's some connections right there, and I don't think it's far fetched to say Wendy is using all options in order to protect herself after 2014. She's working with people beforehand, but she uses them later for something. You do something with this guy, with the Bar Association in 2011, when you're still married to Dan Markel. He's appointed by the governor of Florida, and you take parenting classes before you even file for divorce. Like who? I don't know. I don't know divorce stuff. I don't know. I don't have kids, so I don't have any custody issues. But like parenting classes, I don't like. Who would think like a parent who doesn't have like CPS violations? Why would they take a parenting class? Why would they think to take a parenting class? In our state, parenting classes are required during divorce. What state is that? Put me on. But if that's required, if that's required, she did that she did that before she filed for divorce. So she's trying to get leverage on that. She may know that that's a thing because she's a lawyer. She may know that that's a thing because she has Google. But she also may know that thing because the person that's responsible for those issues with children, you've already done work with the Bar Association. And it's not required. Jackie says not required in Florida. So I mean, the connections are all there. If she's in the nonprofit game, come on, we go. I got time. I got time. If y'all got time, I got time. I'm in the zone right now. Where is this at? Okay. All right. So Wendy was with these people. This is the tax filing for that nonprofit that she was working for. She was working for Miguel Fernandez. And let me see here. So Wendy Adelson is the director of a nonprofit and receives zero salary. Come on now. 0 salary, working for a nonprofit. After this is, of course, after like she got away with a whole lot of money from Dan and all that stuff. Like, who knows? She's probably getting involved with these people to hide the money. I don't know. But she's not getting a salary. She's still got to eat. So there's no tax form on the nonprofit that Wendy started with Alan Abramovich in 2019. There's no filing for that nonprofit in 2020. So what's going on? American though money can buy you anything, even freedom can buy you from a John Law. Yeah. I mean, studies show if you have a good lawyer, you could probably skate on some charges. But if Wendy was a shooter and did this and got off on got and beat a case, all right, that's one thing. But all this other stuff has to amount to something. Right? All this other stuff where she's working for a federal judge. She got a clerkship with a federal judge from 2015 to 2016, therefore 1 year. It's not a whole lot of money. It's those type of jobs have a certain level of prestige and get you connections. I mean, is it too far-fetched if you work for a judge who's a Cuban immigrant and then a federal appellate court judge, and then you work for a billionaire who is also a Cuban immigrant? Like, you don't think that the billionaire doesn't know the federal appellate court judge on some? You don't think that would help in at least deterring local law enforcement from trying to move on her because there's so many connections? Or maybe she has some kind of, she might hear some things. Ruth's interview post Donna mentioned someone retiring soon. Did anyone wonder what she meant? She was very smiling and giggly when she said, I always wonder who she was referring to. Let's look. Now, give me a second here. In Leon County, Second Circuit. Hold up. Did she say like who was retiring? Was it a judge or was it a prosecutor or something like that? That's important. Now, hold on. All right, that's better. So now in Florida, you can't be a judge forever. You got to hang it up after a certain age. Now, people know when someone's going to retire. If I think it's 70 or 65 or something like that. Let me look this up again. $70. So 70 years old, you got to hang it up. And everybody knows when it's your birthday, so they know when you're gonna have to get out of there. I'm not looking up everybody's birthday, but fuck it, why not? And I don't know what it would what I don't know. Right now, I have to go and watch what the interview that you're talking about, but a judge retiring, I don't know, but that's gonna take too long to look up everybody's age, but I don't know what it will really solve. What it, for a judges don't bring down charges like DAs do. So I don't know who would be retiring in a position to where Ruth Markel would be elated to know about, unless it's someone else within the power structure that's just in the way. I don't know. Maybe we can rewatch Ruth's interview because it was quite odd. If not today, perhaps we can. I'll take a note to go and watch it. I don't. I saw one where she seemed like happier, but the feds aren't gonna I don't think the feds are about to tell anyone what their next moves are. They might. I don't know, because if you think about it, if the feds were to include Ruth Markel in and for real, they can't exactly trust her to not go on STS and be like, oh yeah. They may say, oh, we're working on stuff, and she took it a certain way. I don't know. Ruth was so confused to the I don't that could she could be elated for that reason, but that's I still have to see it, but I can't say why I can't, I mean, one can only suspect that that's what she's happy about, but I don't know. I'm trying to think of so many ways to figure out a date in which Wendy would get snatched up. And I had that video a few months ago that the feds move on this case 1 month after ABC's 2020 comes out. That's kind of wild. Like how that the timing of that is just interesting. The timing of a lot of stuff is interesting, but like that specifically. The timing of when Katie got arrested was wild interesting because Wendy started the judgeship on September of 2015. It was for a year. So it's like September 1st, 2015 to September 30th of 2016. September 30th on 2016 was a Friday. Katie got arrested the next day on Saturday. Is that a coincidence? All right, fine, it's a coincidence, but it's hella weird. Look at Wendy's lawyer for the divorce and the inside job. Inside job for what? I've wondered if Everett refused to step aside for fear they would get one of their cronies as a judge to replace him. I don't think so. I think Everett became a judge. Damn, I forgot the year. But it was recent, and he's young. Judge Everett, like 40. He's not stepping down. Like those type of jobs, like you're either you're gonna get a lateral move or you're moving up. And I don't see Judge Everett doing that. Like, why would you step down if you're so young? Judge Everett, he's no older than 45. I gotta look that up, but damn it. Okay. Judge Everett. He's 45 years old. He's the boy's 45 years old. He's not stepping down. She's got to have knowledge that we don't have. I'm sure Georgia keeps her in the loop. I agree that she has knowledge that we don't have, but like saying when someone's gonna get arrested, like, oh, we're gonna show up on this day, is not something that they're gonna tell the mother of the victim. In addition to that, this is a weird case in which this is a state violent felony being prosecuted locally, but investigated federally. There are, on Donna's case, 34 federal agents. That doesn't happen. Not on a violent felony. And if it were like that serious, it could have been prosecuted by the feds to begin with. All the people that testify on the stand in this case, almost all of them are federal agents. That makes me think that there's something wrong within the Florida system that they don't want to involve certain people on. But is that fair? Oh, you're so much better than these wet towels. You're doing this. You're so much better than these wet. You're doing this. Listen, trolling or not, I just accidentally popped it, like just clicked on this, but without reading it first. Listen, it's not a better than someone better than me or anything. It's not. We're all different, and we're focused on the same thing. So, regardless if you're trolling, not trolling, having different minds and different experiences that are focused on the same thing get pretty good results. Because there are things that the people I've collaborated with catch that sometimes I don't think is important, and then I find out later that it is. There are a lot of things that I brought up with this case that no one saw. That I haven't been on YouTube all that long, and there are people that have been on YouTube on this case, say since Katie's trial or even before that. And I brought things up that none of them have. Is that a better than or worse than when the objective is figuring all this out? The cumulative objective, the universal objective is about right now getting Wendy. So, and don't call people names like that. That's just, like already I'm not gonna even take, like, no one's gonna take you seriously by talking about people like that. Because that's just like, honestly, you're lucky I clicked on that, because if I would have seen that before yeah, come on. I want to give you that light, but since you were up there, I just address it. But Ruth, but if it's a troll, here's the thing: people don't troll unless you're doing something worthwhile. Because explain the feds on this case. All right, all the fed. No, this case has been investigated in such a way. All right, let me get this down. So I look at criminal cases from a different lens. And if I say it's a conspiracy, I don't have to even look at the charges so much. I look at who their attorneys are. So if you have 5 people and they have attorneys that are paid attorneys, you can just go look in that attorney's history and see their most successful cases, and then take the mean or the average of the types of cases that they're successful at, and that'll tell you the type of case that is being charged. The weird part about this case is that the people who on the Adelson camp have utilized attorneys. This is so Wendy, Charlie, Donna use attorneys that specialize in federal corruption, white collar conspiracies. Dan Roshbaum doesn't have local violent felony experience. And speaking of lawyers, when I was just telling you about how Andrew Gillum, he was gonna be the governor and then lost, he got caught up in some Skittles activity at a resort at Miami Beach. 2 men, various stains of bodily fluids on pillows and such. D. Ruggs, who's his lawyer? David Oscar Marcus, who's Charlie's lawyer? David Oscar Marcus. Andrew Gillum campaigned to be governor. Who was on his campaign trail? Wendy Adelson. Get out of here. These people, it's all mixed up. I don't know how. And this is not me like tooting my own horn, but how is it that there's so many people with law degrees and shit and that have talked about this case? And this is not any shade to them because I still learn a lot from them, but who haven't made these connections. Shady in a way. It's not shady. I like, I don't, it's like everybody that I see that, maybe not, but like, there are people who cover this case on YouTube. I don't have to interact with them or anything like that, but they're still informative. I don't watch other YouTubers from the lens of a YouTuber. I watch it as just watching it. So I don't see that lens. Now, if you're a YouTuber and I watch your stuff and you say stuff about me, I'm gonna look at it from a YouTuber's perspective, regardless if I agree or disagree with you. But most people don't talk about me on YouTube. So I'm just like, it's not, I look at it as just as audience, as the audience person, a viewer. I'm just a viewer. I'm not a content creator looking at another content creator's work. I'm just looking for the information. The dots connected. I don't understand the context of what you're saying. The Rashbaum thing is very weird, even when it's current. Yeah, white collar conspiracies. Federal, not violent felony state. That's crazy. And then you have all these federal agents on a local case. I find that, I think that's very weird. And I also think it's for the FBI, it gives them so much range because they can investigate this case and at the same time investigate the people that would have ordinarily investigated this case. At the same time, you don't know what they're really investigating because they're FBI and you're just locals. So you got to do what they say. That's why I think the delay is. There are a lot of people that I think are connected to this knowingly and unknowingly, or manipulated into connecting certain people, and then it just becomes, it's one of those things that the FBI has to follow the trail on everything. And man, I look at this, I watch other people so much. Like I'll play videos by random people, and like I said, I look at it from the perspective of a viewer that wants information. So I've heard so many perspectives on this, and I just like the way that people absorb information and then explain it the way that they understood it. I don't see I look at information. Just I don't care where the information comes from. It's just like more information, the better. So I watch everybody. I think that whole like I just don't, my brain doesn't work in the way to rank YouTubers and say, oh, this is better, person's better than the other. I still subscribe to both of them, even if I don't particularly agree, because I still think that there's going to be some nugget of information that I'm going to like from them. And I don't care if I don't care. I can listen to, I've listened to people who 90% of the time, I'm just like this, like they're just playing in the background. And I'm like, you can't even say McBain white, right? Like I can tell like you're not super well informed, but then I'm thinking maybe they may have an idea through this ignorance that I find to be brilliant. I just think differently like that. I don't think I don't like this YouTuber or whatever. There are people I don't like, but I don't take it to that extent. I still want to find something informative out of, especially out of people I disagree with. Some people don't like people that talk about things that they disagree with. But I do, because I still think that there's some shit that they know that I don't, that I should know. Wow. Caraqueña. I mean, you know what I'm, yeah. You're doing, yeah, you know. So, talking about, love. Maybe I get a letter, maybe I won't. But it's not gonna, it doesn't matter to me. Like I don't get, it just, it's you know, it'd probably be, I said this before, if I got a letter from that dude, from Wendy's lawyer, I'm framing that bitch up. I'm gonna put it on the wall behind me wherever I am. Just like if like you, when you get like 100,000 subscribers and you see the little plaque, the little silver plaque on the wall, I'll put a lawyer from an attorney from a letter from Wendy's attorney would definitely get framed and put up. And after that, it's gonna be just scathing videos for perpetuity. I love shit like that. Oh, Phil, what's up? Let's thank you. I mean, I just I'm just I'd say I'm an addict, and my drug of choice is information. So that's what it is with me. I can look at call records. I can look at the shadows in your picture and tell you what time it is. and then tell you where you took the picture based off the shadow of the tree. That's like, an, like that's for me. I love that. So this time around, Rage Against the Machine instead of Springsteen. Sometimes you have to kick them in the teeth. That's a fire quote. Fun fact: first concert I went to was Rage Against the Machine, and I got my lip busted in the mosh pit when I was 16. It was a mess. But anyway, that was a long time ago. Oh, yeah. Billy says, do you think maybe Wendy's lawyer thinks she could be arrested soon and wants to quiet all the attention, especially the catchy songs and videos? That's a lot of bad PR. I think the timing of reputation management is it's something to pay attention to. Because it's been a while since Donna was on trial, and while she's on trial, the most material about the Adelsons is gonna be popping off. And you would think with all that content and the algorithm sharing more Adelson content when it's a current event, you're gonna get more like anti-Wendy videos. So it might be the best time to try to send out letters, but I don't know of anyone that got letters until very recently. I can't think of any other reason. But from what I understand, Wendy is protecting her assets and things like that. And people don't do that unless people do that. But if they do that type of stuff, they've had a history of putting things in trust and doing all that stuff because that's the type of people that they are. But when people just suddenly start doing it, it's kind of like, why are you doing that? Now he's one of the harsh people, almost no one even covering this. There, you know what? Believe it or not, there are people that on YouTube, you might not see them, but they cover this case brand new. As if like they're just bringing new information to you. Because people start YouTube YouTube accounts every day and they'll see a case and they want to talk about it. They may not be the biggest channels. There's some channels that are larger and they talk about the case outside of when it's really popping off. I just don't understand like the specific ones that I'm aware of. Like there's gotta be something that said this is worth money for me to try to extinguish. Whether it's an emotional reaction and there's feelings are hurt, or if there's something that could be damaging to them in the future and they're just trying to nip it in the bud. I don't know. I've been up here for 5 hours and 20 minutes, and this is I really don't feel like stopping right now. But let's talk about. Give me another topic because I just feel like I feel like I want to share like any other connections y'all can think of that I might know. I don't have memberships. I should do it, but I need to do more of this more often for it to be worthwhile to have them. So I think if I do like a few live streams a week and I'm able to, if I have the time to post videos, like maybe 2 or 3 a week, I'll do memberships, but I'm not going to take your money for no. If I'm not consistent in the output, I'm not gonna ask for consistent financial input. I don't like I'm not asking for money anyway. But like if I did memberships, they'd be dirt cheap. But it'd be a good way to communicate and really talk about a lot of other stuff that I probably can't talk about on here because I go off when I'm in the zone. No, I knew. Let me look at my bullet points. So last night while we were planning this live stream, I thought it would be a good idea to stay on topic and have some bullet points of topics that we talk about, and we kind of maybe kind of kept it on point, but it's still we were still informative, I believe. Let me get my bullet points to see. Okay. Let me go back over to some call records here. I know what I'm going to do. We're going to talk about the Latin Kings RICO because no one talks about that. And they say that it's an unrelated case and Luis Rivera is incarcerated for an unrelated crime. False. Let me just find this. Where is this at? Oh, I'm looking. Drive. So I learned about this case. Jesus. RICO. I learned about this case from the Latin Kings RICO. And this is, I don't know why this is not showing up. All right, now it's not loading. Okay. Now, this is pissing me off. But I learned about Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia because of the Latin Kings being investigated by the feds in 2014 and 2015. So in 2015, I heard their names. I've read their names before. And it's kind of I ended up learning about this, like the Markel case, I think in like 2022 or something like that. I learned about it, and then when I heard about it, I was like, I heard these names before. And then I kind of got into it. But the thing that is I thought was just strange is how Luis talks about, like there's something wrong with me pulling this file up, but maybe I can find it somewhere else. Luis talking about how they got pulled over and he tells Sigfredo we should just turn around. And that's basically him acknowledging like I should be getting arrested right now, but I'm not by local police. That's a very easy way to figure out if the feds are watching you is when local police don't touch you, especially when you have peculiar interactions with them and everything's good. That's a telltale sign that the feds are watching, because the feds will have a notice on your name. Leave this person alone because we're watching them. And Sigfredo got pulled over right after he rented the car for the June trip. He got pulled over, had a suspended license. They let him go. Luis, driving up to Tallahassee, is doing like 90 miles an hour in like a 65, pulled over, told him to put on a seatbelt, meaning he didn't have it on, and let him go. And he's during his proffer, he was like, "And no mamaleta," which means he didn't bother me. They didn't catch it in the transcript, but he said that just that one thing in Spanish. I was like, oh, he knows. And then Sanford is over there like he's doing something. He's clearly reacting to what Luis is saying about them getting away, because they were under investigation from January 2014 to January 2015 and July of 2014 is when Dan Markel was it. So no one talks about that, but those dudes were a lot of robberies, a lot of robbing drug dealers. No civilian. I didn't see any civilian. I didn't see any crimes against civilians. All the crimes that, especially what Luis was being charged with, were he's robbing drug dealers and stuff like that, which is fair game. So I'm trying to find this file on my phone. And I thought it's interesting, like when people ask about like Luis and Sigfredo, and they don't look at their criminal history, and then they don't look at what Luis was incarcerated for when he's arrested in June. If you're arrested in January 2015 and this happens in July of 2014, wouldn't it be interesting to see what he was up to during that time for him to get arrested? But I don't know how it's gone this long where people still say it's an unrelated crime. He's incarcerated for unrelated. It's only unrelated because the feds didn't catch these fools driving. They were under investigation by the feds. There's a Tallahassee office for the feds. There's a Miami office for the feds. And none of those feds caught these two buenos driving to go kill someone or leaving after killing someone. And they had phone taps on them. Those phones that are in the call report when Dan Markel was killed, that Luis and Sigfredo had, were being monitored by the feds at the same time, and they didn't get those niggas. Yo, that's so embarrassing. Oh, I still can't find this. And you get so much more insight to the type of person that Luis is when why isn't this working? You get the understanding of the type of person Luis is by the moves he's making within the RICO investigation. When he's talking when he gets arrested, before he gets arrested in January 2015, in the documents, it doesn't say this specifically, but the things that they're listing as the charges against the Latin Kings in the beginning of from between January and July of 2014, and then July to December, they shifted. They went from robbing drug dealers to the lower level members not engaging in these missions, and Luis switching from robbing drug dealers for coke and stuff to trying to be the go-between for non-controlled pharmaceuticals, such as like things like Abilify or antidepressants, selling like bulk amounts to pharmacies for like 30, 40 grand. Those are big transactions. You're doing big transactions for things that aren't narcotics in order to get the money to feed the wolves. That's a real leader right there. It's like y'all not doing that, but I'll figure out a way so for us to eat. So he does something over there. And that in addition to that, they had jobs. These dudes had jobs. Most like they had jobs. They were like, oh, we're about to rob somebody. Wait till I get off of work. Like, you don't have that. Like, if you're a gangbanger like that, and you're really an active gangbanger, and you might not have a job because you're making money, either you're robbing people or maybe you're just hustling or something like that. But these fools are robbing people and they got jobs. Luis worked at his job for 15 years before he got arrested. Like, he set the standard of just being a responsible citizen while still acting up in the streets. But I mean, I'm not like a gang expert. I'm not a gang member. I knew better than just to do that. But like, I had no reason to join a gang, and I can understand why they're in it. Either they're born in it, or it was something that they needed to protect themselves from something, so they became a gang member at some point in their life. I mean, it's I lost my train of thought, but I just thought it was wild that this man had a stable job for 15 years, and everybody else did too. Talking about we're not gonna on the wiretap. Can you wait till I get off work? That's just I heard that, but I'm like I said, I'm not. I do know a lot about gangs than what most people who talk about this case do. But I think that's just different. You're the most insightful questions. I mean, it's thank you. Luis was more stable income. Think about this. This man is illiterate. He can't read. But think about people who can't see. They use their other senses to compensate for that so they can just navigate life. Same with people who are deaf. You use your other senses to fill that void. Luis doesn't read. I mean, he can read a little bit. But he reads people. He speaks 2 languages. He's bilingual, so he can communicate with people and he can understand people. He just can't understand it so much when it's written down. And I think for Luis, that is a double-edged sword for the position he's in as a gang member. Because going to school is not really an option unless you start out like really at elementary level and learning your way up to get like a GED or whatever. But in the streets, no, you don't really have to read like that. So it's like he's the eyes and ears of some of these robberies. And this man, twice, while the feds were watching him, he recognized the surveillance and just said, shut it down. Now, you got to admit, this man's really watching. He's watching who's he's doing counter surveillance by himself. They went, this is so bad. They had the phone tap on Luis, and Sigfredo and a few other people, and they realized that they were trying to plan a robbery. So Luis goes there, sees that this person is in this apartment selling this stuff, and it's best to go back at this time. He goes back to the troops and says, let's do this. One of their friends is like, wait till 8 o'clock. I get off of work. We'll do this. They go back. Oh, they group up. They go over there nearby, not right at the spot. The feds realize where they're going. And they went to the person's house and said, we know you're selling drugs, but there's a whole bunch of buenos that are here about to kick your door in. So just admit that you're selling drugs, and we're gonna, you know, I don't know what happened to that person, but they were selling drugs. They had mad guns, and Luis and company were coming to collect. And Luis, they pulled up, and Luis, it says in the paperwork, it says, Luis recognized surveillance team and called the job off. That's a type of awareness that you have to be trained to understand from experience. Not like I understand, like someone who wants to be in law enforcement, they'll understand how surveillance works. But for someone in the streets to understand counter surveillance, to recognize the patterns of people who are the top level of law enforcement and that blend in order to surveil you, he's catching them just looking over his shoulder. That's something that stuff like that tells me more than what just a little paragraph in the Fed paperwork says. It tells me that this person has been conditioned for this way of life in such a way that he can't just relax. He did it more than once. So that's, and people to this day, oh, Luis is illiterate. Luis is like that. Those people, I think a lot of people look at someone's intelligence based on formal education. And it's like, oh, he's illiterate. Oh, they're gang members. They are street intelligent, advanced degree. Their street smarts are just amazing. Sigfredo's street smarts took a break in July of 2018, took a break in June of 2018 because he let an emotional relationship control his decisions. Sigfredo was Luis's kryptonite. He was Luis's kryptonite. Katie is Sigfredo's kryptonite. Katie wanted money and the ability to be adjacent with wealth. She used Sigfredo's feelings and emasculated him by hooking up with a person who's paying her a job. So she works at the dental office. Granted, it wasn't directly for Charlie, but she works at the dental office. And Charlie is a dentist working that comes in there every once in a while. And they start dating. Look, in the culture, it is very emasculating if your woman is hooking up with her employer when you don't have a job. Okay? If you don't have a job and your woman working at the dentist's office and her boss after 5 p.m. is like, what that mouth do? You're not going to be able to sleep. All right? Because if you don't have a job and your woman's working, she's the breadwinner, but the breadwinner is getting paid by the dentist who's in her mouth after 5 p.m. Right. That's yeah. For YouTube and the mainstream audience that talks about this case, they're gonna see dating. But if you understand the culture and where they are, you know what it really is. But everyone had their own specific benefit for doing this, whether it's just financial or it's an emotional way. It's emotionally driven. And if you heard the wiretap and the way that Katie talks to Secreto sometimes, if you know that type of female and you're a man and you're in that matrix, you'll do stupid stuff like this. So, and I really like. Sometimes I'll have videos playing, and like recently I had Charlie's jail calls playing with Donna like the day before, during, and after his conviction. And kind of came. All right, give me a second. And I felt bad for him. I looked at this from. I really thought about how would this man be just socially without this taking place. And all the stuff that his friends or like Ryan Fitzpatrick said about him, I don't really believe like that. So if you take all that stuff out, Charlie is just a dude getting money. All he's doing is fucking bitches is going to work. One of my friends, he passed away a few years ago from the C-19, and that's one thing he said. He's like, all I do is fuck bitches and go to work. That's what Charlie does. But the problem is, in the dynamic of his family, in his family dynamic, he's the fixer for Donna. And this is that's unfortunate. It's like for Charlie, it was emotional. It was, I want to get validation from my mom, who doesn't see me as well as she sees Wendy. Kenya, thank you for the $5. I'll get to your comment in a second. Hold up. Porfa, siga postponing, or she may have been pregnant. Um, I I've looked into that as much as I could, and I just don't find new information. Well, maybe I do. I actually do have new information, but I have to do a different live stream for that one. I want to stay on topic because not everybody knows about Madeline Soto like that. Um, but yeah, I'll I'll do a live stream on the information that I did find about Jen. And you're doing yo, thank you. You don't have to. You really. I really appreciate it. Like, but you- thank you. I really appreciate it. Is this going 24 hours? Nah, I'm gonna go for 13 minutes on the hour, and then that would be a 6 hour live stream for me. I didn't get up once. My bladder is crying right now, so that's I gotta. But let's let's well. ¿Cómo tú sabes que hablo español? How do you know I speak Spanish? Because like I don't really speak Spanish like that. And, well, I'm trying to find that comment. Oh, okay. And B, if she would have been elevated enough to get the cups to answer. I'll do I have a FOIA on that? I do have a FOIA, but I don't think it's the newest one. I'll try to get more updated FOIA info. I know I don't have the most updated info. I'll look into the details so I can see what's going on, but I don't know what direction that case is going. He's all looking around Cox and Wendy phone call at morning. Oh, I don't. We didn't talk about that specifically. No, not actually. We did. We just not at length. I don't know what you mean by that, but I that's too late for that. I asked the person, how did they know that I do speak Spanish? Because most people don't assume that when they see me. Let's see. Is that a pun there, Patriot Lady? Oh, hold up. Okay. I have some new information that from Jackie. Appeal docket page. Okay, we're gonna go see what these letters from Sigfredo to his lawyer are about. So Sigfredo, man, I really individually, this is just a horrible chain of events. It's like I'm surprised that this was even able to I have something that this was able to be executed because there's so many bumps in the road and thievery and just BS that one who understands how things go, you'd be like, this is weird. I'm out of here. It's there. If someone is in that life, you have to be lucky every day. Law enforcement has to be lucky once. So you might be presented with something that you are going to be like, oh, I ain't doing that. That's stupid. That's 5 to 10 or something like that. Like it's no, it's the risk to reward ratio is crazy. Like there's way too much risk involved. And Luis knew that he just went up against his better judgment because if he let Sigfredo do that on his own, he would have been cooked right there. I mean, and getting behind the car all with his brain fried like that. He can do what he does, but he's not gonna be able to, in my opinion, he's not gonna he needs someone to direct him. Um where is this? So I when I was making a video about Wendy, the Wendy plus Sigfredo equal to Al, I wanted to find anything that will help verify that there's a possibility based on Wendy's behavior toward other people, like in terms of like Googling Amy Adler and all those other people. Does she do the same for Sigfredo? Okay. So I looked at 1 second. I'm trying to find this of course I'm not gonna be able to find this shit. Screenshot. Of course I don't. Um and I found something on Google Trends that I thought was rather interesting. And let's see. And I can't um, find the as you can tell, I'm all disorganized, and I don't have like people in the background, a team, like the big dogs have. So y'all got to be patient. And so Wendy being in Tallahassee, there was a couple spikes in Google Trends on certain days that were just very peculiar for someone. If you're in Tallahassee, why would there be like a spike in searches for Sigfredo Garcia in February of 2014? I don't know. Like, why would you be searching on Google Images for Dan Markel's photo on June 16th of 2014? Because you're just at your parents' house the day before for Father's Day. And I don't know why I didn't put that in the video, but I didn't. And now I can't find this damn photo. I don't know where they say that. Damn it, yo. This is why I need to be more organized, because now I can't find this shit. Right. Anyway, let me find what Jackie was trying to send, and I'll go on and head out. What the hell? Yo, I don't see it. And I think I saw it pop up, but I can't find this shit. There we go. All right, we're almost there. Sure. Mhm. Oh, this is some jail shit. Okay. In the Florida Supreme Court, Petitioner Secretary Garcia pro se pursuant to Florida application submits Exhibit A through G in support of his petition for belated review as follows. Pro se means representing yourself. And this was on November 2024? Okay. Emily got some pretty handwriting. I thought it was written by someone else over here, but like the lowercase G's are the same as the Sigfredo here, but his letters are all level and the G doesn't go like below the line. This boy got some pretty handwriting. But correspondence from Sigfredo to Ben Harrison. All right, so he's showing letters to his attorney. All right. Oh, this is the copier is too bright. It's getting the other side of the paper. All right, so writing to his attorney, says, thank you for taking the time to read this letter, and I hope you're doing well. I am reaching out to you so that I can request an update on the status of my direct appeal. Also, I would like to know if you've amended the case with the cause I informed you of, which, to be clear, was the argument of the separation of Miss McManus' case and my own. More simply, the objections to the jointer trial that the state filed and that the judge approved against our many objections. It is imperative for us to raise this argument. Even if we do not get the appeal granted on this cause, I still need to raise it now in order to preserve for my federal habeas and or my 3.85. I don't know what that is. You need to see what that is about. Oh, okay. So in Florida, it's a tool that allows individuals to challenge their criminal convictions or sentences after direct appeals, I guess, have been exhausted. Yeah. So that's interesting. So, okay. All right. So now I would also like to know if what you argued in your answer to the state's reply brief. I would also like to know what you argued in your answer to the state's reply brief, and if you will send me a copy of it. Lastly, I want you to file a certiorari. No, that's a that's not a word. All right, I'm gonna figure out what that is because I think that's spelled phonetically. Lastly, I want you to file a certiorari. After the judgment of the DCA or Supreme Court. This is vital so that I can preserve my federal habeas. Again, I want to thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to hearing from you soon. Sign, Sigfredo. Oh, okay. So no, this one is typed. This is from September. Garcia versus State. All right. Oh, so this is to Sigfredo from the lawyer. I regret to report that the first DCA has informed your judgment and sentence. Unfortunately, the evidence against you at trial was very strong. I know you do not agree with that. And the alleged judicial errors were not that strong and rejected by the appellate court. You have had a chance to help yourself, but you have repeatedly rejected it. As an attorney, I have to tell it to you straight. And the truth is that years from now, you will wake up and realize that you threw away the key. God damn. This is the part where if your lawyer says some shit like that, they can only say that to you. Say that to you in the letter. They can't. There's no way if you're like a secure place or your lawyer visits you that's that'd be something that'd be crazy. So the way this reads, it looks like Sigfredo is not really trying to get the things he's asking for. I think he's trying to get enough material from the attorney to file an effective counsel case to reverse his conviction. So if in the Sixth Amendment, you're all right, so you're allowed to have an attorney represent you in a criminal case. If you can prove that your attorney was ineffective for various reasons, you can either get the trial like overturned or get a new trial. I think Sigfredo is trying to get this ineffective counsel case against his appellate court attorney, and I don't think you can do that in appeals court. You can do that during your trial if your lawyer's trash and is not showing up and doing all kinds of BS. I think you could possibly get that. You can get that, but I don't think that applies in an appeals court. I mean, I'm not a lawyer, but that's bad. All right, so he writes back. When was this dated? So this one was on 9:30. The previous one. All right, so November, that's all right, September. I think these are connected in one. So day 10/17. All right. So this is, I think this is a response to that letter that he just got saying throw away the key. Dear Mr. Harrison, I recently received your letter informing me that the DCA has DCA, I think it's District Court of Appeals, has affirmed my judgment. I am greatly disappointed. The grounds that I gave you were beyond sufficient enough as errors to reward me a new trial. That leads me to the conclusion that after reading your briefs that you did not present or argue them effectively. What? Damn, I suspected that's the direction he was going, but I didn't think this fool would fucking say it in a letter. Jeez. It is too late now to change counsel, but there's the matter of the conflict that I would like to clear up. I brought up in my previous letter, but have not gotten a response. I know that, see, just pieces of trying to say that this person's ineffective. I know that your responsibilities as my attorney are probably over or close to it, but this is a serious matter. The fact that you represented an inmate at the time that is a witness against my case is a direct conflict of interest. She was an inmate at the Leon County Jail and was deposed on the informal information she claimed to have, in which you represented her and fought to get her a plea deal for her testimony. Oh. Well, we don't know if that's true, but yeah. For that reason, you claim to know inside information on my case that is also the reason why you are ineffective in your duties as my direct appellate attorney. Now, my question is, was it not your direct responsibility to inform the offices of conflict? I guess conflict at ATT. Okay, why did you not? Since this is such a serious matter, if I do not hear a response soon in regards to this, I will take my concern to the bar and see if they can provide answers. I have kept every correspondences between us, and in them there are plenty claiming quote, you quote know what's really happened. In closing, I have asked you to this in other letters various times, but it's apparent that justice on my behalf is not your top priority. So I will repeat my other request. Please file a certiorari on my behalf. I look forward to an explanation. Sigfredo Garcia. So that's what he's going for, but I don't think you can get an ineffective counsel case on an appellate court attorney that's appointed. Damn, he gave up the game way early in this. So as you can tell, if you go from page 1, look at his handwriting. After each answer, his handwriting gets bigger and bigger. This boy is mad. Like he's, whew. Or maybe he cooled down after this one. Oh boy. Sigfredo Garcia. All right. Mr. Harrison, thank you for taking the time and effort to read and respond. Hold up. Did I read? I didn't read this one. Sorry. I skipped over it. All right. Let's go to the response. All right. So Sigfredo's trying to get an ineffective counsel on an appellate appointed attorney, which I don't think that's a possibility. So all right, let's see what Mr. Harrison says. I have your most recent letter in which you confirm that you received my letter on September 30th of 21, informing you that the DCA affirmed your judgment and life sentence. There was no basis for consideration. Your statement to the effect that there was not enough evidence to convict you is in clear contradiction of the record. The murder was poorly carried out, leaving evidence of your direct involvement apparent to any reasonable person. Your insistence that there were other valid appellate issues to raise on direct appeal is without merit. We looked at everything. Having your lawyer tell you that the crime you committed was sloppy is, they know what they're saying is really just eating away at Sigfredo's pride, soul, whatever you want to call it. They know what to say. Like, you don't tell someone that's in that life, oh, that was sloppy. Like, if you're appellate attorney is saying that, okay. Your statement, oh, never mind. All right, I missed that one. Okay. You're suggesting that I had a conflict of interest because at some point in time I represented Amy Manka is also meritless. Of course, you are more than free to raise any of these issues in a post-conviction claim of an ineffective assistance of appellate counsel against me. There is no factual or legal basis for them. I will agree with you that I have been wasting my time offering you what I believe to be some possible relief from your life sentence, but you would have to tell the whole truth about what you obviously know, especially as it relates to those people down south who initiated this horrible crime. But you have been had by these people, and there is little else to say. Man, your lawyer sends you something like that, don't write them again. And obviously, Sigfredo's handwriting is getting bigger and bigger on each response. Like, that boy is they're seeing something that's eating away at his spirit. Like, that's, oh man. Did Sarah Boone write this? Sarah, nah, this ain't, don't do Sigfredo like that. Like, Sarah Boone is a menace in the court system, but it's entertaining and sad at the same time. And like, Sigfredo he's trying, but all right. What Sigfredo's trying to do is get out of a life sentence without snitching, because he can't, if he's the situation he's in, if he were to snitch, he wouldn't be getting out. He would be in there for a very much longer period of time, but just not until he dies. Like, if he got any kind of relief, say he got 28 years as opposed to a life sentence, So he gets out when he's 60 or something like that. But up until that time, his life is going to be horrible because they now know that you are taking part in activities and you can't be trusted. So he's trying to get out by saying ineffective counsel, get a new trial, hopefully get it overturned. He's trying to get a technicality on saying there's a conflict of interest because your other client testified about my case and got relief for her testimony, and you had inside information about my case that made you ineffective in representing me. He's trying, but it's not working at all. But the thing is, like, what else is he going to do? Because he can't say all the details because his life will be horrible. This man he's been incarcerated, whether pre-trial or after conviction, since May of 2016. He's been there almost 10 years. He's in the rhythm of being incarcerated. He's fully acclimated to the program, but it's like your life will be very, very different if you become some kind of witness against your co-conspirators or whoever. I haven't heard of an ineffective counsel for an appellate attorney. I mean, I'm sure an appellate attorney could be incompetent, but it's so different in appeals versus trial, and you have years to correct for appeal. Yes, and this is a very credible comment. This is a credible comment. There is no very. This is a credible comment from someone that knows. So thank you, Maya. The handwriting lady testified in Donna's trial is in Pensacola. Oh, context of that is Amy Manka and her dude wrote 4 dogs with poison by robbing people's homes. All right. That is, you do it. Come on now. Not the dogs. That's, yeah, you got someone got, but how would that affect, how would she testify on against Sigfredo or have information against Sigfredo? That's something that I gotta find out to see if there's any merit to that. She could have been just making stuff up if that's what she did to try to help herself. I don't know. I'll have to look at that at another time. But that's just scathing. Inquiry. All right. Here we go. Sigfredo. All right. Mr. Harrison, thank you for taking the time and effort to read and respond to this letter. I'm writing this letter, this inquiry in regards to my certiorari. I gotta Google that because I mean, I don't know. Okay. I'm not gonna say this word without knowing how to pronounce it. So give me, or anybody know how to pronounce that word? Dictionary. Dictionary. Certiorari. 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 A writ issuing from a superior court calling up the record of a proceeding in an inferior court for review. All right. So this tells me that Sigfredo has been using a jailhouse lawyer. A jailhouse attorney is someone in the streets, whether in and out of jail, that knows the law to a good amount, but they're not, of course, not a lawyer. So that person told him what it was, and he spelled it phonetically. That's how I can tell that it's a jailhouse attorney, because it wasn't written down. He was like, "Yeah, you got to get a certiorari," and Sigfredo wrote it down as a certiorari. That stuff, I catch that stuff, and I'm like, all right, this is where they get their information from, because he didn't read that somewhere. Someone told him. I was like, "Hey, you got to get a certiorari." We get 2 soups for that. And Sigfredo's like, "Oh, está bien." And he puts it in there and thinks it's going to work, and it doesn't. All right. I'm writing this inquiry in regards to my certiorari. I have made several requests asking that you file my certiorari, but have yet to receive a response from you. This is a very important part of my due process. As again, I'm not an attorney, but due process is about charged, going to trial, that process, from what I understand. This is I don't know, man. This is a very important part of my due process as I continue to seek relief, exhausting all state remedies, as is my right. I understand we have a 90-day period to file a certiorari. We are still within that window, but we are drawing near the end. If you have not filed as of yet, I firmly request that you do so immediately, so I can say you are ineffective counsel when you don't. Bro, all I ask is that you fulfill your duty as my court-appointed advocate. Thank you in advance, and I look forward to hearing from you. Like, this is Sigfredo trying to get ineffective counsel. Like, I almost feel like this. That's what this is. It's not about what the lawyer is saying back to him. He's just trying to get this attorney to not do something, so he has material for ineffective counsel. And well, actually, I will read this because this one looks interesting. Because this lawyer is definitely. I think that this lawyer maybe. I'm going by the font and the size of the font and the types of words. I think this person could be older. I don't know, but it's let me see, by Harrison. I thought that it was a female at first, with the name like Aya. I don't know where that's from, but oh yeah, exactly. This is yeah, it's definitely a senior citizen. So I was right about that. Now it's just a large font, and I think this is Arial font, so it's like it's not really like what I would consider to be like what a legal letter would look like. So, dear Mr. Garcia, before you could seek certiorari in the United States Supreme Court, you would have first had to seek discretionary review. Oh boy. All right, let me just say this part. So the lawyer is telling you all hope is lost. Sigfredo's trying to get ineffective counsel case on him, and the lawyer is telling him he's still he's giving him lawyerly advice or telling him why because he's the lawyer. So this man, this is fun. Before you could seek certiorari in the United States Supreme Court, you have first had to seek discretionary review in the Florida Supreme Court. Damn. And he gives some case file, O'Sullivan versus Bruckle, blah, 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 1999, and the time for doing so has expired. As a result, your direct appeal is over, and you should move on to collateral attack. Snitching. That's just the term collateral attack sounds wild. Oh man, okay. So I do not see. I never heard collateral attack. That just sounds. Do people say that attack? Like this is definitely old. I can tell this is an older person about the type of terms they're using. A collateral attack, also called an indirect attack, is a challenge on the validity of a prior judgment. Oh, sorry, I was wrong about that. I'm thinking collateral attack, like that means information about someone. I'm all wrong. That's why I don't, I'm not a lawyer. It just sounded very snitchy. Damn. Okay. I did not see a basis for seeking further review in the Supreme Court because both of the issues raised in your appeal were rejected for lack of preservation, not on the merits. Simply put, your trial attorney did not take the necessary steps to preserve those issues for review, even though those were the only issues I saw that had potential merit in light of the strength of the evidence against you. Damn. This is. I find this, I don't know how interesting y'all find this, but I find this pretty it's just wild to me. So I tried to raise them as fundamental error, but that is a much higher standard to meet. There was simply no basis for me to challenge the first district's finding that the issues were not preserved for appeal by your trial attorney. If you choose, I can litigate the preservation issue in the trial court in a motion for post-conviction relief. Damn, even after this man is trying to get all that ineffective counsel stuff by asking him for something that he's hoping that the lawyer won't give him, the lawyer still drops gems on him and is telling you what he can do. This man's clearly had it with Sigfredo. I still have the thumbnail drive containing your records. Let me know where you'd like me to send it. Man, I can't read this anymore, but I understand that you no longer believe in following the instructions of the law. God damn, Sigfredo, like this, you already, the train already left. You being a regular citizen is gone. Like it's a wrap. And damn, his the way that Sigfredo is going about it is not good at all. Like I would never talk to an attorney like that. If that's the person that's supposed to help you, but Sigfredo, I can understand. Like he realized that I ain't never getting out of here, and my kids are growing up without me. Damn. 6 hour live so far. Can we make it 7 hours? Yeah, I gotta use the bathroom real quick. Just give me 2 seconds. I don't have like what are those things called? Hold music. Just give me 1 second because my bladder is. All right. Just Googling your license for 58 years. Damn. So that'd be 1960. Why am I? That's a long time. That's a long time. Like 60 years ago is 1966. So 1960. That boy was a lawyer. He could have been Martin Luther King's attorney. Damn, like this. All right, Martin Luther King died 58 years ago on April 4th of 1968. Let me just double check so because I like to know this shit and not be wrong about it. So Martin Luther King, I think it was April 4th, 1968. April 4th, 1968. All right. So, okay. Let's go. That's a long time. That is 68, 88. So he's been doing this for multiple years before Sigfredo was even born. That's Sigfredo with the big handwriting. Understand that you no longer believe in following the instructions of the law. This must be the case since you knowingly accepted my case, even though you represented a witness that received a plea deal that was coordinated by you to testify against my case at trial. So even if you claim in your letter that my complaint has no merit, it's still my hope that by filing it with the Florida bar, they can somehow deter Jesus you from conducting yourself in this negligent and reckless behavior. Bro. See, Freeman gotta relax, man. Oh man. Now you say in your argument that it is not your responsibility to print onto paper my voluminous records of appeal. You are correct. But it's also not your responsibility to copy it onto a thumb drive. At this point, it's obvious that I do not trust you. That being said, I need you to send me the original records of appeal, the same way they were sent to you by the clerks, in the same way I want them sent to me, which, in case it's not clear, is your responsibility. I need those requests now. You might say that is not a fair request, but please understand this. You wrote me a letter that I received on 9/30/21, informed me of the decision of the DCA on my case. It has been almost 3 months since then. The fact that you are holding on to the records of appeal for so long, even though we had a clear understanding that you would send them to me as soon as you were done, más pronto posible, por favor. Okay, so you are now displaying either a disregard of your duties with absolute negligence, or you are able of your duty but are exercising a malicious intent toward me for reasons unknown. Let me bring to your attention something that an attorney with your experience and knowledge, should know. I am given a 12-month period or time frame after the decision on my direct appeal to file a federal habeas, which can be paused by filing my 3850, which has a 24-month time frame, or better yet, restriction. In order to file either, I need my records of appeal. By you holding the records of appeal, you have held me back in my post-conviction process by a quarter of the allowed time, which is pretty significant. I have been in the same place for over a year. Why haven't you sent them? So send me my records of appeal in their original form. I've also been requesting that you file the certiorari and have not gotten a response to the many requests on the matter. We have until the 28th of this month, December, to do so. Fredo. This is wild. This boy, the person that said that this is Sarah Boone, if there were more, if there were the frequency of letters, and he's not writing the judge, if he were writing the judge, the amount of letters that his tone is Sarah Boone, is very Sarah Boone-ish. It's very Booney. It's definitely very Booney, but Sigfredo Boone. I'll say, hold up. Let's see what other name. Let's call him. And we call him Sigfredo Buo. And that means owl, because you know there's whole owl stuff. So instead of Sigfredo Buo, he's Sigfredo Buo. That at Poano, you gotta have something that applies. So let's move forward. Jesus, Sigfredo, I don't know what to say, man. All right, I got 20 minutes left. What's next? What's next? Sigfredo was taking his aim on the wrong person. My dude, was Wendy that good? I'm asking sincerely. All right. I strongly believe that Sigfredo did not touch that frail, no, because you don't do that. You don't do that with someone that you're making money off of, because they're gonna want a discount or not pay you. So you keep it business. That would be the worst thing to do. And plus, Sigfredo, obviously, he's a shooter. I don't think he's gonna go that route, because doing stuff like that is physically vulnerable to be horizontal with someone. Exactly. The H is silent. We could tell that this was an intense interaction by the lawyer's response. Yeah, the lawyer's response was wild. And you can tell Sigfredo was just emotional, because his handwriting is just, the font size is, he's not staying within the lines. His penmanship was just so uniform and just like small, and the next thing you know is just this big ass letters. Right, but like Sigfredo is sloppy, but that's a if he wants to get paid, he knows he's not gonna go for that. And the thing is that, and Wendy is manipulative in a way, I bet. Yeah, just because someone throws that at you means you have to go for it. And if you're doing that, you manipulative types That's the easiest thing that they'll do to make you vulnerable to not giving you the money they owe you. Like, if this was something else, right? Say it was for an exchange of a white powdery substance. Those types that like that stuff, they'll quickly go that route because they don't have the money to sustain that experience. So they're and that's and I it's hold up. Oh, sorry. All right. There's people get into that business because they know some people, and it's very easy to tell because they don't get money because their product goes out the window because they want to get something else. And they go that route. But if you just don't do that, and especially like this is too much money for someone to be like turn around after the fact like I don't have the or something will be wrong and you just won't get paid, and there's too much money involved to go that route. It's not going to be like 99.99999%. He's not touching that. She's not, even if she was super bad. That's even worse. You know, like if a girl's super bad and manipulative and you're doing something like that, yeah, they're not going to pay you. Period. I'm just telling you, like, nah, you're doing this for money. You're not doing this for that. And and especially at that level, someone like her, be like, will put an allegation on you that you can't, nah, that's no. Thank you for going 7 hours. Yeah, I have fun. Like, look, I've done live streams and they start at 11 o'clock in the morning, 2 o'clock in the morning, whenever I feel like talking some shit. But this is my first one that's actually during daylight hours. Like, it's still like, there's just a little bit of light out. I got my official ring light up here, so I'm still, and I think it's better this way. Versus a nuclear. I'm not changing what I'm doing. I do the same thing. So let me what where's the one I just saw? No. If I think that you're talking about something that I think you're talking, no. Hold up. Maybe. Hold on, you gotta laugh. See, that's the thing. I don't have like a poker face. You see something, I think a certain way, damn, it's already written on my face. I just gave the game up. So, yes, exactly. I don't know. 6. All right, 12 minutes and I'm out here. What else are you going to talk about? I like that t-shirt. Do you see that? I'll wear a t-shirt under blazers. Well, I does this. I am pretty damn good at designing merch. And this is a baggier shirt. This is a garment dyed. A garment dyed t-shirt. I got other garment dyed t-shirts and other colors a lot. And so I can I does this. So I mean we can talk about it. I'll do merch, but I just don't want to how can I put it? I don't know. I think that's just me getting in my own way. But yeah, I've just about any kind of garment that you can like print on, I do because I'm kind of good at it, And that's what I do full time. I design and print merch. Um, oh, I got this one I just did. Oh, this is so fire! I gotta show you all this. So I designed for a cannabis brand, right? So like, oh, this one was woo-wee. This is gonna get a check. All right, let me show y'all this joint. Where is the photo at? Let me see. Yeah. Man, why does it come up like that? Let me share my screen real quick. Hold up, I got to change the background lights, and it looks pretty harsh. Let me I'll just screenshot it. So yeah, I design, I print merch, I do a bunch of stuff. But yeah, I can do this. I can do anything. You give me an idea, and I can yeah. Woo! Let me see. Share screen. It's the way fire. Yeah, this joint is crazy. And so, it's called, if you can see closely, crazy. So Lake Boys Exotics is the brand. It's all, I'm not advertising because it's not my stuff, but I just designed it, you know what I mean? Yeah, dummies here. I'm not into them because I'll get an anxiety attack. So I just do the art. How long have you been drawing for? I can't draw. I can paint, but I don't draw, but I paint. I've been I've been doing art for a long time, like, well, not that long, but like I've been creative my whole life. Like I've always been creative, okay? It's just that I didn't really put it to use until like seriously, like until like 10 years ago. And then it was up after that. So I got into like printing shirts in 2015. I'll give you a little story about this. So 2015, if I can log on to Instagram, I should, but maybe I can find photos on it. So I had my friends, or I guess former friends, had like an inside joke. And the inside joke was about one of our friends who we called Tut. And Tut, I'm still friends with him. He's a peculiar person. So like he gets drunk and he just does something weird, and we just would say, oh, that's that Tut life, right? So it became like an inside joke. And then one of my friends made a shirt that said Tut life on it. And the demand was organic. It was like people wanted these Tut life shirts. And I'll have to show y'all through my phone because this is definitely not gonna work. So because I can't get on the Facebook. I can't get on the Instagram on my computer because I'm not logged in there. So I one of my friends, his cousin was a graphic designer, and he came up with the first design, like a real logo. And so here, I'll show you. Damn, where am I? I thought I was on this. Oh, there I go. This is a long time ago. So this is 2014, right? And so you see it says Tut Life. And so it got a lot of traction, and it went up, all right. So I mean, this thing was like taking a life of its own. And so I mean, I even hold on. And give me a second. So shit. So it started like I say 2014, it started really popping off, and people were like, oh, you tell shirts. So one of the dude the dude that got the first shirt, he went and got the shirts printed by a local spot that didn't do bulk orders. This is the important part. They did not do bulk orders. They did customization. If you bring a shirt, they'll print it. They'll do one of ones and stuff like that, but they weren't doing bulk orders. So I was really on some, why are we putting this man's kids through private school? This doesn't make sense. Like these people, and the thing is that since it was based on an inside joke, you had to be there to understand the reference, and that had added this exclusivity to it. You couldn't just get a shirt because you wanted a shirt. You had to kind of be cool with us and then understand the inside joke. Then you could get one. So it keeps going. And at the end of 2014, I'm like, look, these shirts are costing us $20 bulk. It's wild. And for one color front, one color in the back, I thought I did like a little bit of research, and if I did some research, and I went on YouTube and I found a couple of people that printed shirts. And instead of like just Googling and stuff, I sent them money and asked them, because I'm not in the same market or anything like that. I'm like, look, you have to give me some good information on sources. I'll pay you $100. 30 minutes. 30 minutes to talk this out. So I had two people, I paid them $100 from YouTube. And they gave me the game, pretty much. And I used two people that aren't in the same market, aren't in the same type of like their material. I'm looking at just the garment and the quality of the print on the garment and the results from it. So I get an LLC, I do all that stuff. And I told my friends, like, look, we're not gonna, we can't do it like this. I'm gonna learn how to do this. And here's the problem, a lot of problems with starting, I'm not gonna get in that part, but actually, fuck it. In business, a lot of times, especially Black folks, there's a distrust in business. Like doing business with, it's just like an immediate distrust. They just don't do the business. I don't think like that. I just, I'm just a hustler. I buy for $1, I sell for $2. If I see a potential for profit, I'm going to invest in it. I'm not the type of person that like that I hunt to eat. I don't wait to be fed. Okay. So they're like, oh, you can't do that. Like, how you gonna tell me I can't do something? Like, that's the worst thing you can tell me. And that's just like, all right, I went, put the money up. They didn't want to put money up they wanted to pool money together to buy these shirts at a retail rate and sell them for like $50, a t-shirt for $50 in 2014. That's crazy. Like, why are we doing this? And so I put the money up, I got the equipment, and I spent like 3 months just fucking up. I didn't put anything out. I had the design and everything. I just, from the logo, and I didn't put anything out. I was just making this a professional grade product. I wanted that on day one. I did not want to appear as, oh, that's just Chrissy makes t-shirts. I wanted it to be like, you see the product and you're like, I need that. And I wasn't looking at this just from this Tut Life thing. I looked at it as, I have ideas that I can do this better than the people they're paying to design this shit. I knew that I had that in my head, but I wasn't like designing and shit. So, but I knew that if I got these, made this work, I could have the ability, from the feedback of people getting these shirts, they'll come to me for the things that they want in a bulk rate. And that way, my friends could sell these shirts, buy them at a wholesale level, but at a retail quantity, and get the wholesale benefit, like as if they bought it wholesale, but they're getting it through me. And then I could sell bulk to all the people that like the material that I'm making off this project. I told these fools this, and they were like, oh, whatever. So on St. Patrick's Day in like 2015, right before that, I put out a little poll. Now I sent maybe 50 people a poll of, if you wanted a Tut shirt, what colors would it be? Black on green, green on black, white on green, green on black, right? Everyone said black shirt, green logo. I did that, and I went there, and I had, so just the poll alone told people, I'm cooking this shit up. I bet I'm going to source these things. The people that were kind of in the fold, like in terms of like people that already own the Tut Life shirt. And then I told my friends like the day before, I said, look, I'm ready to go. This St. Patrick's Day parade is gonna go down. We got it. They rolled their eyes and all kinds of stuff. And I was like, okay. I've been making like over $1,000 in one day, the day before, because these people weren't going along with this. And then they go to the parade, and then they get mad when they're seeing the shirts on other people and they didn't make no money on it. That's what I call niggonomics. All right. Then I go And it just goes downhill from there with them. So like I'm doing this, but like they're buying the shirts off me, or they're taking the shirts and not paying me, but the material is getting out. Either way, I don't care. I'm getting enough, like enough is going out, and I'm starting to get people that are buying things for their soccer teams and things like that. And I knew very quickly when I paid a graphic designer for a design that someone else requested, I got a MacBook. It was gifted to me. When someone that is real cool, who was like really into artists and everything, I told him, and he gifted me a Mac and just said, just get it done. I got it done, and I started getting what I would do was when someone would ask me to print shirts for them, they had the design, I would make a design, and I would pay a graphic designer to make the design. And then I would present both designs to the prospective client and ask them which one they like better. They liked mine better. I didn't say one's mine and one's someone else's. I said the graphic designer made both. So I had an honest reaction. They're like, I like this one. After that, I never paid a graphic designer again. And then I started doing this for other people. When that started building, the Tut Life thing started going down because some people were sloppy in what they were doing. They were hella sloppy. I mean, it was so bad, and I knew the feds were coming. And this, I'm not gonna get too much detail, but I knew like there was a short amount of time to where the black trucks are gonna pull up, and then they did, and they got someone, and then the kind of the brain is like tanked. And this was in January 2016, and people were already tired of the Tut Life thing because it started getting like a bad reputation, and I was already doing my other thing, like my own design. So this is 10 years ago. Let me tell you this. So there was a group of dudes that had like their clothing line, and they got in touch with me because they wanted me to make their stuff for them because they were going to the same guy that was making the shirts for us before. So they go to me, I give them the whole breakdown, and they think it's too good to be true. But it's not. Like they're used to just getting price gouged. I'm like, no, this is not. If you want this, I can do this, and I can make it on demand. Like I'm like, I have it set up this way. I learned how to do it this way. They didn't believe me. And I was driving down the street, making my way downtown. I look and I see these two fools in the store that was paying for that was price gouging them, that was price gouging us. And I'm like, what the fuck? So I go get my haircut. I was like, yo, I saw boop, 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 and at the store, and you referred them to me, and they're at the store. And they're like, oh, yeah, they think you're weird. And you still like, you talk white. I'm like, all right, whatever. And then they're like, you trying to outsmart us and steal our ideas. At that point right there, I was like, I'm not trying to outsmart you, and I don't steal ideas because I have too many ideas of my own. What the fuck am I gonna do with your ideas? I am ideas. I am the fucking Rubik's sphere. I'm out there, yo. And you know what? I said, I was like, I told, this is my barber, and we were friends. I was like, you tell them you can't be a boss. You can't call yourself a boss and be a customer of your own product at retail level. That's the kind of thing that they say when I talk. Like this is how I talk. I don't have I don't code switch or whatever. I don't talk hood and good. This is how I talk. I have one way of talking. If it's another language, it's another language. But in English, this is how I talk. And then they were like, Yeah, that's what they're talking about when you said wait. And I was like, they were like, he was like, you gotta see, you have to talk on their level and explain it to them. And I was like, Pablo don't buy grams. Everyone in the barbershop, they went nuts. They're like, you gotta mix that honey right now. I went on my computer in the barbershop. I whipped some shit up in like 30 minutes. And 6 months later, I quit my job. Like I killed it with that design, the Pablo by grams. So what? It was, oh man, it was like I sold a lot of them with no website, with none of that. It was just like DMs from IG. It was shit like that. And then I started doing a lot more stuff. And now I'm at the point. Yeah, I'm not like obviously a corporate person. I do this all by myself, but I do this off my creativity, which is I don't have to be rich or but the fact that I don't have to answer to anyone. And if you bring me an idea I don't like it, I can just tell you, I can say no. A lot of people can't go to work and say no. I can tell you no. You know, and it's like it's great, but that's how I started. And I know I was drawn out. Shit, look, hold on, let me show y'all something. This is and this is all this story is good. Okay, so I went to an event, right? And for like 50 Cent. And granted, like I don't do clout chasing or whatever, but I really had an idea that was gonna. This is when the Tutla stuff was popping off. So is this it? All right. So I go to this event, right? And I have this all mapped out. I'm like, if I talk to 50 Cent for 2 minutes, I'm going to make some bread. So it wasn't about 50 Cent wearing anything or anything like that, or posting anything. I knew that just the image of him accepting a shirt from me will be. So some of the people I'm cool with already had the Top Life ones on, but I have the more stylish one, the one with the leather on the sleeves. I'm not a regular t-shirt. I'm gonna wear the higher grade stuff. So I talked to him for a couple of seconds, and I told him, look, I want you to have this shirt. And I was like, I want you to have this shirt. I appreciate you. I was like, you don't have to. He's like, I was like, you don't have to wear it. He's like, I'm gonna wear it. I was like, don't lie to me. You can go. You can launch the shirt. You can have someone clean your toilet with it. I don't care. But at this point, too many people saw you accept it from me. And he dapped me up. We took a picture. Next thing you know, the hate was real. Like, oh, everybody. But I knew that I could. I mean, I didn't use this like, oh, 50 is cool. And I didn't say nothing like that. It's the people that were at the event. Once they saw him have a conversation with me that was of like substance, it wasn't just a handshake. That's the power of this dude, right? And I was like, I mean, afterwards, I mean, my friends were hating. Like they were like, this is what I knew. I really knew. Like these dudes are they just like how y'all get mad at my ideas when y'all benefit off of them. And then like I got into it with one of them, and I was like, yo, listen, I make the shirts, I pay for this, all of it, the means to do it, the material, and y'all don't even really pay. Like, and then some like, yo, they keep wanting more, wanting like, yo, you can't have your hand out when you don't have a fucking hand in. And if you want to do this right, put the shit in writing. You know what one of them said? We don't have to put nothing in writing. We're grown men. I said, the Constitution's in writing. There's a whole bunch of grown men that found that. So fast forward, I get a lawsuit. And it was so bullshit. It said I was copying this. I was trademark infringement, all this stuff. I'm like, hold up, I'm the person that told you to get the trademark. And not only that, the shit that you're suing me over is 5% of the material I'm making. So every 100 garments I print is less than 5 of that is what all y'all combined. So what are we talking about? I'm copying design. I don't copy nothing. The dude that designed it, he knows that he designed it. I know he designed it. Everything else, y'all are mad at the other stuff I'm doing, but this is what you're all trying to connect me to. Trying to sign, like, serve me at work. Like, have me served. Like, y'all don't even get a processor. Y'all try to get one of your cousins to go. No one's letting you in this building. So the person that gave me the Mac is someone who was like familiar with intellectual property and everything like that, and that shit got poof. So that's my story. I'm sticking to it. But that's that's what I do now, and it's just all creativity. And I love this YouTube, the whole like. I love making dope videos, and I just like the comments. Like, it doesn't even have to really pay me like that. Like, I've been monetized. I monetize, but if you knew how much I made, you'd be like, why are you doing this? The thing is that I love talking about crime. I love having a unique perspective. I love making visual art. I love when people give me good feedback on it. It's not even really about the money. Like I have to make money to survive, but I'm able to do so 100% of my creativity. And that is like, it's because there's so many people that are creative, but no one wants the product of their creativity. I am so lucky in the sense that from day one, I was profiting off of my ideas once I invested into them. So I could go forever, yo. I'm really, really, really in the zone right now. I can talk about anything. And I went off on a tangent about myself. And I don't like doing that, but I did. And so what are we gonna I haven't seen any real cases I'm really into. Nothing to really pick apart stuff. But I showed y'all that. Yeah, that was a defining moment for me. I was skinny too at that time. Let's see. Yeah, I might have to go and eat some food or something because I haven't eaten since I was on here at 1 o'clock. I've been on 7 hours. That's against labor laws or something, right? So what are you doing tomorrow? I got print stuff tomorrow. I got I don't know. I do have I obviously have videos to finish up on, but it, it's it's long. It's 7 hours and 18. Hold up, 7 hours and 18 minutes. Because I started at 1 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, I can't thank y'all enough. Like, I really, every time I do this, whether it's like a really good show or it's like sometimes I don't get my thoughts together, I get flustered, and it's like it's not as good as I wanted it to be, or I didn't say what I wanted to say because it's hard to like read the chat and pull files or whatever and talk at the same time because I'm not a multitasker at all. And when I do this, like aside from the whole speech I gave you about creativity and like how I got into the creative sense, um, I if I'm into a certain subject and I will study, like I will learn everything that I possibly can from any source of information. And when that happens, people that are close to me, watch out. If you say something that's close to remotely to what I'm interested in, you'll get an info bomb. Like it will just be like, and then people will walk away like, yo, you gotta relax. It's like that. But before doing like YouTube, if I talked about stuff on like my specific interest, it's not gonna go well with like in a social setting or people are gonna get tired of it. But like, yo, I'm on here like 7 hours. I'm talking about a frail individual living in Tallahassee and I brace off or whatever, and almost 100 people are sitting here watching it, and that's easy. I'm off on tangents. I'm reading letters. I'm going over all kinds of stuff. I did a spectrograph. If y'all weren't here earlier on the Donna Wendy call, and I was explaining the different frequencies and voice, like all stuff like that, like the random things that I and the things I talk about and the ways I figure out the information. I know that it's different than a lot of people, and for I say my childhood, just being in school, it was a liability. I barely graduated high school. I failed ninth grade, and I had to take ninth freshman classes as a 12th grader. Well, I was trying to graduate on time, and it was just like it's a liability. And then trying like getting a job. I don't have a degree, and then I I mean I got I've been some criminal stuff, and I have a record. And it's like now getting a job is just fucking impossible. You know, like I've gone to work, and then they're like, yo, come here. After I start, and then the first time that happened, I was so embarrassed when they had the paper, and I saw at the top it said NSA, like National Security. I'm like, and they had this long, this long sheet, and it was one sheet, and it was like, and it wasn't even that, in my opinion, wasn't even that bad. It's like, they're like, well, like you, I can't believe you're here. You're working with us. Oh my god! Like it was, but it happened it happened a lot, like a good amount of times. But I mean, it is what it is. But it's like, I start doing working with being working and using my creativity. I didn't really have a product of creativity so much when I was younger because it was frowned upon. So like if I had like I've always been able to paint. I remember I got I got an easel for my birthday, and my mom did not let me know about it. She hid it in the closet. And the day we moved out of that place, I found it in the closet. And I knew, like, this woman, like, why would you do that? Anything I'm like, anything I made in school, like, I would make like clay sculptures. And it wasn't like this is just a kid bringing home stuff. Even still, your mom should be like, oh, that's nice. Nah, that shit went in the garbage. And I'm like, so I basically like went from I'm always been creative, but like essentially being told like this is not, it's unacceptable. It's not even like it's good or bad. It's just unacceptable. And so when I started like doing design and stuff, it was like oh, this is what I'm supposed to do. I'm not supposed to sit at a desk. I got ADHD. I got a couple acronyms in the DSM. All right, and it's like, man, I can just get on my computer and just make whatever. I haven't painted in a little while, but shit, like I paint some dope pictures. I don't paint like realism. I paint like expressionism. But like just sitting there painting is like therapeutic. Just designing is therapeutic. Just sitting there making videos and figuring stuff out in court case is therapeutic. Sitting at a desk and like saying the same phrase over and over again. Like, ¿cuándo está disponible? Dame una llamada al 866. That's like, that's so, it's crazy making for me. And I just come up with ideas and it's like, boom. I ramble on YouTube. It is what it is. Like, it's, it's, it's so, it's wild. It's wild. And I'm not, I appreciate like the views I get, the subscribers I have. I don't ask anybody for anything, but I look at like I'm like, damn, the algorithm really doesn't like me. And it's like, well, fuck it. If it doesn't like me, the people that fuck with me. And it's like, I'm good with that. So it's when I see people trying to draw as a person and getting feedback. Um uh drawing, I like taking a pencil and drawing just doesn't, it doesn't come out the way I want it to. Like if I paint, it it's just like um maybe I can show you a couple. But like painting to me is like it looks how I envision it, you know? Like I don't have a what people call a creative process where they create something as they're doing it. I already know what it's gonna I want it to be. I have the image in my head. It's just about the means in which other people are able to see it. Let me see. I can't log into Instagram, but oh shit. Of course it says logged in, sign up, and I don't know any of my damn passwords. So let me just So here we go. All right, so that's one of my paintings. I'm going to Google Images. That's Emiliano Zapata. He's a Mexican revolutionary. That's one of the designs I've done. I have it as a painting as well. That's a print, a metal print. I have. So my painting Instagram, I haven't painted in a while, so like you're probably not gonna like see it. But I mean, shit. This is one I did. This one. Shit. I have a bunch on there, but I'm not seeing them on Google Images. I have some, but I paint on plywood, and damn, I can't find this shit. And I can't remember my. I'll just go on here and I'll show y'all. Let's see if you can see that one. So that's on 2 foot by 4 foot plywood. It's a gun, and it says, "I can't trust you because I don't know what you're capable of." And the dude that sued me told me that when I first started making shirts, and he got mad, and he said, "I can't trust you because I don't know what you're capable of." This is another one. I really like Tetris. I like geometrical stuff, like anything like that's about symmetry and geometry. Like I like stuff like that. And this one, you can read it. It says, "What's Kevlar to Kurt?" This one is, well, those are like 2 foot by 4 foot. This is 2 foot by 8 feet. That's 2 foot by 2 foot. Actually, it's since it's reversed, it says it's the other way around, and it says push down and turn. So it's addiction from the pill addiction from the perspective of the pill bottle. And this one here, if you look from a distance, you can tell it's the shape of a girl, but up close, it's just circles. It means good from afar, yet far from good. This was the first painting I did, and like in 2018 on plywood. So I kept that as my own logo. I got a lot, I have a lot of that's 2 foot. I think that's like this is 2 by 3. It's an angel stuff. But like all my art has like they reference something, Let's see. Well, there's one that I know I gotta show you. Let's see. What is it? I got a couple more. Yeah. Sorry for this is taking like this, but I mean, it's just kind of good though. I'll have to share all the screen. That's a mural I did. Let's see. Shit. Let's see what else I got. I got more. Hold up. Oh, this one's good. This one's good. Hold up. Shit. Fuck, where did this go? Oh, this was actually a one that I did. I did a time lapse of a painting, and give me a second. I got it. Where did it go? I have way too many designs and stuff. I don't know. I got it. Just be patient for me. All right. I had to save. I'm saving it off of Instagram, so it's this is a bitch. This might work. Man, I wish I like planned this out, but where I had this all like lined up, but of course I didn't. What the hell? It's not fucking working. Damn it. This is fucking. I'm just showing you off my screen like the other ones. Oh, there we go. If I can see this. Oh, here we go. All right, now we're cooking. Jesus. I have a few videos like that, but not that many. I should have. I can't find the other ones, but I don't know if y'all know who that is, but and that's about it. I can share now. I'll share now with y'all. But yeah, I have a gang of paintings, like a lot of paintings. And what's it saying? Oh, I love it though. Well, yo, it's been a minute. I've been on here a long ass time. Um, I'll address some of some of y'all comments, and I'm gonna go on here and get up out of here, and I don't know what I'm gonna do. Thank you. Flipping on who? I mean, I didn't. Thank you. After 30 years of research, Tetris is the only video game that does not deplete brain cell. Yo, I love Tetris. Like I had to be like separated from Tetris as a kid. And then I go to my friend's house, and I stay at their house, and I'll play Tetris until I couldn't keep my eyes open. Like that, and my friends were into like this is back like Nintendo, like Zelda and other stuff. Nah, Tetris. And it's a one-player game, so it's not like your friends really. It's not engaging with other people. And I love that game. Tell her you're in a group therapy session. I don't know what that's reference. See, I'm not keeping up with the comments. But, so the financial crimes or other shady things they've done is something they protected themselves with right away. Why? Because they thought their influence would let them get charged, wouldn't let them get charged with murder. I just don't think that they considered getting caught. Simple as that. I don't think that they considered getting caught. Thank you. Like sometimes after a live, I'm like, oh shit, where did I go? I think I fucked up. But then it's like, who cares? Like, I gotta get good at this somehow and make it to where like the larger channels that have like all the information up there and it runs by so smooth, and the only way you can get to that level is just sitting here for 8 hours and just talking and getting used to the platform and share information. Like, I know that, and I appreciate y'all, but I'm trying to find a painting to show y'all that's not even on the subject that we're talking about. And it's like, I have to get better at putting the information up, because especially in comparison to other like larger channels, a lot of channels don't really have to put what they're referencing on the screen. Sometimes they can, if their audience is very familiar with the topic, they can talk about it and people will know, and they don't always have to put it up on the screen. The things that I hone in on are very small details that people overlook, and I have to put it up on the screen, or else it's just like I'm mentioning something and like they don't know what I'm talking about, because it's not only the things like that happen in trial or that are the most popular topics within a case. I'll notice a very small detail when someone says something or I read something and I have to reference it and put it up on the screen, and then I can't sit here and just be like, oh, where is it? I have to. I'm grading myself as I go with this. Like in real time, I'm like, shit. Like if I'm going to talk about these things, I should have these files ready to go, and it's just in order. And I think that will help me out so much. I help the channel out overall, because this is not like a normal. I watch people who have like from a couple hundred subscribers to millions, and I'm like, shit, I got a lot of work to do. And I see people who haven't been on YouTube for the same amount of time, and it's like they have a method that like I definitely have to catch up on, and the only way I can do that is just not being perfectionistic and just fucking just going up and doing it, you know. I think for this I use this one. Give me a second. Cool. So, and I need to post there. Like there's a lot of things that really are getting in the way of my growth. Like I can talk about the algorithm and stuff like that, but the reality is I need to post more. to get there. And there's and doing lives and learning the ecosystem of YouTube that I was badly mistaken on when it comes to doing this. In the beginning, I thought I could just post a video and just things will happen, and just didn't really happen like that. Like it took a few people to actually share it, and I didn't put any hashtags up, all kinds of very I'm not gonna say it's arrogance, but I in other realms I can make something and it goes. I'm thinking it's just going to be the same for YouTube, and it's definitely a different monster. This is over. I have to go back to what I meant. You know what? It's I have an idea. There's this AI program. I know I talk shit about AI, but it's basically it's by Google. It's called Notebook LM. You can put a YouTube video in there, and it will break down all the information and with infographics and stuff like that, and even do like an audio overview. That's kind of, and I was thinking, because the audio overview has this thing that's called like the deep dive, which is like, it's an AI podcast talking about whatever information you put in. So it's like, it could be a website, documents, it could be all of them together. And it will do like a 30-40 minute podcast that reviews whatever information that you give it. And I was thinking, like, just based off what you just said, True Crime Wifey, if I were to put that into Notebook LM, and it'll do a podcast that basically sums up the whole thing, but it's audio. So I was thinking, if I animated a video based on what the podcast was talking about, so it's a video in itself. It's just the AI part is just all the audio that the program does based on the information, but the visual I would do myself and have like all like the visual references and stuff like that. I think that would be kind of cool. I might even try that. And I can post that. And I love animating stuff. Like I've done it in a few videos and people tend to like it. Do I sell print? I can. I haven't sold prints in like a couple of years, but like I can. I will do this. I'm gonna do this tonight. I promise. I'm gonna make a better way for y'all can see the other stuff that I do. And I'll put merch up and my let me tell you this. I make like people have the links on their page and it says, oh, they sell merch. I know where it comes from. I know the material they use. I know the ink they use. I know the means in which they print. I know the means in which they ship. I know all of it. And I'll tell you this, a lot of it is garbage. They use the cheapest material on shirts. They have a fully, like some of them, I ain't gonna say no names, but because a lot of YouTubers use this platform and others to sell merch where they just upload a design and then people go on there and they order a shirt and that company just prints the design on the shirt. The problem with that is the problem that I see a lot of times is where the design is not a vector image. It's just like it's like a JPEG image. It's not scaled to the right dimensions. And some of them will have like, say you have an image that fits within a 4x3, like a 4x3 dimension, but it's sized in a weird way. And if it's too big, it's all pixelated because you can't expand the image. And they don't have like, it'll have like say it's a black shirt. The image, the design is a design, but it has a black background. And the people the YouTubers who aren't up on graphic design don't know that if you put a design that has black in it on a black shirt, it'll look like a big sheet of paper just stuck to the shirt because the black ink clashes with the fabric. It's little stuff like that. And the end result is a poorly made garment. And then a lot of times they're not printed in the right, and they're symmetrically, it's like real low. Like you'll see someone's design, and it's like, yo, that's right under your rib cage. Like that, like stuff is really wrong on their page. And a lot of times the designs aren't bad. It's just that they're printed horribly. I don't do that. I do this shit myself. And my shit is good. Because I don't cut corners or do cheap shit. You get a hoodie from me, it's a champion hoodie. I don't play. Like I make stuff that people I can go out in public and walk past someone wearing something that I made. Whether I sold it to them directly, most likely not. I bulk ordered it for someone else's idea, and I'll see it. I'm like, I made that shit. So I will do that. Let me go. I missed a ton of comments. You know, I'm not. It's about continuity. That's all it's about. Like if I watch a live and someone's not like you're watching and then someone's like fumbling with something, people turn off, like literally turn off. So like people want the continuity. And that's what I want. I watch a lot of other channels, and because I like a lot of YouTubers will say that they don't, but you're on YouTube. But I watch everybody. So, and I said that earlier. I watch everybody. I might not interact or be in the comments because that's their life, but I mean, sometimes I might say something. I might throw you a couple dollars here and there, support, because that's what I do. And and I see what they're doing, and it's like, shit, I gotta get like that. I gotta learn how they're presenting the information so fast based on how they're just running the show very smoothly. That's what I'm trying to say. Lives are lives. It's a go with the flow format. All right, Jackie. It's a go with the flow format, but like it's not just about like the viewer. It's about I have to be on it's easier for me to have a structure for me to present information in a structured way. That's what I'm trying to say. I need the structure in order to present the information effectively. I'm everywhere, all over. I'm in outer space. I'm orbiting the Rubik's sphere somewhere. My brain is everywhere, and it's like I just need to get the information in a way that people will absorb it and it'll make sense. And that's why it's. And then I think I'll be really good there. I am. I'm gonna be off in a couple of minutes. I'm just going through these comments. This case is very complex. So much info. Commenters, viewers, and chatters contribute to the discussions. Right. And I like interacting with everybody. And it's not. I like the interaction because I like understanding how other people absorb the information that I'm talking about. And it's not just how I present it to them, but I like seeing what other people have to say about. I just like that shit. I to hear someone's perspective on something. Like I really do appreciate it. It's not just like, oh, comments. No. As I said, I'm an addict. My drug of choice is information. So be informative. And we're good. I'll be right back. So it's like, it's I just take this a lot differently. I don't mean to like say it that way, but it's thank you for your profile hands, it'll hurt. Oh, no, all right. Thank you. I deleted a lot of the first hour because of work. And so glad. And I'm saying I'm gonna dip out soon. I can't. It's 8 hours. This is a full day. It's a work day. I did a work day. I sat here and ran, just rambled on. I had Jackie and Leslie here. I know y'all like them. I'm glad that they showed up, and then I'm glad y'all are here. You're still listening to me. It's kind of I like it. So I think you're shadow banned. I think I am too. I looked up like how to know your shadow banned. I am, and just kind of. I don't know what it's going to take, but I just know I have to do my part in order to get that to change. At least do my part about it. So, they didn't get charged for a long time. I thought the gangbangers would be the fall guys. They even protected Katie through Charlie's trial. Exactly. This was a case that I thought, oh, it's just going to be the brown people getting locked up. I really thought that. And for damn sure they thought it, because these people, their choice of attorneys, everything that tells me, all right, you got white collar federal conspiracy attorneys for a state level violent felony. What are you doing? Tells me that you're more concerned about protecting your money than you're protecting your own freedom. Because you must be doing something with your money that's weird for you to get white collar federal criminal attorneys. And put it this way, from my perspective, watching Rashbaum represent Charlie was a joke. He's using white collar means to absolve his client of a homicide. Like, think about this. All right. That fool is talking about $333,000. That whole extortion, double extortion, $333,000. Criminals don't do thirds, yo. It's not, there's no $333,000. People in the regular life say $333,000. You say $250,000, $500,000. Some people don't even say 3/4 of that. Like $1 million, a third. So 333,333.33 cents. Come on. Rashbaum's focus is making sense of financial anomalies. And that's what he focused on with Charlie. And it was laughable from my perspective. You're using white collar crime talk for a violent felony. You're caring about the money and extortion and all that stuff. And ain't no gangster gonna go do a hit without you knowing about it and come back and be like, yo, so you're gonna give me that money? Or I'm gonna send my girl in there to go get it, and I'm gonna stay outside your house, and she's gonna come in and tell me that her boyfriend told her, like, yo, we did that job and we want the money and you're gonna pay us on a partial payment arrangement. So you're telling me that Sigfredo told Katie, oh yeah, yo, tell that nigga arreglo de pago. You know what I mean? Like, no, there's no arreglo de pago in crime. There's no payment plans. Actually, there kind of are. If you owe someone money and they give you a payment plan, you pay it. But they not for this. There ain't no payment plans for there's no payment plans for this for planned violence. No, like it's like, bro, do you have Google? Yeah, you have Google. Yes. All right. Go watch YouTube and look at the people who get caught for doing soliciting for murder and try to figure something out. The financial anomalies coming from him trying to justify financial anomalies for a violent felony was LOL material. And he was so confident sitting there at the table. And when Georgia would say something, he'd be like, make faces. Get out of here. And the nerve of him to actually like make Charlie think he was gonna beat this case. He may be a good lawyer, but like, yo, your lawyer is not gonna tell you that you're gonna get a case thrown out. Like, no. They'll say you can be confident, but they're not gonna fucking like jinx themselves and tell you, oh yeah, you're gonna walk out of here. So Charlie's giving away all his commissary to his, his people in the dorm, and then he comes right back. Come on now, that's gotta be embarrassing. He said he gave away his commissary to the people he was cool with in there, and then you come back. He probably asked for it back. And yo, let me get those soups, ramen. Let me get my soups back. Very complex. I can't think of another case like this. Buckle up. I have a case. Y'all see it. It's well known. It's talked about a lot. Not so much anymore. Maybe like 5 years ago. If you think I'm good at this, and you see that, see what's coming up in about 6 weeks. If you think that, I don't know, many of y'all do think that I come up with the details I come with out of thin air. Y'all know who. They see that, they ain't gonna say shit else. Because I'm about to break a case that no one's come close to. I mean that in the most objective way. It's an unsolved case. And right before it comes out, I'll tell you where to reference it so you get your information up, because I'm not explaining the basics. I'm going straight to detail. I connect the dots before other people know that they're dots to connect. That's a fact. And if this specific project is about a 2+ hour documentary that picks apart information in a way that I can tell you, it may sound crazy, but I guarantee you've never seen before. I'll reference a show that a lot of people have seen, but they didn't see it like I saw it. This case had an Unsolved Mysteries episode about it. And the people provided Unsolved Mysteries with literally their cover-up story, and millions of people bought it. Men lie, women lie, numbers can, but the sun never does. You might as well put a clock on the ground. I'm watching a cover-up story, and the things that they're doing and the times and days that they're doing it are hours off based on the sun's angle. Like that. 6 weeks, y'all see. I'm. This is one of those that's not. It's not like a Wendy's television. It's not like a Soto Science. It's not. It's. If you thought those were good, you're gonna see something that you saw on Netflix, but you haven't seen this picked apart in such a way. And certain people have been on Unsolved Mysteries shedding tears, and what do you think? It's gonna be crazy. Like, look, I'll tell you this, because I don't want to really get too far into it. I just want to tell you the type of stuff that I do. Like, I read call reports and things like that. I'll read a call report and kind of tell you what's going on because I know more about the dynamics of a phone call, period, without knowing the subject matter. I can look at who calls who texts who might be traveling based on the cell towers that are hitting, and just read the information. And I can tell you what happened because you've seen me do it before. I don't really do that in this upcoming project that's coming out in like 6 weeks. I can look at footage from certain things and tell you where it was, what time it was taken, what it means to the bigger picture. I can tell you who's in the picture that you don't recognize, who's in the picture you do recognize, who's in a picture from those two different images, and I can tell you how they're connected. I can tell you how where someone went isn't about where they went, it's where they left. I can tell you a whole lot of things. I can tell you a whole lot of shit. And it's like, I for myself, like I really didn't like I knew like I'm the figure it out person. People will say, oh, he can unscramble an egg, stuff like that. But being that there are so many people that have covered the case I'm talking about, and they don't have anything else to say because they didn't pick up what other people were putting down. But I picked it up the first day I saw that episode. I was like, I go to Google, like, are you serious? I'm watching this. I'm watching a cover up on Netflix. You were here on Sunday? No, you weren't. You were here on Monday? Nope. That other one Sunday. That other clip, that Sunday. Like I know where you are, and I know what time it is. I know it's not a day after or a day before what you're doing because the newspaper is right there on the table. So like, what are we talking? For me, it was like it was effortless. But y'all gonna see in 6 weeks. It's gonna be amazing. And I've had people waking up for this evil crap. You know. I'll just fucking tell you. Yeah. If you go on Unsolved Mysteries and go to season 1, episode 1 on the Unsolved Mysteries reboot, take 52 minutes out of your day and watch it as many times as you can stomach. Because in a few weeks, you're going to see something a whole lot different. Yep. And let me just wait for it. Let me find some basic information. All right. I don't even know why I'm being like this, but so this was covered on Unsolved Mysteries in 2020. So Ray Rivera was found on May 24, 2006, in the Belvadier Hotel in Baltimore, Maryland. And although it was ruled as a probable self-deletion by Baltimore City Police Department, the circumstances of Rivera's death are mysterious and undisputed. It's I don't even like reading some of this because I know it's not exactly what it says it is, but this is the official record. So just so Ray is he's Puerto Rican. He was born in Spain. He's dual citizen. Grew up in Florida, lived in California. When he was like 30, he moved to the East Coast to work for a friend that worked in finance. That's the actual beginning that you're told about this man. The details that they give on Unsolved Mysteries are not really accurate. And it's understandable for something to fit within 52 minutes to not be fully detailed, or some things might just not be exactly right. But if you say certain things that are just not only set out of order, but historically inaccurate, and you do that more than once, and it's your job to tell things as they happen because you're a journalist, why are you doing that? So if you say something about a person who sells stocks and they purport a certain company to do something, and then becomes a civil fraud case in the SEC, And the actual event was not only not in the order that you told other events, it's factually wrong. If you say that the person that this man worked for was, he put out a newsletter that purported a stock for a company, for a Russian company that was supposed to become a bigger stock because they're supposed to discover uranium. Now think about that for a second. Americans investing in a Russian company to discover uranium. For the past 70 years, our foreign policy has been mainly centered around Russians and their relationship with uranium. Uranium is number 92 on the, I think it's 92 on the table of elements. And if you don't know, uranium is a radioactive material that's used to make nuclear weapons. Now, uranium isn't even in Russia. And private companies don't involve themselves in uranium in Russia because everything is run by the government. There's no military industrial complex like we have in the United States where companies profit off of war. So why would someone who's a journalist say that this person did that? That boggled my mind, and I don't understand how people didn't notice that. And he said this, and let me, what is this? Russia, USA, SMART treaty. And in 2002, was a nuclear arms reduction treaty between the United States and Russia. It was signed by George W. Bush and Vladimir Putin. That was in 2002. And this was at the time when a lot of companies were being like deregulated, and then they were privatizing public or government entities. So this was actually an American company that was part of the government, and it was a publicly traded company. It gets a whole lot deeper than that, but and I mean it. I really mean this. The stuff that if the stuff that that I'm explaining, and I'm not going to go into it because it's a crazy rabbit hole. Some of y'all know because I talked to y'all about it. Maybe one of y'all. And it's one of those things that if someone were to tell you, you'd be like, that's crazy. Conspiracy theorist, stuff like that. It's a theory based on, yes, a conspiracy. But I have documentation to show you. This is This is some crazy stuff. And I've been sharpening this sword for 5 years, yo. So it's a wild case, and there's a lot of information that's spoken about in this Unsolved Mysteries episode. And if you just think for a second about who you're talking about, it doesn't make sense. They said this man, Ray Rivera, jumped off a roof of a building, 14 floors, on his own, because that's what he wanted to do. It is the wildest, most tangential web of craziness that it's out there. It happened in Baltimore 20 years ago, almost 20 years ago, on May 16th, 2006. And I'm dropping this on May 16th, 2026. Buckle the fuck up. I'm just saying. Buckle up. Because I had this. There are people that talk about like they have like a spirit, like a spiritual awakening and stuff like that, or there's just something that seems like paranormal when like they'll have something that changed their life, was like a spiritual stuff like that. Now, it's not like I hear stories like that and have immediate skepticism, but maybe it was just maybe an epiphany that they had about things they just didn't recognize. It's like, oh, it is. Or maybe it was a spirit. I don't know. But I'll tell you this. I was told about this case, and you have to watch this right now. And because I'm in the true crime and stuff like that. This is before I even did YouTube. And I watched this shit. And I physically felt a type of anger on behalf of someone I've never met. That was the most like I've seen tons of stuff on YouTube. This is December 2020. Tons of stuff on YouTube, and I never had like a sickening, rageful type of reaction watching this. And when I did, I watched it again. And I hear something and I'm like, it's weird. But I don't absorb information the same way that most people do. So when people watch true crime and look at and watch TV, and they're told that I know that the way that information's allocated in my brain versus most other people is not the same. I can't really tell you how most of y'all, but I know it's just different. So for me, I don't look at an individual and say they're lying. I don't look at someone's body language and say they're being dishonest or anything like that. I don't care. I don't look for that stuff. I don't suspect people because they're framed in a way that makes them look suspicious. It's all information. There's no categories. It's just whatever I'm hearing, seeing, reading on the screen. It's just a block of information. And I watch it again, and I start noticing the types of words that people are using for certain things aren't the way most people talk. And it's like, if you are on TV and you're telling a story and people are like, oh, he's lying. I accept everything that I see on the screen in here as literal fact. Like if someone's lying to me, I might feel a certain type of way, but I let them keep talking. I don't counter them on it because I don't care if you're I don't if I'm being lied to about like a story or whatever, I don't be like, oh, that person's lying. No, I accept all the information and then I just work backwards on it. So when you're told information, if I'm told something from A to Z, I don't recall the information from A to Z. I go ZYX, WVG, SRQP, ON, MLKJ, ISG, FED, CBA, and back. And then start at O and go NMLKJ, ISG, FED, CBA. I'm really like that. I go through all the information as much as I can. And it's not like it's a conscious effort. I tend to figure stuff out about cases when I'm not even I'll be driving, I'll be watching something else, and then poof, I got you. And then I'm gonna verify it. That's it. And it started out with one quick Google search. And after that, I was like, oh, y'all, I got y'all. And it's bad. But it was it's that first night I watched that damn show 6 times in a row. I had to go to work in the morning. This is during the pandemic. I was like, I watched that over and over and over again. And it's almost like this, like, you ever see like a photo that's like 1 megapixel, but it's really supposed to be like 20 megapixels, and you see it and it's clear, but you know, the more pixels are added, the higher the resolution and the picture's clear. It was like I watched this and it was like just 8 pixels when it should be 4K. And I kept watching it get clearer and clearer and clearer. All right. And not only that, do I see things and hear things on the screen that most people don't pay attention to, I hear the breaks in their sentences. So, like, if you're talking about something, and the format in Unsolved Mysteries, a lot of times they'll say like 4 sentences, they'll be like, do, 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 do. I can hear that. Most people can't, but I can. I can hear the edits if they clip that person and then they continue. So it doesn't always have to be like they didn't take like a breath in between each sentence, because sometimes you can say 2 sentences without taking a breath. But I hear when they edit that stuff out. I can hear the break, and that also tells me more. It's the small things. You said something, and I can hear that little click in the audio that tells me they edited what you just said. Why would they edit that? This is something that you don't need a script for because you experienced it. right? Right? All right. This case was fairly well known, but it just it wasn't really a trending topic past by the time I first saw it. I first saw it in December 2020. It was released in July of 2020. And when this actually happened in 2006, I lived in Maryland. And I heard about it, and it was just like, you hear somebody jumped off the Belvedere. What? And the conversation ended. It's like it's presented to you that way, and you know that this is someone had to do. They did that on their own. But I've been there. You gotta really go through a maze to know where you're going in order to get to the roof to jump off of. And from that point, I'm looking at this episode, and I'm like, and I was a commercial roofer. So it's like, I did commercial roofing. I'm looking at this shit on Unsolved Mysteries. I'm like, I would never, ever, ever step foot on that roof. It is a death trap. A death trap. Well, they fixed it up, but back then, woo, let me show you something. Hold on. Let me show you something real quick. Where is our YouTube? You don't even have to be experts. Your own instinct will look at something and say, you know what? I'm not walking on that. You can look at thin ice. You don't have to be an ice skater to know that. Then you can look at it and be like, yeah, that's not it. Maybe over there you might skate for a couple little, but you're not going to go over there. You look at something, you can tell it's not sturdy to stand on. Your come on now. Not to mention, if you ever get the experience of being on a very high commercial roof, you don't even have to open your eyes as soon as you are in, or if depending on if you're coming up through the floor, that's one thing. But if there's a door and it's just a normal door, you open that up, you're gonna get an immediate gust of wind. It's not gonna be like, oh, when you're walking outside normally, you're gonna be 180 feet up. And if you're actually conditioned for that stuff in terms of like very like where you don't where you see the end right there, like if gravity had creative control, if you walked another 2 feet, your body will react to that wind like, oh shit, you'll clench up. Everybody, all right. I was a roofer. I've been up at heights that level, and everyone has a fear of heights. So even as a roofer, you might not be consciously scared, but here's my formula for this. Your fear of heights is your tolerance with your body coming in the height. All right, I made this formula up for fear of heights because I had this argument with other roofers that like people are like, oh, I'm not scared of heights. No, in a typical sense, you're not, but as a means of survival, you are. So fear of height is the threshold measured in distance that you won't tolerate coming in contact directly with the surface directly below you or above you by gravity alone. That's what your fear of heights is. So if you're up almost 200 feet and there's nothing that, if you're on a balcony, like on some skyscraper or something, you're not going to have a fear of heights. But if you're standing on a surface that, if you come out of a door and 3 feet is straight drop gravity, you're gonna have that vertigo situation. So that being said, there's no way in hell that a regular person would step foot on that roof back in 2006. When I show you this malarkey, you'd be like, oh, hell no. Let me see. What is that? 60. Oh, look, there's us. There's a channel that caught the news from back in the day of Ray Rivera, and I swear if it got deleted, you know it's these people. So let me go to channel. Where's it? What? Oh, it's probably on the, it's on the new one. Okay, so this aired and right before the episode came out, right? So let me get over there, share my screen with y'all. I thought I had thought my screen was up, so I'm sitting here talking about what's on the screen. It's not even there. All right.
I think that living without answers is a really hard thing. Human beings, we like to put things in a box and kind of move on.
Allison Rivera has gone without answers about the death of her husband Ray for 14 years. It was May 2006. 32-year-old Ray Rivera's body was found in a meeting room of the Belvadier Hotel. A hole in the roof suggested he fell from a height. Mystery has prevailed ever since.
I kept saying there is something bigger. I'm going to find out.
This month sparked new interest in the case. The Netflix series, Unsolved Mysteries, featured the Ray Rivera case in its opening episode.
It's truly unbelievable.
It was the first time Allison spoke so publicly about her loss and frustration of not knowing what led to Ray's death.
There's an answer out there. Somebody knows something. And if that's just seeing him or the phone call that was made, there's an answer out there. And I thought that this would be a platform in which just lay the facts out and see if there's, somebody out there that knows something.
Baltimore police in 2006 quickly leaned to suicide, but the medical examiner left the case open with a ruling of undetermined. A timeline. Ray left the couple's Northwood home seemingly in a hurry after receiving a phone call. That was about 6 p.m. on May 16, 2006. His car was located in a lot next to the Belvedere. A parking ticket suggested it had been there overnight the night of the 16th. His body was found May 24th, 8 days later, after former co-workers at a publishing company saw the hole in the roof. Days later, a bizarre note was found taped to a computer Ray used. The FBI said it wasn't a suicide note. Allison has lived with that note and other writings of Ray's all these years, with no clearer picture of their meaning.
You clearly don't believe that he took his own life.
I clearly do not believe that. Nope. I do not believe that. Not at all. I've never taken, like, I don't want it to believe that it's not suicide. It's really been like, what has happened? And then let me sort my emotions out from there. Like, let me work through maybe, if there was regret and so I have really been very, very open to whatever answers may be placed in front of me.
Did Ray fall? Was he pushed? Police found no one who could place Ray inside the Belvedere that night. Allison hired an expert who determined Ray would have had to get to a running speed of 11 miles per hour to make a jump from the roof of the building to reach the location of the hole.
Look, I don't want to get too far into this, but just this news segment, which I did download, and I'm about to go. I'm going on my iPad right now to show you one that I think got deleted. And just those few minutes, it's find this page, yo. I'm just making sure that there it goes. All right. So let me copy the link here. Copy and so this was in 2020. They, they bring up some stuff from before and the documentation. And come on, yo, like, let me show you all that stuff. Pay attention. Let me. So,
Room of the Belvadier Hotel, a whole.
Yo, all right. Let me tell you something. You walking on that? Are you walking on that? No, she's not. That's why I'm going off right now. Like, I don't mind if my girl is here, but I when anything I'm doing creatively, I'm just good alone. Like if I'm designing or whatever, I'll go somewhere else. I don't want in any aspect of humanity around me. That's it. So this is one of them because like I feel like I'm talking to y'all. I don't want. I mean she knows all the stuff that I talk about, but it's like I focus better when I'm for anything. So all right, let me just shit. Y'all walking on this? Look at this. This is not gonna make it. Thank you so. Oh, stop doing that to me. Nah, I'm not. I don't know why I'm not really hungry. And yeah, but I probably will be very soon. And yo, it's about to be 9 hours. Y'all know what that means. You go live for 9 hours. I got to start cutting soccer. And I got to file a police report and not let them come to crime. If y'all don't know, y'all. If y'all know, I don't know. Maybe that one didn't land, but all right. So, damn, these braces. Look at this shit. Hold up. This wire in these braces is like biting my cheek. So every time I say something, it's like a pinch, and that shit hurts. So, hold up. They give you this wax. If you have braces, never had braces before, they give you this wax and put over the wire so it doesn't like stab your inside of your. Oh, it's a mess. All right. You will. That's not okay. So this is the opening to the roof, and you don't get there from like a side stairwell that you would think you would be able to access it from like a stairwell like that's on the side of a tall building. That's what most people think. That's not how it works, especially with old buildings. Old buildings didn't have security systems. So sensitive areas, or not sensitive, but certain areas, they don't want the public to be able to access. Like this building was a hotel up until the early the 90s. So this building was built in 1903. You have to go through a labyrinth, not a labyrinth, but you got to go through a couple zigzags to get to this door. You're not going to find it. It's not one of those things you just find. And even if on the inside, if you were able to find that door, you would look at it and you wouldn't really can say, oh, that's the roof. It's just the way the building's built. But this roof is a death trap. And they're trying to say that this man was out here and he was running from something or getting chased, and he jumped off of this and put this hole in the lower roof. This man is 6'5", 260 pounds, and he's Puerto Rican. And yes, saying that he's Puerto Rican is important, because I don't know any Puerto Rican that would run from a problem like this. All right, for a problem. They're not running. Ray was 6'5", 260, all muscle, Olympic level athlete. He played professional water polo. The man is not a type of person that'd be easily victimized. So if it was a 5'6", 165-pound Puerto Rican, he'd give you the same amount of problems. And everybody knows short Puerto Ricans will fuck you up. Just saying. Studies show. I'm telling you, this is a fact. This is not just like hyperbole or just being silly. No. Short Puerto Ricans are vicious fighters. It's just the way it is. They're not running from you. And if he were to run, he'd fall right through this. This roof is the definition of neglect. This here, you see where the mouse is here? This has there's other ones on this roof. And it's in the Unsolved Mysteries episode, but obviously I can't show you out here. But this roof is covered here, there's one over there. Those are called harness anchors. And these here, see this cable here? This is where you would connect your harness to the cable so gravity doesn't, you don't have a complicated relationship with gravity. All right. Y'all got me on this? Are we on this? Are we here? All right. So thank you so much. I really appreciate you. So roofers have their own harnesses. They have their own tie-ins, the cables. They have their own harness anchors. If the owner of this building thinks it's a good idea to have harness anchors there already, that tells me that they know that anybody that they try to hire to work on that roof is not going to do it, because they're too scared to even connect to the tie-in their harness, because they don't want to walk far enough to fall through that roof. Okay? Put it this way. Harness anchors, they're safe. They're a safety mechanism, right? But if I see a building, which I've never seen before, outside of this, has harness anchors built in, that's not a good sign. The best way that I can explain that is if I'm at the bar and I meet a girl and she's cool and everything, and we're just having a conversation, and she opens up her purse and there's condoms in it, it's a safety measure. But you see what I'm saying? It's not the same. It's why would you have that already? You know what I mean? Seeing harness anchors there by the ownership is the same vibe if a man just has a normal conversation with a woman and sees condoms in her purse. They're safe to have, but that person is clearly dangerous in some way, right? It's not happening. And if there's so much with this, I could go on. Literally everything in this has something in it that I'm able to. Where's that shit? Oh, whoops, oops. Okay. This is all right. So this is a year after this happened, right? A year after this happened, they did like a 1 year thing. I downloaded this, but this person is the real MVP because even they know Ray Rivera, quote unquote, falls off the Belvadier. If you're from there, and you've been to that building and you're like, what? Like, it's not like a rooftop bar. It's not, no, this is the roof itself is a death trap, let alone running and jumping out of here, yo. And so they show this, and I mean, y'all can go watch this on your own, but like, there's so many things they show, like, oh, his flip flop was on the lower roof, and they got people to talk about it, and then they explain and they talk about Freemasons. Look, someone made a comment earlier talking about secret society. Let me tell you something. The reason you think that is because they put that in part of the storyline. Now ask yourself this. Have you ever in your life heard a normal conversation and someone say Freemasons and the conversation doesn't turn a weird direction? As soon as you can have me talking about them, have the most intelligent conversation with anybody, and then next thing you know, someone says Freemasons. The conversation's it's not considered like this is not a topic of intelligence anymore. Like the conversation it might not be the ending of the conversation, but someone is checking out of that conversation. Tell me I'm lying. You've heard some dudes talking about they'll talk about, say, any topic that like might be like you don't really talk about. It'd be like race, religion, politics, Nas and Jay-Z, and then fucking Freemasons. And then when you say Freemasons, it's like, ugh. Once you blame something on the Freemasons, your conversation is gone. Now, does it make sense why they would put that in there? Why would you even say that? There's a lot. A lot. I'm telling you, There's things in this news segment that contradicts what they're saying in 2020. There are things that are in that news segment that contradict the storyline that you're given in 2020 on Unsolved Mysteries. A direct contradiction. It's a mess. And this case is the reason that I edit videos, period. I saw this shit on Unsolved Mysteries and remember being there back in 06. And I was like, I got this. I watched it the first time and I didn't know how, but I knew I got this one. Yep, 9-hour live. Let me go. All this. First of all, I never did a live during the day. Never. I've done lives with Jackie and Leslie. Their channel, 9 hours. So I gotta go in my room, curl up on the bed in the corner, put the harsh light on my face that doesn't move because I got 88,000 units of Botox, and then I'm gonna cry and talk about this person talk shit about me to other people in their private email, and I'm sad. And as this person is talking about my kids, and this person is, oh, I gotta drop a case because law and crime picked it up. Oh my God, because you're lying. And then you go get a restraining order, and then try to block them from coming to CrimeCon when they paid all that money. I'm not talking shit about this person because they're a YouTuber and people like to talk shit about other YouTubers. I'm just saying as a human, that's some bullshit. That's some bullshit. Exactly. Her face moves in the wind like bark on a tree. It just does not go anywhere. The branches move on a tree, the bark doesn't. I was covering another case and I used part of that channel, Hidden True Crime. And as the first time I really watched it, and I thought I thought it was a legit problem. Because I'm like, oh, she had like Bell's palsy or something? No, it's 88,000 units of Botox. Like this. Face doesn't move. Paralyzed. Both sides, like a stroke. No facial expressions. Eye movement, no brow movement. Just this. I know it's wrong. It's personal. But I looked at it from the perspective of the person who that was affecting. If you're all right, you be accused of something that you did. I've been accused of shit, and I did it. It's just the way it is. But you accuse me of something like someone like that. That is, and you use law enforcement to just be a bully. That's some bullshit. That's how I feel. I didn't even know all about it like that when I saw it because it came up on the feed and it was 9 hours long, and I already subscribed to that channel, the Hidden True Crime. I'm like, what is going on? A stalker outside my window? Something? She's curled up. She's crying. She's like, and no, she ain't crying like that, but she's. I was like, yo, she's a what? What's wrong? I later found out the stuff she was doing. I saw the body cam of her like and there was this other female with her at Crime Con, because I'm thinking one day I'm gonna go to Crime Con and I'm gonna go there and I don't know, whatever they do at Crime Con, because that's where all the YouTubers go. So I want to go there, and I watch that, and I see her with, I don't know her name, but it's a shorter than her woman, blonde hair, who just has a villain demeanor, and they're talking to the cop, and they're like, they're not scared because they have a restraining order, like, oh, I'm scared this person's gonna do something to me. No, they just wanted him not there, not because of fear of what they accused them of doing, but just to inconvenience that person and be a bully and use law enforcement to do that. And the law enforcement has to go and approach her and it's like, I know you paid. I didn't know Crime Con costs money. And I thought that Crime Con was like, you just pull up. Oh, was I mistaken? It costs bread to go there. Let me look at the tickets. Crime Con cost. I'm going on all $379 to $1,899 to pull up in Crime Con. So if you got the standard, $380, the gold VIP, $899, platinum, $1899. If I paid that money and I took a flight, is it in Denver or is it changed locations? I don't know. Let me Google that too. If I paid all this money and somebody was like, oh, I'm scared of a YouTuber named Grish, and he first of all, if I gotta get a defense attorney for some bullshit, that's wild. But I couldn't imagine, and I've seen her, she's basically about to be in tears. And then a Stone-Faced Villain Collective, they're there, and they're like one of them is just like this, like looking at the cop because he's executing the rules of the restraining order, and they're trying to hide their glee. That's wild. And I don't do the whole I don't talk shit about like YouTubers. I'm talking about this specific action was reprehensible. Like YouTube beef is weird. It's weird to me. YouTube beef is weird to me. Because 9 times out of 10, if you weren't in front of a camera and distanced by a broadband connection, and y'all saw each other just on cross paths, y'all wouldn't just go at it. No. That's why I think YouTube beef is weird. I think it's stupid. But you do all that. I don't know. I don't know how she was able to bounce back from that. I don't know. But I do know that she was really sitting there with the stone face, and I saw like a slight like she got away with that her face moved just that much, just to make a little smirk. So in reality, minus 88,000 units of Botox, she would have had the big cheese. You know, like the emoji, the smiley emoji that's just like the straight teeth and it smiles that big. She would have been that if it wasn't 88,000 units of Botox. I watched it a couple times. I was disgusted by that. I saw a video. This dude goes over, and I was way more informed by this. This guy is a now I have to find this shit so y'all can watch it. But I can't remember. Hold up. See, this is why like having like a YouTube channel name that's just like something that's you easily remember. That's why I just do Grish. Like it's not something that if one syllable. Damn it, I'm looking in the wrong place. YouTube. Or but this dude, I gotta at least shout this person out because it was a very good video. And if I saw me talking about a video, or if I, which I, all right, I've seen this. I've seen someone on live stream mention my video and not mention anywhere to get it, and I was kind of like, can I be pissed off because they didn't say who made the video, or should I just be grateful that they mentioned it? I don't know, but I would be kind of salty if someone talked about my video and like really gave it all this praise, and I didn't even show you who made it because I can't remember that. So it's probably my history if I don't. Yeah, docket decoder. This this man. Let me put the copy it over here.
In the true crime.
All right. I'm not trying to get copyright and all that stuff. It's screenshot that shit and then watch that shit after I get off of here. Because I'm about to get off. I'm really about to leave. It's 10:11. I'm getting hungry. And I'm about to destroy the refrigerator. So y'all need to watch that. That was good. He knocked it out the park. Shout out to Docket Decoder. I like literally just subscribed to him. I should see. You know what I mean? I find it weird when YouTubers just can't like show love, like, or give credit, or they'll delete comments that mention other YouTubers. That stuff is strange. That's the stuff that I don't like about YouTube. Is what is the hell was that? Come on, yo. Docket Decoder, subscribe it. He had 9,000. He's doing his thing, 139 video. He's a small channel. I'm smaller channel. But like, yo, show that man some love because he did. I was impressed. All right. So let me just go through the comments. I'm gonna be up out of here. After I cancel it as subscribe. I just found out about that too. That is bad. That is that, and like if it was just like we just like people bickering back and forth on YouTube about little. I don't but with when they like you get law enforcement involved and you take it to real you inconvenience people in the real world and jeopardize their freedom, you're stained. Like you really so yeah, I talked about it. But that dude's doing amazing work. Let me just go through this and be out of here. They use Kobe up. YouTube is a drama, it is. But on the weird side, on the flip side, it does drive views. Conflict drives views. Negative stuff, people like the negative reactions to certain things, emotional reactions, that gets the most attention. You know? As soon as I heard about Gigi, I knew she was just wrong. Who talks about that's like this stuff I'm not super familiar with. I can't really comment on it. I know about it just from that one video and another video. I'm commenting on the law enforcement aspect, calling the police on people. I think calling the police on people to just be like that that person is, those are the type of people I fear. I fear people who can put me in danger based on how they can persuade someone else that they're fearful of me. And that's why I feel I'm passionate about that. You call the police on me because of what? That's bullshit, yo. Hey, some people are. There are channels that maintain a level of, I guess, success. It may not be as high as it was what once was, like maybe a year or two prior, but there are some that have whole Reddit pages that just are speaking facts about them, and it's like they still manage to have the subscribers to support the channel, you know. They got rid of Michael and Prince because they wouldn't have complied. Don't get me started on those. Mike, man, that is Michael Jackson and Prince that bothers me too, because I feel like there's something really wrong about that. They can't. I mean, I think people who aren't routine YouTube viewers, like they watch regular TV and stuff, like, and then they come on to YouTube, and because they Googled a case that's happening on the news, and then or a case that they just heard about, a video pop up, it's theirs. They don't know the stuff that's outside that video. So I think that's what works. It's like their stuff comes up first on the algorithm. People click on it, they subscribe. They don't have any knowledge of the BS that's going on outside of that, you know? Hold up, who Bacon password? I'm not sure I know what you're talking about. You know what? That's one thing about women. that I find like the things that women get jealous about with other women, it's kind of like it's an interesting thing. That's why I didn't talk about stuff like that, but like because I can't give any insight to it. I can give insight to what she said to law enforcement, but the real reason, and now obviously that's BS, but the real reason why she would be the type to do that, I can't. I've heard of things like that, but I just don't know, and I can't give insight to it because I'm a man, and I don't. I can't talk with any insight on that. And then dudes that do, I think that's so weird. Like, if you're a man and you can't possibly act like you really understand like female psyche when it comes to interacting with other females, you only know outside of what a female told you because it's weird. Like women beef is weird. Women jealousy is really like it's weird to me. I don't understand it, but some dudes act like they know. Yeah, that's a fact. So I don't. It doesn't. Yeah, I agree. So I say my language. People be crazy. People be crazy. I remember this a couple years ago. I made a video. Ow, fuck. I made a video about Shanann Watts, and woo, I took that shit down because it was like a swarm of people just like you can't believe you saw you had this like I was like I don't even want that. I just took the shit down. It wasn't even. It was a opinion based, but I base these things off things that I can understand and explain. So the dates and things and like that. So like I noticed that the youngest daughter looked very much like one of her other friends, not Chris Watts. I noticed that in one of the pictures, the younger daughter is wearing a Steelers jersey whose last name matches, whose last name is a player for the Steelers, and that matches the other friend. I noticed that 40 weeks before the daughter was born, Shanann was at a convention with the other friend. I noticed that in another post that Shanann posted publicly, like all her posts are, referenced her daughter and referenced a dress that she wore, a certain thing like leopard print. And she was wearing leopard print on a photo that was taken 40 weeks prior to her younger daughter's birth with the other friend. And there's a striking resemblance. And I morphed the faces really slow. And it's a striking resemblance. But the swarm of Shanann fans, I just took it down. But I noticed other people that have talked about Shanann Watts, like one dude, he stopped posting altogether. He posted something and someone acted like they were trying to send him a Snapchat, or not Snapchat, a super chat, send him a super chat, but they didn't know how to do it. So he asked for his personal address. And when they asked for he gave him his personal address. Stupid. I was kind of dumb. And he got something in the mail. And it wasn't good. All right? Just saying. It wasn't good. So I'm when I say what? It's kind of weird when I say what? What destroy the refrigerator? I haven't eaten since like 12:30 today. It's 10:24. I can be. Yeah. Remember there's a Steelers. I'm not even a big sports fan, but I look at stuff and I'm like, all right, they live in Colorado, we're in Steelers stuff, and now they're for Pittsburgh. Like, what's going on here? And I found out that like Shanann was her boss was a Steelers friend. She used to like him, so she became a Steelers fan. I don't really understand like fandom with sports, like how I don't understand the concept of being so gung ho about a team that you didn't play for, that you're paying to go see, you're paying for their merch, you're doing all that stuff. Like, but some people like people are really into sports, so I'm gonna look at whose name is on the jersey, like because I want to know within that team why they like that person, you know. Um, I did notice there at that convention she did leopard print. Yes, she did, and she referenced it in one of her posts. And at that point, I was like, "Hold up, the date for this and the date for that child, it's 9 months." Yeah, I do love face morph. It I do, and it was crazy, like morphing that child's face to the dude's face, and it was like the child's face is so much smaller, and that it really worked on like the the symmetry of like the points in the face. So even though the face is smaller, it was like the face got smaller, but it was all the same. It was really wild. I might just make it and just deal with it and just post it again. I don't know, but it's crazy. See, I don't know. That's see, because you ate me. Yo, Adrian Gill, that Adrian, if you did, oh, I did do the Andrew Gillum. I did have the Andrew Gillum morph where he goes from the campaign trail next to Wendy. It's shit like that. I'll sit there and I'll spend hours. Not even I've already finished that part, but I'll just be like, I'll go back and watch it. Like, yeah, this shit's crazy. Like, that was one of those. But yo, listen, 9 hours and 27 minutes, yo. Appreciate y'all for sticking with me. And I need to get something to eat and get my eyes away from the screen because I feel like they're about to just fall off my head. So y'all be safe. Um, I have a couple like I have the one spectrograph video that's gonna explain like bringing out the sound of Donna's voice in the call with Wendy. I'm gonna finish that now. Um, I have a Luis Rivera where I go through every sentence in that proffer. It's gonna be like 5 videos. They're gonna be short, but it's a good way to reference the information that he's talking about, and no one else has done that. So I think it will be good to be able to reference a lot of the parts of his proffer that build the theory that I have with this case. Ray Rivera, May 16th. That's about it. Oh, I gotta make a short Corey Richards one too. I did a live stream on our verdict, but like I have like some more infographics explaining the dynamics of that and how all that stuff. Yeah, I do need. I drank all my water, yo. I do need water. All right. I said I need to drink water. But yo, thank you. I gotta get up out of here. And I will do live streams in the afternoon if y'all are with it. I'm gonna look at when people are around and tune in, and I'm gonna do more of them because I gotta get better at this. And 9 hours and 30 minutes is OT. Y'all be safe. And I'll be back very soon. Not a month, not all that. I'm going to be consistent, I promise. All right.